Space was torn apart, and evolutionary energy flowed into the human world. More than 80 of the global population turned into mindless zombies. When he opened his eyes again, he actually found himself back on the very first day of the apocalypse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the corpse plundering system. This system can help the host plunder the special abilities of zombies. Do you want to plunder? Plunder. The special ability Gravitation has been successfully plundered. Plunder the special abilities of zombies. Further explore the potential of those abilities, and then go on to plunder even more powerful special abilities. While others were still living in fear and struggling to survive, Tang Chuan was already invincible. 001 Rebirth, the corpse plundering system. Whoosh! A soccer ball hurtled through the air at an alarming speed, poised to collide with a man's head. Watch out, classmate! Noticing the impending calamity, the player kicked the ball and shouted urgently, startled by the long-awaited human voice. Tang Chuan looked up in confusion. Bang! The soccer ball struck his forehead with a resounding thud, and astonishingly, it rolled back as if it possessed sight, landing at the feet of the player. Are you all right, classmate? Seeing Tang Chuan hit by the ball, the other players quickly gathered around him, expressing concern, noticing his dazed expression and trembling hands. They feared he had been rendered foolish by the impact, prompting a sense of urgency. Classmate, how many fingers am I holding up? A tall man waved 3 fingers in front of Tang Chuan's eyes. Tang Chuan managed to utter a single syllable, his voice sounding peculiar after such a prolonged silence that he can't even speak. We should get him to the school infirmary right away. The players debated briefly before they collectively ushered Tang Chuan to the infirmary's resting area. Have I returned to the world before the apocalypse? As he lay on the familiar blue hospital bed, the sounds of the campus outside, once vivid in his memory, began to resurface. Tang Chuan gradually grasped his current predicament. He had been reborn, transported back to the time before the evolution apocalypse. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved an old smartphone he once used. The lock screen password eluded him, but fortunately, he did not need to unlock it. He merely needed to illuminate the screen to check the date. July 7th, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Upon seeing this date, a shadow passed over Tang Chuan's countenance. This was a day etched into his memory that on this very day, mysterious spatial rifts appeared across the globe, unleashing evolutionary energy that would transform the living into the undead. From this moment forth, humanity would descend into a true inferno. This marked a global-scale evolution, from which no creature could escape. This day would later be referred to by posterity as Evolution Day. 80% of humanity succumbed to the mindless hunger of the undead. The remaining humans, alas, they could have preemptively thwarted this disaster. Yet human greed proved insatiable. That be why the time humanity awoke to the truth, it was far too late. Evolutionary energy continued to surge forth from the rifts, allowing the zombies to undergo secondary, tertiary, and even multiple subsequent evolutions. Though the surviving humans could also absorb this energy to evolve, their numbers were too few to make a significant impact, and the abilities they gained varied widely. Humans stood no chance against the overwhelming tide of corpses and the terrifying beasts that emerged from the rifts. The number of survivors dwindled rapidly. Tang Chuan had endured for 3 years, bearing witness to the deaths of countless individuals before his eyes. Is this fate's way of tormenting me once more? The ability I have evolved is merely the capacity for photosynthesis apart from prolonging my life. It possesses no combat prowess. Reflecting on his past experiences, a flicker of anger and abundance of helplessness flashed through Tang Chuan's eyes. He was not a formidable evolutionary. His longevity was solely attributed to his ability to harness sunlight to produce organic matter. In strict terms, 3 years hence, any random zombie would surpass him by 18 streets in terms of evolutionary prowess. The corpse looting system has been activated. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, causing Tang Chuan to tremble with anticipation. A system. I have actually acquired a system. System, what functions do you possess? His voice quivered with excitement. Currently, the system level is 1, enabling the activation of basic functions: corpse looting and attribute viewing. Corpse looting. By merely coming into contact with a zombie, one can seize the supernatural abilities evolved by the zombie. Number of abilities that can be looted: 05 Attribute Viewing enables the examination of one's own or another zombie's attribute panel. Would you like to view your own attribute panel? The prospect of seizing the supernatural abilities evolved by zombies sent a jolt of exhilaration through Tang Chuan. It is known that in the future, due to the vast population base, zombies will evolve into terrifying super zombie kings. Some of these zombie kings can wield thunder, effortlessly summoning colossal bolts of lightning to obliterate all in their path. Others can manipulate magnetic fields akin to Magneto, instantly dismantling aircraft carriers. Some can even control atomic motion, bringing all atoms to a halt within a certain range, achieving an insurmountable absolute zero. If he could seize their supernatural abilities before these zombies reach their full potential. Tang Chuan's gaze ignited with fervor. In my previous life, I merely survived, teetering on the brink of despair. Such a life was far too humiliating. This time, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of all existence, reaching the zenith of evolution. System, view attributes. Name, Tang Chuan. Strength, 12 average for ordinary individuals is 10 speed. 10 average for ordinary individuals is 10. Physique, 10 average for ordinary individuals is 10 energy. 0 average for ordinary individuals is 0. Supernatural ability, photosynthesis, unevolved number of lootable abilities, 05. A translucent panel materialized before him, displaying Tang Chuan's attributes. Seeing his unevolved photosynthesis ability, Tang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This time, I refused to continue living in a state of humiliation. Checking the time on his phone, he noted that it was already 9 o'clock. In 1 hour, the spatial rift would open, and the evolutionary energy would sweep across the globe. He must devise a way to seize a useful supernatural ability. Tang Chuan closed his eyes, memories from his past life resurfacing vividly. Soon, a fitting target crystallized in his mind. Supreme among all, a super zombie king capable of freely controlling gravitational forces. The universal force of gravitation is the most unique among the 4 fundamental forces of physics. It naturally arises whenever an object possesses mass. Remarkably, this force remains unaffected by the chemical properties, physical state of the object itself, or even the medium intervening between them. In simpler terms, this force exists in all entities and can transcend any defensive measures, exerting its influence upon other objects. In a previous existence, the Supreme Being of all things harnessed this extraordinary ability to effortlessly alter the gravitational pull that the Earth exerts on living beings, essentially manipulating weight. With a mere wave of his hand, he could conjure gravitational fields 100-fold or even 1,000-fold, obliterating everything in his path. Due to his status as a zombie, devoid of intellect, the Supreme Being of all things had only mastered the ability to modify gravity by the time of Tang Chuan's demise. Nonetheless, that mastery was sufficient for him to reign supreme in his domain, should I manage to seize this extraordinary power and further develop it. Tang Chuan's gaze intensified with fervor. According to his estimations, with further enhancement of this ability, he might be capable of influencing the moon's motion by adjusting the magnitude of gravity. If this extraordinary power could be evolved multiple times, who knows, perhaps even the sun could be manipulated. Moreover, at this very moment, the Supreme Being of all things resided in a hotel just outside the school. Rebirth, the corpse plundering system. Whoosh! On the verdant field, a soccer ball hurtles through the air at an astonishing speed, poised to collide with a man's head. Watch out, classmate! Sensing the impending tragedy, the player kicked the ball and shouted urgently. Startled by the long-lost human voice, Tang Chuan instinctively lifted his head. Bang! The soccer ball struck his forehead with a resounding thud, and to his astonishment, it rolled back as if possessing a will of its own, landing at the feet of the player. Are you all right, classmate? Seeing Tang Chuan struck by the ball, the other students immediately rushed over, expressing their concern. Noticing Tang Chuan's vacant gaze and trembling hands, they feared he had been rendered dazed by the impact and grew increasingly anxious. Classmate, how many fingers am I holding up? A tall man waved 3 fingers in front of Tang Chuan's eyes. Ah! Tang Chuan managed to utter a single syllable, his voice sounding oddly strained from disuse. He can't even speak. We should hurry and take him to the school clinic. After a brief discussion, The group of players collectively decided to escort Tang Chuan to the clinic's resting room. Have I returned to the world before the apocalypse? Gazing at the familiar blue hospital bed and listening to the cacophony of the campus, now faded in his memory, Tang Chuan gradually comprehended his predicament. He had been reborn, back to the time before the evolutionary apocalypse. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved an old smartphone he once used. He had long forgotten the lock screen password, but fortunately, he merely needed to illuminate the screen to check the date. July 7th, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Upon seeing this date, Tang Chuan's expression darkened profoundly. This was a day forever etched in his memory. On this day, mysterious spatial rifts emerged worldwide, unleashing evolutionary energies that would transform the living into zombies, engulfing the globe in an instant. From this day forth, humanity would descend into a veritable hell. This marked a global evolution, with no living creature able to escape. This day would later be known as Evolution Day. 80% of humanity succumbed to mindless zombies, driven solely by their primal instincts for flesh and blood. As for the remaining humans, alas, they had the opportunity to avert this catastrophe, but human greed proved insatiable. By the time humanity finally awoke to the reality, it was far too late. The evolutionary energy continued to pour forth from the rifts, and the zombies soon underwent secondary, tertiary, and even further evolutions. Though the surviving humans could absorb this energy to evolve, their numbers were too few to make a significant difference, and the abilities they acquired were wildly inconsistent. Such humans stood no chance against the mountains of corpses and the terrifying beasts that emerged from the rifts. The number of survivors dwindled rapidly. Tang Chuan survived for 3 years, witnessing countless lives extinguished before his eyes. Is this yet another trial from the heavens? The ability I have evolved is merely the capacity for photosynthesis aside from prolonging my own life. It holds no combat prowess. Reflecting on his past life, a flicker of anger and a greater sense of helplessness flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes. He was not a formidable evolved being. His longevity was solely due to his ability to harness sunlight to produce organic matter. Strictly speaking, 3 years hence, even the most mediocre zombie would outstrip him by leaps and bounds. Plundering System activated. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down Tang Chuan's spine. A system. I have actually obtained a system. What functions do you possess, system? His voice trembled with excitement. Current system level 1. Basic functions activated. Plundering, attribute viewing. Plundering. By merely coming into contact with a zombie, you can seize the evolved abilities it possesses. Number of abilities available for Plunder, 0.5. Attribute viewing. You may view the attribute panel of yourself or other zombies. Would you like to view your attribute panel? To seize the evolved abilities from zombies. Upon learning of the system's capabilities, Tang Chuan could not help but feel a rush of astonishment. In the future, zombies had evolved terrifyingly powerful super zombie kings due to their vast numbers. Some of these zombie kings could command thunder, summoning colossal bolts of lightning with a mere gesture. Others could manipulate magnetic fields, akin to Magneto, capable of obliterating aircraft carriers in an instant. Some could even control atomic motion, halting all atomic activity within a certain radius, achieving an unfathomable absolute zero. If he could plunder their abilities before these zombies matured, Tang Chuan's gaze ignited with fervor. In his previous life, he was merely a survivor, living in constant uncertainty. Such a life was utterly intolerable. This time, he aimed to ascend to the pinnacle of existence, reaching the ultimate endpoint of evolution. System, display attributes. Name, Tang Chuan. Strength, 12 average for ordinary humans is 10 speed. 10 average for ordinary humans is 10. Physique, 10 average for ordinary humans is 10. Energy, 0 average for ordinary humans is 0. Ability, photosynthesis not evolved. Number of abilities plundered, 0.5. A semi-transparent panel materialized before him. This was Tang Chuan's attribute panel. Seeing his unevolved photosynthesis ability, Tang Chuan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. This time, he would not continue to live in a state of meek survival. Checking the time on his phone, he noted that it was already 9 o'clock. In 1 hour, the spatial rift would open, and the energy of evolution would sweep across the globe. He must devise a plan to plunder a useful ability. Tang Chuan closed his eyes, memories of his past life flooding back. Soon, a suitable target materialized in his mind. The supreme being of all, a super zombie king capable of freely controlling gravity. The force of gravity is a unique phenomenon among the four fundamental forces of physics, inherently arising whenever an object possesses mass. This force remains unaffected by the object's chemical properties, physical state, or even the intermediary medium. In simpler terms, this force is an intrinsic attribute of all matter, capable of transcending any defensive measures to exert its influence on other entities. In his previous life, the supreme being of all things wielded this extraordinary power to effortlessly alter the gravitational pull exerted by the Earth on living beings, essentially manipulating weight. With a mere gesture, he could create gravitational field 100 or even 1,000 times stronger, capable of obliterating anything in their path. However, as a zombie devoid of intelligence, he had only managed to develop the ability to modify gravity until the demise of Tang Chuan. Nevertheless, this ability was sufficient for him to dominate his realm. If I could seize this extraordinary power and further refine it. Tang Chuan's gaze ignited with fervor. According to his estimations, with additional development of this capability, he might be able to influence the movement of the moon by altering the magnitude of gravity. Should this extraordinary ability evolve several times, perhaps even the sun could be manipulated. Moreover, at this moment, the supreme being of all things resided in a hotel just outside the school. In a hotel seeking someone, time was of the essence. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened as he casually seized a fruit knife from beside a hospital bed, a tool recently utilized by a classmate to peel an apple, roughly the length of a palm. He was resolute in his mission. He must obtain the universal key card. Concealing the knife in his pocket, Tang Chuan silently exited the school infirmary and made his way directly to the entrance of a venue named Heat Wave, a hotel catering to intimate encounters. Upon entering the hotel, he approached the front desk and whispered, "Tell me which room Zhang Zhenji is in and hand me the universal key card." The receptionist blinked in surprise, her mind racing with various scenarios of infidelity. However, she could not divulge the information directly, ultimately opting for silence. "I'm afraid we cannot disclose customer privacy," she said with a forced smile, shaking her head. "I am not seeking your opinion. This is a command," Tang Chuan replied, lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes reflecting a chilling, merciless aura. In such apocalyptic times, even a man solely focused on survival bore the stains of blood upon his hands. Where there were zombies, there were also humans. "We want." The receptionist furrowed her brow, her mouth opening to call for security. But Tang Chuan swiftly grasped her throat. Within seconds, her face flushed crimson from oxygen deprivation. "Hand over the universal key card, or else you shall perish," he stated coldly, his breath seemingly icy. MMM. The receptionist mumbled incoherently, hastily fumbling to retrieve a key card from the counter and presenting it to him. The card read Heat Wave Hotel Staff only. It bore only a few words, yet that was sufficient. This special key card granted access to all rooms. Tang Chuan released her. As the receptionist reveled in her regained breath, Tang Chuan's voice pierced through once more. "What is the room number?" "I truly do not know. I just started my shift. All I know is that there are guests on the 6th floor." She responded quickly, abandoning any notions of privacy. After all, her life took precedence. "Very well." Tang Chuan nodded, suddenly extending his left hand to cover her mouth, then struck her neck with force. The receptionist's body slumped, collapsing in her chair, unconscious. He draped her jacket over her, pretending she was merely asleep, and then silently entered the elevator as if nothing had transpired. Ding! The elevator halted at the 6th floor, and as the door slid open, Tang Chuan emerged like a specter. The 6th floor housed a total of 22 rooms. Time was indeed limited. As he contemplated this, a sense of urgency washed over him. He resolved to begin his search from room 622, working backward. Having previously seen the individual's face, he was confident he would recognize him instantly upon sight. Upon opening the door to room 622, he found a balding older man engaged in intimate activities with a young woman. Name: Yong Bujing, Gender, male. Ability, name, Jinlian. Gender, female. Ability, none. Upon encountering the two individuals, two translucent panels materialized before Tang Chuan's eyes. As the doors suddenly swung open, a man wielding a small knife burst in, exuding an air of menace, causing the bald man to cower in fear. I apologize. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. Please don't kill me. Just as he uttered his plea, he realized that Tang Chuan had already departed, casually shutting the door behind him. Shall we continue? The young girl asked, momentarily stunned by the door's closure. Continue? You nearly scared me to death. The bald man retaliated with a harsh slap to the girl's face. You wretched bald head. If it weren't for needing the money for an abortion, I would have slept with you. Do you dare strike me now? Watch me bite you to death. Tang Chuan, standing at the doorway, was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a sensational piece of gossip. Shaking his head, he proceeded to the door of room 621 and opened it. Regrettably, it was still not the supreme being he sought. After frightening yet another individual, Tang Chuan closed the door once more. This was not merely due to a habit of closing doors formed in childhood. He simply wished to avoid any potential threats from these individuals should they transform into something sinister. As he continued down the corridor, passing rooms 620, 619, 618, and 617, Tang Chuan encountered nothing but screams and a few terrified men, yet he still did not find the ultimate being. Upon reaching room 616, he opened the door and entered. The room contained a waterbed, and a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses was intently binding a woman's hands and feet with rope. Quite the elaborate setup, Tang Chuan thought. His interest piqued. This was not due to witnessing a binding play, but rather because this bespectacled man was none other than the future renowned supreme being. Name, Zhang Jinji. Gender, male. Ability, gravitational force, unevolved. Indeed, it was a case of seeking far and wide only to find the desired object effortlessly. Tang Chuan Juka, moistening his dry lips before suddenly lunging forward and kicking the man, sending him sprawling. Ah! The man cried out in agony, clutching his side where he had been struck, while the bound woman instinctively let out a scream. Enough noise! Tang Chuan bellowed, swinging his fist toward the woman's forehead, causing her to slump unconscious. In an instant, the woman who had just been enjoying an intimate moment found herself knocked out by a robust intruder, leaving the future supreme being pale and trembling with fear. Who are you? On what grounds do you strike me? He stammered, struggling to contain his terror. Soon, she will no longer be human, and neither will you, Tang Chuan replied, not hastening to reclaim his fruit knife, instead turning to stand beside the man. What do you mean? Soon she will no longer be human. The man was about to inquire further when he suddenly saw Tang Chuan lift his foot and violently stomp down on his knee. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, prompting an uncontrollable scream as Tang Chuan crushed his knee mercilessly. What on earth? Before he could finish his sentence, the man succumbed to the agony and lost consciousness. At that moment, the clock struck 10 o'clock. A rift in space opened, and evolutionary energy instantly flooded the globe, transforming the bodies of all living beings. The day of evolution had begun. Time was of the essence. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened as he casually seized a fruit knife from beside the hospital bed, a tool previously used by a classmate to peel apples, roughly the length of a palm. He needed to obtain the universal key card. Concealing the fruit knife in his pocket, Tang Chuan silently departed from the school hospital and made his way to a place called Heat Wave, a themed hotel. Entering the hotel, Tang Chuan approached the front desk and whispered, "Tell me which room Zhang Jinji is in, and give me the universal key card." The receptionist momentarily froze, her mind racing with various infidelity scenarios. However, she could not divulge any information directly to Tang Chuan and ultimately chose to remain silent. "Sir, we cannot disclose customer privacy," she replied with a professionally feigned smile, shaking her head. "I am not seeking your permission. This is an order." Tang Chuan slightly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a cold, ruthless intent. In such apocalyptic times, even his desire to survive was stained with blood. There are not only zombies but also humans. "What do you want?" The receptionist furrowed her brow, about to call for security, but Tang Chuan seized her by the throat. Within seconds, her face turned crimson from lack of oxygen. Hand over the universal keycard. Otherwise, you will die. Tang Chuan spoke icily, his breath seeming to exude frost. MMM. The receptionist mumbled incoherently before hurriedly fumbling through the counter to retrieve a key card, which she then handed over. It was a black card labeled Heat Wave Hotel Staff Only, inscribed with only a few words, yet that was sufficient. This special key card could unlock all the rooms. Tang Chuan released his grip. Just as the receptionist began to feel the relief of regained oxygen, Tang Chuan's voice cut through once more. What room number? I truly don't know. I just started my shift. All I know is that there are guests on the 6th floor. She replied hastily, abandoning any thoughts of privacy. What was privacy compared to her life? Tang Chuan nodded and, in a flash, extended his left hand to cover her mouth, then struck her neck decisively. The receptionist's body slumped, collapsing into her chair, unconscious. Tang Chuan draped her jacket over her, feigning that she was merely asleep. Silently, as if nothing had transpired, he stepped into the elevator. Ding! The elevator halted at the 6th floor, and as the doors opened, Tang Chuan darted out like a specter. There were 22 rooms on this floor, and time was of the essence. With this thought, Tang Chuan felt a sense of urgency constricting his breath. He swiftly resolved to search from room 622 to 601 from the back to the front. Having seen the face of his target, he was confident that he would recognize them instantly upon sight. Upon opening the door to room 622, he found a balding old man and a young woman engaged in physical activity. Name, Yong Bujing. Gender, male. Ability, name, Jinlian. Gender, female. Ability, none. The moment he laid eyes on the two transparent panels appeared before him. Startled by the sudden entrance of a man wielding a small knife, the balding man was instantly terrified. Please. I had no idea she was a girlfriend. Don't kill me. As he began to plead for mercy, Tang Chuan had already exited, nonchalantly closing the door behind him. Should we continue? The young woman asked, still in shock as the door clicked shut. Continue? Are you insane? You nearly scared me to death. The balding man then slapped the girl harshly across the face. You bald fool. If it weren't for needing money for an abortion, I wouldn't have slept with you. Do you dare hit me now? Tang Chuan, lingering by the door, was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Shaking his head, he proceeded to room 621 and opened the door. Regrettably, it was not the elusive figure he sought. After frightening yet another individual, he closed the door behind him once more, not out of habit, but simply to avoid a potential threat should these individuals transform into something monstrous. He continued past rooms 620, 619, 618, and 617. Apart from the screams and several terrified men, Tang Chuan found no trace of the ultimate being. Now at room 616, he opened the door and stepped inside. This room housed a waterbed, and a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses was intently binding a woman's hands and feet with rope. How extravagant! Tang Chuan's eyes brightened. Not for the spectacle of bondage, but because this bespectacled man was destined to become the renowned supreme being. Name, Zhang Jinji. Gender, male. Ability, universal gravitation, unevolved. Indeed, he had traversed a long and arduous path only to find his quarry without effort. Smiling, he moistened his dry lips and then, with a sudden burst of speed, delivered a powerful kick that sent the man flying. Ah! The man screamed in agony, clutching his side where he had been struck, while the bound woman instinctively let out a shriek. Enough of this noise. Tang Chuan swung his fist and struck the woman on the forehead, causing her head to loll as she lost consciousness. In an instant, the woman, who had just been indulging in intimate pleasures, was knocked unconscious by a sudden blow from a robust man. The future supreme being was instantly rendered pale, trembling uncontrollably. Why you? Who are you? What gives you the right to strike me? The man stammered, desperately suppressing his fear. She will soon cease to be human, and so shall you. Without haste to retrieve his fruit knife, Tang Chuan turned and approached the man. Soon cease to be human? What do you mean? Just as the man was about to inquire further, he witnessed Tang Chuan raise his foot and stomp down mercilessly on his knee joint. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he could not contain a blood-curdling scream as Tang Chuan shattered his kneecap beneath his weight. What are you? Before he could finish, the man succumbed to the agony and fell into unconsciousness. At that moment, the clock struck 10. A rift in space opened, and evolution energy flooded the globe, transforming the bodies of all living beings. The day of evolution had commenced. Chapter 3. Gravity. The body of the unconscious man began to undergo rapid transformation. His skin turned pale, as if he had been submerged in water for days, exuding a sickly hue. Soon, brownish corpse-like spots began to appear on his body, spreading across his torso and limbs, leaving only his face untouched. Suddenly, the man jolted awake, his pupils now a ghastly gray. He opened his mouth and emitted a terrifying, inhuman scream. A zombie! Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened, and a voice echoed in his mind. Potential target identified for Plunder. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, Tang Chuan circled behind the zombie and tightened his grip around its neck, rendering it unable to bite him. Plunder. The moment the command left his lips, a peculiar sensation surged through Tang Chuan's body. It felt as if something was being drawn from the zombie's form before flooding into him. His muscles and veins seemed on the verge of tearing apart, akin to a frenzied rodent wreaking havoc within, gnawing and clawing at his bodily tissues from the inside out. This was the agonizing ordeal that accompanied evolution, an experience no one could evade. Gritting his teeth, Tang Chuan held onto the zombie's neck in silence. If he were to falter and lose consciousness, he would undoubtedly become fodder for the undead. In a moment of desperation, Tang Chuan opened his mouth and bit down hard on the back of the zombie's skull. As the pain intensified within him, his teeth sank deeply into the zombie's brain, foul, black blood flooding into his mouth. This torment persisted for a full 10 minutes until the sensation of being torn apart finally abated. Ability. Gravity has been successfully plundered. The system's voice resonated in his mind, allowing Tang Chuan to exhale in relief. With a swift kick, he sent the zombie sprawling and hurriedly spat out the vile black blood from his mouth. He had no desire to become a zombie right after his rebirth. At that moment, the back of the zombie's skull bore a deep bite mark, exposing the bone. Yet such an injury posed no threat to it. Before long, he staggered and rose to his feet once more. A deafening roar erupted from the zombie as it lunged towards him with frenzied intent. Yet, as the grotesque creature drew ever closer, Tang Chuan remained utterly composed, devoid of any trepidation. In that fleeting moment of successful evolution, he experienced a profound epiphany. Everything in the universe seemed to form an inexplicable bond with him, and the entity most intimately connected to him was none other than the very planet beneath his feet, a cradle for countless lives. Was this the essence of universal gravitation? As Tang Chuan opened his eyes, a look of rapture filled his gaze. The sensation was exquisite, as if he had become the epicenter of existence, the sovereign of all creation. Yet, the guttural growl of the zombie yanked him back to the grim reality. The foul maw of the creature was but a step away, yet that distance was insurmountable for it. Tenfold gravity. Kneel before me. Tang Chuan summoned his evolutionary energy, activating his extraordinary ability. The gravitational force within a radius of 2.5 meters around him surged to 10 times its original strength. The human knee is frail, and, upon zombification, the cells lose their vitality, rendering the knee's resilience even weaker. The sudden increase in gravity shattered the zombie's delicate knees, causing it to crumple and kneel upon the ground. With the weight of its own mass nearly overwhelming it, the zombie resorted to propping itself up with its hands, its head striking the ground as it finally submitted. "Kneel," Tang Chuan uttered coldly, then lifted his foot and brought it down with force upon the creature's head. The gravity field of tenfold would not affect him, so the strength of his kick was akin to that of an ordinary person. However, for the beleaguered zombie, the force was utterly lethal. Its arms shattered instantly, and its body crashed to the ground, shattering the tiles beneath. Its skull exploded like a watermelon struck by a bat. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolutionary points 1. The system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Evolutionary points? What purpose do they serve? Tang Chuan in quit. The host can utilize evolutionary points to further evolve the acquired abilities, enhancing their potency. The host may also use these points to evolve the system itself, unlocking additional abilities for Plunder and expanding its functionalities. In an instant, a panel of attributes materialized before Tang Chuan's eyes. Name: Tang Chuan, System Evolution Level, LV1, 0-10,000. Strength, 22, 10. Speed, 15, 5. Physique, 20, 10. Energy, 55, 55. Ability: Universal Gravitation, LV1, 0-100. Acquired abilities, 1-5. Evolutionary points, 1. Seeing that the system required a staggering 10,000 points for evolution astonished Tang Chuan. Each zombie was worth 1 point, meaning that 1,000 points equated to 1,000 zombies. Such a figure was astronomically high. In contrast, the evolution of abilities required merely 100 points, which suddenly felt much more attainable. As the gravity field was lifted, Tang Chuan sat on the waterbed, deep in contemplation. At present, the majority of zombies posed no significant threat. It was the perfect time to hunt them for points. Soon, however, many zombies would evolve and develop supernatural abilities, making their extermination significantly more challenging. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies remained weak, he resolved to eliminate as many as possible to accumulate points, ideally procuring a few suitable abilities along the way. Just as he solidified his strategy, a muffled roar erupted behind him. In an instant, the woman he had just incapacitated lunged at him, transformed into a zombie. The putrid drool nearly splattered onto Tang Chuan's face. Startled, he rolled away just in time. The zombie missed its target and crashed onto the ground, leaving a distinct claw mark embedded in the tiles. Once transformed, the zombies exhibited immense strength, capable of increasing their power 20-fold without difficulty. Taking advantage of a zombie's momentary confusion, Tang Chuan swiftly drew a fruit knife and charged forward. Activating the gravity field, the zombie slammed into the ground as if crushed by an invisible weight, its teeth gnawing at the tiles beneath. With precision akin to a serpentine strike, the knife, under Tang Chuan's control, pierced the zombie's eye socket, plunging directly into its brain. Within moments, the zombie lay still, lifeless. Kill a non-evolved zombie. Gain evolution points X1. Echoed the system's voice, allowing Tang Chuan to exhale in relief as he deactivated the gravity field. After a brief respite, he decided to exit the hotel and ventured into the corridor. Outside, a cacophony of screams and zombie growls filled the air. Suddenly, a door swung open. Chapter 3. Universal Gravitation. The unconscious man's body began to undergo rapid transformation. His skin turned pale, reminiscent of someone submerged in water for days, emanating an unhealthy pallor. Soon, dark brown cadaveric spots appeared, spreading across his torso and limbs, leaving only his face untouched. Abruptly, the man opened his eyes wide, revealing pupils of a ghastly gray. He then unleashed a horrific, inhuman scream. A zombie. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened as a voice echoed in his mind. Target for plunder detected. Proceed with plundering? Without hesitation, he maneuvered behind the zombie and tightened his grip around its neck, rendering it unable to bite him. Plunder. As soon as the command was uttered, an extraordinary sensation surged through Tang Chuan's body. It felt as though something was being extracted from the zombie's form before flooding into him. His muscles and veins felt as if they were being torn apart, akin to a frantic rodent rampaging within, gnawing and clawing at his physical structure from the inside out. This was the agony of evolution that one must confront, an unavoidable ordeal for anyone. Tang Chuan clenched his teeth tightly, resolutely gripping the zombie's neck in silence. Should he falter and lose consciousness, he would undoubtedly become fodder for the undead. With fierce determination, he opened his mouth and sank his teeth deep into the back of the zombie's skull. As the agony within him intensified, his teeth embedded themselves further into the creature's brain, and putrid black blood flowed into his mouth. This torment endured for a full 10 minutes, akin to the sensation of his body being torn apart before it finally subsided. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ability acquired. Universal Gravitation successfully siphoned. Only then did Tang Chuan exhale a sigh of relief. He kicked the zombie away and quickly spat out the vile black blood. He had no desire to become a zombie so soon after being reborn. At this moment, the back of a zombie's head bore a deep bite mark, exposing the bone. Yet such an injury posed no threat to it. Shortly, the creature staggered back to its feet. With a guttural roar, the zombie lunged at him with wild abandon. Yet, as it drew nearer, Tang Chuan remained utterly unperturbed. In the instant of his successful evolution, a profound clarity washed over him. It was as though the universe had forged an inexplicable bond with him, and among all existence, the planet beneath his feet, teeming with life, was most intimately connected to him. Was this the essence of universal gravitation? With eyes wide open, he was enraptured by the sensation. It felt exquisite, as if he had become the very epicenter of the world, the sovereign of all creation. A guttural roar from the zombie jerked him back to reality. The creature's foul maw was now mere steps away from him, yet that distance was forever unattainable. Tenfold gravity. Bow before me. Tang Chuan summoned his evolutionary energy to activate his ability, causing the gravitational force within a radius of 2.5 meters around him to surge to 10 times its usual strength. Human knees are frail, and when zombified, the cellular vitality diminishes, rendering their resilience even weaker. The sudden spike in gravity crushed the zombie's debilitated knees, causing it to collapse to the ground. Under the immense weight, the zombie struggled to brace itself with its hands, its head hitting the ground as it knelt. Tang Chuan coldly uttered a remark before lifting his foot and forcefully bringing it down upon the zombie's head. The gravity field exerted no influence on him, so the force of his kick was that of an ordinary human. However, for the already struggling zombie, this blow proved to be fatal. Its arms shattered instantly, and its body slammed against the ground, shattering the tiles beneath it. Its skull exploded like a watermelon struck by a baseball bat. Zombie killed, evolution points gained. 1. The system's voice suddenly chimed in his mind. Evolution points? What purpose do they serve? Tang Chuan inquired. The host may utilize evolution points to further develop the siphoned abilities, enhancing their potency. The host may utilize evolution points to enhance the system, which, upon evolution, will unlock additional abilities for plundering, as well as new functionalities. Suddenly, a shimmering attribute panel materialized before Tang Chuan. Name, Tang Chuan. System evolution level, LV1, 0-10,000. Strength, 22, 10. Speed, 15, 5. Physique, 20, 10. Energy, 55, 55. Ability, gravitational manipulation, LV1, 0, 100. Plundered abilities, 1-5. Evolution points, 1. Noticing that the evolution system required a staggering 10,000 points, Tang Chuan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Each zombie was worth a single point, which meant that the requirement equated to the elimination of 10,000 zombies, a truly astronomical figure. In contrast, evolving an ability only necessitated a mere 100 points, which seemed considerably more attainable. With the gravitational field deactivated, Tang Chuan sat on the waterbed, deep in contemplation. At present, the vast majority of zombies posed little threat. This moment was the most opportune for hunting them to accumulate points. However, if he delayed, he would soon encounter a horde of evolved zombies possessing formidable abilities, making future hunts significantly more challenging. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies remained weak, he resolved to slay as many as possible and, ideally, acquire a few suitable abilities to plunder. Having established a strategic approach, Tang Chuan was suddenly startled by a muffled roar emanating from behind him. In the next instant, the woman he had just incapacitated lunged at him, transformed into a zombie. The putrid saliva nearly splattered across his face. Startled, Tang Chuan executed a roll to evade her grasp. The zombie missed and crashed violently to the ground, leaving a distinct claw mark imprinted on the tiles. Upon transformation, the zombie's strength would multiply, easily increasing by 20-fold. Taking advantage of the zombie's momentary confusion, Tang Chuan swiftly drew a fruit knife and charged forward. The gravitational field reactivated. The downed zombie was instantly pinned to the ground as if trapped beneath an invisible weight, its teeth gnawing futilely at the tiles. With precision, the small knife, under Tang Chuan's control, darted like a nimble serpent, piercing the zombie's eye socket and burrowing deep into its brain. In the next heartbeat, the zombie lay motionless, lifeless. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points X1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tang Chuan exhaled in relief and deactivated the gravitational field. After a brief rest, he resolved to exit the hotel, making his way into the corridor. Outside, a cacophony of chaos erupted, filled with screams and the guttural roars of zombies. Suddenly, a door swung open. Chapter 4. The unilateral massacre. The woman named Jean Lien burst forth from the room, her naked form exposed, with a gaping wound on her left shoulder as though a piece of flesh had been savagely torn away. Blood and gore were splattered everywhere. "Help, help! That bald man has gone mad. He wants to devour me." Upon spotting Tang Chuan, she rushed towards him as if he were her savior. No sooner had she fled than a zombie emerged from the doorway, the very bald man she had fled from. With a ferocious roar, the zombie lunged forward, its mouth still gnawing on a chunk of flesh, bits of meat and blood spraying onto the floor. Tang Chuan sprang into action, sidestepping the woman and advancing directly toward the zombie. "Be careful, he seems deranged," the woman warned, her heart racing as she watched him approach. Tang Chuan paid no heed to her warning. Even in his past life, he could have easily dispatched such a zombie, let alone now, endowed with the power of gravity. Tenfold gravitational field activate. The once menacing zombie suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if an unseen force had overwhelmed it. What is this?" The woman gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan calmly brandished a fruit knife and thrust it into the zombie's eye socket. "Kidan evolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. A prompt echoed in his mind as he withdrew the knife. The lifeless zombie crumpled, dark blood oozing from its hollow eye. "Ah, someone's been killed." The woman gasped, her face paling as she let out a terrified scream. The shrill sound caused Tang Chuan to frown, and he quickly strode toward her. The gravitational field enveloped her, and she felt an overwhelming weight pressing her to the ground, rendering her immobile. Realizing the peril she was in, the woman broke down in tears, pleading, "No, please don't kill me." As the fruit knife pierced the back of her head, her desperate cries were abruptly silenced. Once an unevolved human was bitten by a zombie, transformation into one was inevitable. Thus, preemptively eliminating them was the wisest choice. As he retracted the knife, Tang Chuan sensed a troubling realization. Killing seemed not to yield evolution points. Suddenly, a cacophony of zombie roars erupted from the staircase. Before Tang Chuan could react, a throng of over a dozen zombies surged up the stairs. Clad in identical uniforms, they appeared to be the hotel staff. Though the reason for their prior gathering on the 5th floor eluded him, they now descended as relentless zombies. The leading zombie, catching sight of Tang Chuan alone in the corridor, was driven into a frenzy by the scent of fresh flesh. With a distorted run, it charged toward him. Despite its comical posture, its speed was undeniable. Ability activated. Tenfold gravitational field engage. Tang Chuan inhaled deeply, summoning his power. At the center of a radius of 2.5 meters, the gravitational force instantaneously magnified to tenfold its original intensity. The zombies that had already infiltrated this gravitational field were caught off guard, their bodies immediately shrinking in stature. With a resounding crash, a zombie, unable to control its speed amidst the sudden increase in gravity, fell heavily to the ground. The pristine white tiles were instantly stained by the blackened ichor of the corpse. A portion of a zombie's skull was indented from the impact, with dark blood gushing forth as if it were free-flowing. Despite this, the creature did not perish. It continued to roar with its mouth agape. Tang Chuan seized a stainless steel trash can placed in the corridor and swung it forcefully at the zombie's head. Under the influence of tenfold gravity, even a trash can transformed into a formidable weapon. The sharp edge of the can pierced into the zombie's skull, causing a gruesome eruption of white brain matter mingled with black blood. Upon vanquishing the unevolved zombie, he earned an evolution point. However, before he could catch his breath, 5 more zombies surged forward in a tight cluster. The hotel corridor, already narrow, became even more constricted as these 5 zombies squeezed past one another, nearly merging into one grotesque entity. Thanks to their presence, nearly a dozen zombies trailing behind them were momentarily hindered by this wall of corpses, unable to advance. Roar! Roar! The 5 zombies, huddled together, waved their arms and bellowed loudly. Help! Help me! A piercing female voice cried from room 613, and a disheveled young girl, clad simply and with a visage of terror, burst forth. Upon seeing another person, the 5 zombies instantly grew animated, baring their teeth menacingly. "Ah!" the girl screamed, slamming the door behind her with force. Then, wide-eyed with fear, she dashed towards Tang Chuan. "Help me, please. Someone in the room has gone mad. He seems intent on killing me. We need to run." Recognizing Tang Chuan's bold demeanor amidst the chaos, with corpses strewn at his feet, she instinctively sought his aid in fleeing. "Run?" Tang Chuan chuckled softly. These dozen or so zombies appeared fierce, but to him, they were merely fish awaiting slaughter. Who would flee from fish poised on a chopping board? Tenfold gravity field, activate. He re-engaged his extraordinary ability and, rather than retreating, pressed forward, brushing past the girl as he charged towards the 5 horrifying zombies. "Wait, are you insane? You can't possibly take them all on alone." The girl gasped, her face paling in fright. As she turned to chastise Tang Chuan for his recklessness, she witnessed the 5 zombies suddenly seeming as if they were being forcefully pressed down by invisible hands. In an instant, 5 zombies collapsed to the ground, each struggling to support themselves with their hands, resembling individuals burdened by immense stones weighing hundreds of pounds. With a swift motion, Tang Chuan drew a fruit knife and plunged it into the eye sockets of each zombie. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. In the span of half a minute, the 5 zombies, once menacing and intent on devouring him, became mere souls lost beneath Tang Chuan's blade, contributing a total of 5 evolution points. The young girl, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt her stomach churn as the air thickened with the stench of blood. Despite her usual fondness for gory films, the sight of 5 beings meeting their demise before her eyes left her shaken, her legs trembling as if they might give way at any moment. Who was this striking figure? And what was the nature of these crazed creatures? She soon recognized that these zombies bore no resemblance to ordinary humans. Just then, a zombie gnawing on a human arm emerged from the staircase, sending a jolt of fear through her body. Wait, could this group truly be zombies? Hearing the creature's garbled sounds, Tang Chuan turned his head slightly and nodded, saying, "If you know what's good for you, run." With that, he turned back and charged toward the remaining 10 or so zombies. This was a one-sided massacre. As he approached, zombies of all shapes and sizes, regardless of gender, were compelled to kneel. Tang Chuan's only task was to methodically thrust the knife into their eye sockets and withdraw it. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. In no time, the dozen zombies had met their end. Evolution points 20. Seeing that he had amassed 20 evolution points, Tang Chuan nodded slightly. This pace was commendable. If it continued, he might well upgrade his powers within the day. This ability, gravity, was already exceedingly formidable at its inception, and he found himself eagerly anticipating just how high it could ascend with further upgrades. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Tang Chuan glanced back to find that the young girl had returned, now being pursued by 3 zombies intent on biting her. "Help! Save me!" Her eyes sparkled with hope as she spotted Tang Chuan, and she exerted all her strength to cry out. Though he initially wished to disregard her, Tang Chuan couldn't help but check her attributes. Name, Yutian. Gender, female. Ability, energy shield, unevolved. To his surprise, she possessed an ability. Tang Chuan's expression revealed a hint of astonishment, and he imperceptibly nodded in acknowledgement. This individual's extraordinary abilities may yet prove to be of some utility. Chapter 5:005 My name is Yutian, the cleverest girl in the village. Crouching down with her head held, Tang Chuan reminded her gently before striding directly towards him. Tenfold gravity field, activate. This time, Tang Chuan did not evade Yutian, but rather enveloped her within the gravitational range. As the gravity surged instantaneously, Yution's body, half-crouched, plummeted with accelerated force, ultimately landing with a thud upon the ground. The three zombies trailing her collapsed to their knees in an instant. Yution felt as if her body had multiplied in weight, the heaviness of her head now painfully apparent, causing her cervical spine to creak ominously. Anxiety gripped her heart. Would her neck endure this strain? What if it snapped unexpectedly, leaving her to perish in obscurity? Amidst her profound unease, Yution strained to lift her head toward Tang Chuan, struggling to part her lips and uttering in a hoarse voice, "My neck. It feels like it's going to break." Tang Chuan smiled faintly at her words. With a small knife in hand, he hummed a tune leisurely as he circled around her, grasping her shoulder firmly and effortlessly turning her a full 180 degrees, allowing her to behold the three zombies merely half a meter away. Though the zombies were subdued by the gravitational force, they continued to howl incessantly, dark blood and bits of entrails spewing from their mouths. The horrifying scene before her sent a chill racing from her seated form to the crown of her head, draining all color from her delicate face. "Kill them. Please. Kill them quickly." In her terror, Yution could not restrain her voice, nearly screaming to the point of rupture. "Oh," Tang Chuan replied with a slight smile, lifting his knife and plunging it into the eye socket of the nearest zombie. As he withdrew the blade, he deliberately twisted it several times, then yanked it out forcefully, a torrent of blood coupled with a shattered eyeball erupting from the gaping wound. The dislodged eyeball struck Yution squarely in the face, splattering her with dark ichor. "Ah!" Yution felt her stomach churn violently, her mind exploding as if engulfed in chaos. Her scream rivaled the most piercing dolphin call. "If you don't want to become a zombie, spit out the blood," Tang Chuan said, crossing his arms with a smile. Ugh, 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 ugh. Upon hearing the prospect of becoming a zombie, Yution panicked, desperately expelling the foul liquid until her mouth was devoid of saliva, continuously blowing out air in distress. Witnessing this comical scene, Tang Chuan could not help but chuckle, though his expression swiftly shifted back to seriousness. His actions were not merely for amusement. He sought to achieve a dual purpose with these zombies. Firstly, to demonstrate his strength and instill fear in her. Though she was merely a woman, it was prudent to remain cautious. Tang Chuan only dared to keep those utterly intimidated by him close, for betrayal could spell disaster. Secondly, it is for Yution herself. The apocalypse has arrived, and only by swiftly adapting to the current circumstances can one hope to survive. Otherwise, what chance does one have if a mere sighting of a zombie sends one into a panic? Since she intends to work for him, it is imperative that she undergoes the necessary training. "Hey, do you want to live?" Tang Chuan inquired. Yes, of course I do. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply, even if it means toiling like a beast. Just hurry up and eliminate these zombies," Yution exclaimed urgently, her head nodding fervently as if it were a chick pecking at grains. "This is what you said yourself. I did not coerce you, right?" Tang Chuan juka, flicking the bloodied fruit knife in his hand. Yution swallowed hard, feeling a wave of dismay wash over her. "Sir, were you really not involved in a pyramid scheme before? The underworld isn't as dark as you are." Despite her inner musings, she quickly responded, "I was not coerced. I willingly offer myself to serve you." Hearing this, Tang Chuan nodded approvingly and gently patted her shoulder, though his touch lacked force. The weight of tenfold gravity made each tap resonate painfully. If her clothes were removed, her shoulder would surely be flushed red. Yution gasped, stifling her pain in silence. After all, she had just declared her willingness to toil. Failing to perform now would be quite problematic. "I am absolutely obedient to you," she exclaimed, gradually losing her strength as she sat on the ground, overwhelmed by the gravitational pressure, her head barely able to lift, yet she continued to express her loyalty. Observing her state, Tang Chuan recognized that his goals had nearly been fulfilled, and he swiftly dispatched the remaining two zombies. Kill the unevolved zombie, gain evolution points 1. Kill the unevolved zombie, gain evolution points 1. With the demise of the last two zombies, Tang Chuan lifted the gravitational suppression. The sudden alleviation of pressure allowed Yution to breathe more easily, and she hurriedly wiped the zombie blood from her face before struggling to rise. Bowing deeply, her body nearly bent at a 90-degree angle, she respectfully said, "My name is Yu Tian. Thank you for saving my life." She did not raise her head, maintaining her bow, her body trembling slightly from fear. "I am Tang Chuan. I am not a villain. You may follow me from now on." Tang Chuan gestured dismissively. "Tang Chuan. No. Can I call you Brother Chuan from now on?" Yu Tian cautiously inquired, lifting her head. "Tang Chuan not det non chalen." Names are merely labels. It matters little what one is called. At that moment, Yu Tian studied him closely, yet her face still bore an expression of sheer terror. As a rural girl, who could have imagined that her arrival in the bustling city would lead her to be deceived by nefarious individuals? Who could have anticipated that just as the villains were about to make their move, the day of evolution would arrive, transforming them into zombies? Who could have imagined that after narrowly escaping the clutches of the undead, she would immediately encounter a dashing hero endowed with extraordinary powers, who would come to her rescue? Yu Tian felt that the events of this day were sufficient material for her to boast about for an entire year upon returning to her village. "Stop dawdling. We must leave this place at once," Tang Chuan urged, dismissing her moment of reflection as he gently ruffled her hair and made his way toward the elevator. "Wait, don't go to the elevator," Yu Tian exclaimed, rushing to position herself in front of him, her face pale with fear as she pointed towards the lift. "There are 2 zombie dogs in the elevator. The 3 zombies that chased me earlier were unleashed by those creatures. They are terrifying. We cannot take the elevator. Is that so? Then we shall procure a weapon for you and exit via the stairs," Tang Chuan replied, his brow furrowing as he surveyed their surroundings, contemplating where he might find a means of defense for her. After all, his abilities were only at level 1, while he could adequately protect himself. Safeguarding another might pose a challenge. At that moment, Yu Tian interjected, "Brother Chuan, I know where there are weapons. In the room I just exited. The villain who lured me to the hotel was armed with a formidable-looking knife." "Lured to a hotel?" Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress an appraising glance at Yu Tian. She possessed striking features and an appealing figure. Though not quite voluptuous, she was certainly well-proportioned. If a score of 10 were the standard, he would readily assign her an 8. 8. She was indeed attractive, but regrettably lacking in intellect. "Hey, don't say I lack brains. I am recognized as the smartest girl in the village," Yu Tian retorted, her eyes widening in indignation as she hurried to catch up with him. This lively demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier pallor, showcasing her impressive psychological resilience. Tang Chuan nodded slightly, silently commending her. In the face of the apocalypse, possessing a robust mental fortitude is as crucial as wielding immense power. The trials of the future would undoubtedly escalate in absurdity. Without a resilient heart, survival would be utterly impossible. Chapter 6. Steady the knife. Tang Chuan paused at the threshold of room 613. Moments ago, Yu Tian had fled from this very room, and the incessant growls of a zombie echoed from behind the door. It was evident that this was the creature that had lured Yu Tian to the hotel. "Be careful, Chuan Gu," Yu Tian cautioned, hugging her shoulders and swallowing hard. Her gaze towards the door was tinged with fear. After all, not long ago, she had narrowly escaped being assaulted and then nearly succumbed to the undead. It was only natural to feel trepidation. "It's all right," Tang Chuan replied casually. He then produced a master key card to unlock the door and forcefully pushed it open. The sudden motion sent the zombie, which had been pressed against the door, stumbling to the ground. Upon seeing a person enter, the fallen zombie became frenzied, its hunger for fresh flesh overwhelming. "Humph." Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, his expression relaxed, dismissing the zombie as a threat. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's chest, sending it crashing back to the floor. Though the zombie felt no pain, it roared in fury, its already grotesque visage becoming even more menacing, resembling a fearsome specter from the depths of hell. Noticing that the zombie was temporarily incapacitated, Tang Chuan took his time surveying the room. It was a spacious suite, distinguishable from typical hotel rooms by its vibrating bed. His attention shifted from the electric bed to 2 items on a nightstand. One was a military dagger, its blade gleaming ominously, bearing a blood groove with a leather-wrapped handle. Tang Chuan recognized its quality. It was undoubtedly a product of military craftsmanship, adept for slicing through bone with ease. Excellent, he mused, pondering why a deceitful trickster targeting naive girls had acquired such a fine weapon. However, since it was now in his possession, he would not dwell on its origins. Yu Tian, retrieve that knife, he instructed. Huh? Oh, all right. Yu Tian dashed around the struggling zombie, swiftly grasping the military knife and returning to Tang Chuan's side. She presented it to him with both hands, exclaiming, "Here, I've brought the knife." Tang Chuan shook his head, gesturing for her to keep it. "You should keep it for yourself. I have no use for it." But Yu Tian hesitated, wanted to protest, but she fell silent as she watched Tang Chuan approach the nightstand, seemingly intent on something else. Walking directly to the nightstand, Tang Chuan discovered another item that piqued his interest, a heavy crystal sculpture, solid and weighty in his grasp. "Just perfect," he remarked with a slight smile, lifting the sculpture while making his way towards the zombie. Though the zombie had lost its intellect, the sight of Tang Chuan's mischievous grin and imposing stride instinctively signaled impending doom. Thus, the zombie, having barely managed to rise, forsook its craving for human flesh and turned to flee, fearing that a moment's delay would result in being dragged into unspeakable horrors. "Hey, don't run." Tang Chuan, however, had no intention of allowing it to escape. He swiftly seized the zombie by the shoulder and, with a powerful tug, utilized his considerable strength, further amplified by his awakened abilities. This was no trifling matter. A mere ordinary zombie, unaltered by evolution, was no match and was immediately pulled to the ground. With a defeated roar, the fallen creature gazed at Tang Chuan, who was weighing a crystal sculpture in his hands, its despair palpable. In a translation of its anguished cries, it might have pleaded for him to stay away. Thud! Tang Chuan pressed his foot firmly against the zombie's chest, then bent down to strike its left arm mercilessly with the crystal sculpture. A resounding crack echoed as the blow severed the arm into two limp segments, rendering it utterly useless. The zombie, now bereft of an arm, emitted a wretched howl. Thud! 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 Accompanied by 3 thunderous impacts. All of the creature's limbs were shattered, leaving it immobile. Although it remained alive, it posed no further threat. "Chuan, brother, what are you doing?" Yu Qian, who had witnessed the entire brutal display, trembled slightly, her voice quavering. Could it be that he was a sadist? Would he one day unleash such violence upon her if he were to be in a foul mood? The mere thought drained the color from her face. "Oh, it's just a bit of tidying up. It's more convenient this way." Tang Chuan casually wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, offering a nonchalant explanation. "Convenient? For what?" Yu Qian asked, confusion etched across her features. Tang Chuan approached her, flashed a faint smile, and said, "Why? To make it easier for you to kill him." "What?" Yu Qian was taken aback, her shoulders trembling as she instinctively stepped back. Although she had witnessed Tang Chuan slay numerous zombies, the chasm between watching and actively participating felt insurmountable. Despite the zombies' frenzied movements and grotesque expressions, they still bore a semblance of human form. How could a woman who flinched at the mere sight of insects possibly muster the courage to take a life? No, I can't do it. Brother Chuan, grant him a swift end." Yu Qian retreated further, casting a pleading look towards Tang Chuan. He chuckled softly, shaking his head gently. This scene was reminiscent of his own early days of confronting zombies. Humanity, after all, transitions from fear to bravery. It is a universal journey. Tang Chuan positioned himself behind Yu Qian, wrapping an arm around her as they approached the incapacitated zombie. In the face of his overwhelming strength, Yu Qian had no choice but to follow passively, drawing closer to the helpless creature. Roar! As 2 figures approached, the zombies immediately erupted into frenzied roars, gnashing at the air with a madness surpassing that of a wounded beast. "I cannot endure this. Brother Chuan, I truly cannot." Yu Tian, overwhelmed by fear, had shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do not be afraid. I will assist you," Tang Chuan reassured her, gently patting her head before stepping behind her and grasping her small hands in his own. Her hands were somewhat cold and trembling violently, but after being held by Tang Chuan, the intensity of her shivering seemed to lessen. Soon after, She heard his magnetic voice close to her ear, accompanied by a warm, moist breath. Steady your grip on the knife. Chapter 7. The growth of Yution, a reassuring voice enveloped her ears, as warm hands clasped her own, and a powerful, dependable man stood behind her. For some inexplicable reason, Yution suddenly felt her fear dissipate, her eyes fluttering open once more. However, upon gazing at the ghastly figure of the zombie on the ground, a surge of trepidation washed over her. No, Chuan-ge, I still can't. Tang Chuan remained unhurried, whispering softly in her ear, "You were deceived into coming to this hotel by him, were you not?" "Yes, that's true. If these events had not transpired, he would have succeeded in his intentions, correct?" "Well, perhaps. He is a scoundrel, and he has now become a zombie. You must eliminate him. But, do not hesitate. There are countless zombies outside. If you wish to follow me, you must take down this one." "To follow you, I must kill the zombie." Yution's gaze gradually solidified, her grip on the military knife tightening with newfound determination. "I will kill this zombie." Tang Chuan continued to murmur encouragement near her ear, gently applying pressure to guide her hand as the military knife descended slowly toward the zombie's forehead. "Kill the zombie, follow me." Yution swallowed hard, her eyes widening as she fixated on the creature before her. "Kill." Suddenly, she let out a fierce shout, her hands exerting force as the military knife swiftly pierced the zombie's skull. With a chilling roar, the zombie fell silent, black blood gushing from the wound and splattering across Yution's face, staining one side a dark crimson. "Xiran Yi. I killed the zombie. I can follow you now." Yution released her grip, drenched in sweat, her body nearly devoid of strength. Had it not been for Tang Chuan's supportive embrace behind her, she would have collapsed to the ground. "Yes, you did wonderfully." Tang Chuan smiled, nodding approvingly as he reached out to stroke her hair. The texture was smooth, akin to exquisite silk, providing a comforting sensation. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Yution regained her composure, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Chuan-ge, I'm all right now. Could you let go of me?" "Yes." "Wipe the zombie's blood from your face, and we shall depart," Tang Chuan replied, releasing her without a moment's hesitation. The warmth that had enveloped her abruptly vanished, leaving Yution with an unbidden sense of loss. Yet, she quickly rubbed her face, withdrew the military knife, and wiped the black blood away, following after him. "Tang Chuan." Observing the broad back of the man before her, Yution felt a surge of infatuation and resolve. "Chuan-ge, I will follow you diligently." Having learned from Yution about the presence of zombie dogs in the elevator, Tang Chuan promptly abandoned the idea of taking it. Generally speaking, the size of zombie animals tends to increase 2- or 3-fold. If they were originally large dogs, they could even grow to the size of lions or tigers. Coupled with their inherent strength and speed, a zombie dog could effortlessly dispatch dozens of ordinary people lacking awakened abilities. Tang Chuan was uncertain whether his 10-fold gravity could subdue the zombie dog, and to be prudent, he decided to avoid this troublesome situation. The two descended the stairs, having already dealt with all the zombies that had surged up from the 5th floor, thus encountering no further undead on their way from the 6th to the 5th floor. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, they discovered a woman lying on the stair landing, with a little girl of about 8 or 9 years old sprawled across her abdomen. The girl's shoulders were shaking, and she emitted a series of sobs, clearly engulfed in sorrow. Upon witnessing this scene, Yution's heart softened, and she approached gently, asking in a soothing voice, "Little one, is she your mother? Please stop crying and tell me what happened, all right?" Yet, as Yution radiated maternal warmth, Tang Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. His 3 years of experience in the apocalypse and his instincts warned him that something was amiss with the girl. "Don't go," he said, stretching out his hand to halt Yution, shaking his head as she looked on in confusion. At that moment, the little girl also noticed their presence. She gradually ceased her sobbing and turned her head slowly. Her face was smeared with blood, and her mouth was stuffed with flesh, with torrents of blood spilling forth, staining her chest crimson. The woman, presumably her mother, had a large gaping wound in her abdomen, blood pouring out and revealing many of her intestines, now soaked in red. Gasp! Upon witnessing this horrifying tableau, Yution was utterly taken aback, her hair standing on end with fright. However, Tang Chuan found solace in the fact that her instinctive reaction was not to scream, but rather to raise the military knife she held. Nodding slightly, Tang Chuan approached the little zombie girl. The zombie, thrilled to see more living prey, immediately abandoned the half-eaten woman and lunged at Tang Chuan. Perhaps due to her smaller size, the little zombie moved faster and was more agile than any of the others they had encountered. This could pose a challenge for an ordinary person, but for Tang Chuan, it was inconsequential. No matter how swiftly she ran, she was still just an ordinary zombie. And as long as she was an ordinary zombie, she would be forced to kneel before him. Tenfold gravity field, activate. The rapidly approaching zombie girl instantly collapsed to the ground. However, compared to the previous zombies, she appeared less pathetic. This zombie could still lift her head and roar loudly, even flailing her arms wildly. This was a significant improvement over the others, who could only kneel and await their demise. Tang Chuan could not help but frown slightly as he drew out a fruit knife and accurately plunged it into the zombie girl's eye socket, ending her undead existence. Kill an unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. Observing the lifeless body of the zombie, Tang Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He began to piece together why the little zombie was still able to move. Compared to adults, a child's weight is considerably lighter, which significantly weakened the tenfold gravity's influence on her. If a robust child were to become a zombie, it might even be possible for them to walk within the gravitational field. Upon this realization, Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened with intensity. A first-level ability was simply insufficient. He needed to elevate his powers promptly. Let us proceed downstairs, he urged, giving Yution a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he continued his descent. However, Yution remained stationary, posing a question. Brother Chuan, those bitten by zombies will also transform into zombies, correct? Indeed, Tang Chuan replied with a slight nod. Perplexed by her inquiry, Yution nodded in understanding, and to Tang Chuan's astonishment, she approached the lifeless body of a woman sprawled on the ground and, with determined resolve, plunged her military knife into the woman's skull. This way, we need not fear her rising as a zombie to ambush us, she clarified as she withdrew the blade. Chapter 8. Awakening of Abilities. Tang Chuan's gaze was somewhat intricate. Ultimately, he nodded slightly and responded with a soft hum. How remarkable it is that an ordinary woman could ascend to such heights in such a brief span of time. Indeed, the more significant the growth, the shorter the duration often required. Tang Chuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly, and the two continued their descent down the stairs. Along the way, they encountered over 20 zombies, all of which they dispatched. Most of these were eliminated by Tang Chuan himself, though he occasionally allowed Yution to practice on one or two. After all, Tang Chuan was in urgent need of evolution points, while Yution received none for her kills. Having cleared the zombies on the first floor, Yution seized a moment to inquire, Brother Chuan, where shall we head next? She had found a handkerchief from somewhere and was meticulously wiping the bloodstains from her military knife. Let's eliminate some more zombies and then take a break, Tang Chuan replied, glancing at his attribute panel, which displayed that he had amassed 43 evolution points, still requiring the demise of 57 more zombies to upgrade his abilities. Aside from those locked in the elevator and the hotel rooms, he had nearly exterminated all the zombies. He dared not approach the zombie dogs in the elevator, so they would have to venture outside to confront the zombies in the streets. It was important to note that the streets were now teeming with zombies. As they pushed open the hotel door, a pungent smell of gasoline assaulted their senses. On the road before the hotel, several cars had collided, many engulfed in fierce flames. With gasoline pooling on the asphalt, the sidewalks had become a veritable paradise for zombies, with hundreds claiming dominion over the area. Numerous unfortunate passers-by, unable to flee, were seized and overwhelmed, being torn apart in a gruesome feast. The cacophony of zombie growls, the sickening sounds of flesh being shredded, the piercing screams of women, the furious roars of men, and the crackling of burning vehicles painted a harrowing tableau, evoking a chilling sense of despair. Amidst the streets filled with hopelessness and wails, the door of a hotel suddenly swung open, and a man stepped out. In his hand was a loudspeaker salvaged from a tricycle, which he promptly activated to broadcast a recording at maximum volume. We buy scrap, refrigerators, televisions. Upon hearing this commotion, several nearby zombies paused their gruesome activities, standing upright as they turned their attention towards Tang Chuan, who held the loudspeaker. Survivors hiding in nearby structures couldn't help but glance over, whispering among themselves, "Is this guy an idiot? We're trying to evade the zombies, fearing discovery, and here he is, opening the door and using a loudspeaker to attract them. He must want to live dangerously." The survivors, cowering in various corners, silently judged him. However, it was evident that Tang Chuan was no fool. His intention was clear: to lure the zombies together so he could eliminate them and procure evolution points. While the zombies might not comprehend the words emanating from the loudspeaker, the noise was sufficient to draw a horde towards him. A low, guttural growl echoed as more than 20 zombies, drawn by the proximity to the hotel entrance, turned their grotesque faces towards Tang Chuan and staggered towards him. The sight of these bloodied, fearsome creatures encircling them made Yu Tian swallow hard, instinctively tightening her grip on the knife she held. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan maintained a relaxed demeanor, advancing towards the horde while channeling his extraordinary abilities. Tenfold gravitational field activate. In an instant, the fearsome zombies began to collapse, one after another, to their knees. They struggled to raise their heads, their throaty roars resembling those of slaves attempting to rebel against their king. Yet, their defiance was feeble and lacking in strength. With a mere flick of his fruit knife, Tang Chuan plunged it into their eye sockets, silencing their anguished cries. As he strode forward, the zombies fell like cut wheat, first kneeling and then lying prone before him. Against Tang Chuan, the ordinary undead stood no chance whatsoever. How pitiable! For a fleeting moment, Yu Tian experienced a strange sense of sympathy for the zombies. Have I truly lost my mind, feeling sorry for them? They are creatures that devour human flesh without remorse. She muttered softly, the tension within her dissipating. The man before her was entirely capable of handling any challenge, alleviating her fears. As time slipped away, Tang Chuan swiftly dispatched 53 zombies, accumulating the 100 evolution points needed to enhance his abilities. The entrance of the hotel was now a gruesome tableau of corpses and blood. Yet, a multitude of zombies continued to swarm towards them. These relentless, numerous foes proved quite formidable in the absence of heavy firepower. Let us return to the hotel for the night. To avoid being surrounded, Tang Chuan opted to retreat with Yu Tian. Prolonged, intense use of his powers had left him feeling dizzy and fatigued. Continuing any further would likely overwhelm his body. Having achieved his objective for the day, he decided against pushing himself further. He led Yu Tian to the 6th floor of the hotel, locating an unoccupied room, which he accessed with a universal keycard. As a couple's hotel, the rooms were equipped solely with large beds. Gazing at the suggestive decor adorning the headboard, Yu Tian felt her cheeks flush with warmth. If Tang Chuan were to succumb to his primal instincts, the more she pondered, the hotter her face became, a wave of heat enveloping her. Suddenly, Yu Tian felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her, and she collapsed onto the bed. So hot, so unbearably hot. She felt as though she were trapped in a furnace, unable to contain her anguish. Hearing the commotion, Tang Chuan rose from the sofa and approached her. Upon seeing Yu Tian sprawled on the bed, flushed and drenched in sweat, he immediately realized she was on the verge of awakening her powers. "Stay calm. Listen to me." Standing at the bedside, he addressed her pained expression. "You are currently awakening your abilities. Grit your teeth and hold on. Do not succumb to unconsciousness." "Awakening? Abilities? Is it the same superpower as yours?" Yu Tian inquired, her voice trembling slightly as she opened her eyes. Each individual's awakening of their extraordinary abilities is distinct, and the sensations experienced during this awakening vary greatly. Tang Chuan continued to elucidate. Some may awaken without any sensation at all, while others might feel as though they are engulfed in flames, enduring unbearable discomfort. There are also those who experience excruciating pain, as if their bodies are being torn apart. Generally speaking, the more intense the suffering felt, the more formidable the awakened ability. Is that truly the case? Yu Tian gasped, her complexion paling. What happens if I faint? Tang Chuan's expression shifted, his brow furrowing in concern. If you were to lose consciousness, the awakening could become erratic. It might result in a successful awakening, where you could fail and lose your abilities altogether. However, the most likely outcome is becoming a half-corpse. What is a half-corpse? Yu Tian felt as though a furnace had ignited within her, her insides ablaze. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on with her inquiry. They are creatures endowed with human intellect, yet they feast upon humans like zombies. Tang Chuan's tone turned icy, his fist clenching involuntarily. In his previous life, it was a horde of deranged half-corpses that caused humanity's defenses to collapse so swiftly. Had it not been for those colluding with the zombies, he would not have witnessed the deaths of thousands before his very eyes. Thus, his hatred for half-corpses had become ingrained in his very being. Chapter 9. The Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities to Prevent Yu Tian from Losing Consciousness. Tang Chuan engaged her in light conversation. After approximately 10 minutes, her expression gradually softened. Yu Tian felt the discomfort in her body dissipate, replaced by an extraordinary sensation, as if she had forged a unique connection with an invisible force. Now that you have awakened your extraordinary ability, you can sense the evolutionary energy surrounding you. Try to gather this energy and manifest your powers, Tang Chuan explained, enlightening Yu Tian about her current state. She nodded and inquired, "What should I do?" Simply close your eyes and take a deep breath, while feeling the evolutionary energy in the air and awaken your abilities. They already reside within you. Just let them flow naturally, he advised. Upon hearing this, Yu Tian closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Suddenly, she perceived tiny, colorful specks of light appearing before her, floating aimlessly in the air, devoid of any discernible pattern. Is this what they call evolutionary energy? She wondered silently. Then, she felt a surge within her, a force yearning to break free. Recalling Tang Chuan's words, she realized this must be her awakened power. Thus, she refrained from interfering with this energy, allowing it to emerge naturally. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Come forth." In the next instant, a translucent, glass-like shield materialized beside her. Awestruck by the spectacle, Yu Tian couldn't help but tap the energy shield, exhilarated like a child who has just received a new toy. "Brother Chuan, look, I have superpowers too," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing joyfully. Tang Chuan nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, your ability appears to be of a defensive nature. Do not retract it yet. Let me test its strength." With that, he brandished a finely crafted military knife, aiming it at Yu Tian within the shield. Upon seeing the gleaming blade directed towards her, a chill swept over Yu Tian, and she involuntarily swallowed, murmuring, "Brother, this isn't necessary, is it?" However, before she could protest further, Tang Chuan thrust the knife forcefully against the shield. The collision produced a sharp sound akin to metal striking metal, and sparks erupted from the shield surface. It is important to note that Tang Chuan possessed immense strength, amplified further after absorbing extraordinary abilities, making him nearly 2 to 3 times stronger than an average person. Coupled with a finely crafted knife, no ordinary material could withstand his full force. Yet, the shield merely dulled in color slightly, appearing capable of withstanding numerous strikes. This level of defense far surpassed that of conventional rice shields. What treasure! Tang Chuan smiled faintly, satisfied as he sheathed the knife. At this moment, Yu Tian was still clutching her head, her eyes tightly shut, repeatedly shouting, No, Chuan Gu, people could die." Tang Chuan, somewhat exasperated, patted the protective shield. Once she opened her eyes, he pointed at her and remarked, "Your ability has commendable defensive capabilities. At least for now, I cannot harm you." "Really? Is it true?" Yu Tian exclaimed with a look of delight, and upon inspecting her body carefully, she confirmed that she was indeed intact, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Ha! I am truly remarkable." With the shield lifted, Yu Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, her smile nearly reaching the heavens. "Get some rest. We shall depart from here early tomorrow morning," Tang Chuan said, playfully delivering a light tap to her head before collapsing onto the large bed. "That hurts." The village elders warned against striking the head. It could make one foolish. Yu Tian rubbed her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she continued. So where are we going tomorrow? Rongqi Bank, Tang Chuan replied, turning his head and closing his eyes, dismissing any further inquiries from Yu Tian without explanation. After a series of unanswered questions, Yu Tian yawned and lay down beside him. She mumbled a vague good night before quickly drifting into slumber. Tang Chuan turned to observe Yu Tian, who lay defenseless beside him, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No wonder she could be lured into a hotel. How could she sleep so soundly in the presence of someone she had just met? Truly, she was a bit naive. Once he confirmed that Yu Tian was genuinely asleep, Tang Chuan began inspecting his attribute panel. Evolution points. 105, ability gravitational force can be upgraded. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the deduction of 100 evolution points. Almost immediately, a warm current surged through his body, flowing through his veins and organs. This warmth was fleeting, dissipating within a minute, but he soon heard the system's voice again. Ability, gravitational force, upgraded successfully. View attributes. Tang Chuan silently invoked his attribute panel. Name, Tang Chuan, system evolution level, LV1 0 10,000, strength 28, 4, speed 25, physique 25, 5, energy 197, 142, ability, gravitational force LV2 0 1000, abilities plundered 15 evolution points, 5 after the upgrade. His strength, speed, and physique showed only modest improvements. Yet his energy attributes skyrocketed, leaping from just over 50 to nearly 200, almost a fourfold increase. This surge in energy not only enhanced the duration and potency of his abilities, but also enabled Tang Chuan to explore his powers more effectively. Simultaneously, he sensed that he could now manipulate objects using gravitational force. Every object is subject to the universal force of gravity, and by altering the magnitude of this force, one can correspondingly transform the state of motion of the object, thereby achieving an effect reminiscent of psychokinesis. To ascertain whether he could genuinely harness such a capability, Tang Chuan held his breath and concentrated all his attention on the glass cup at his bedside. He aimed to modify the gravitational force between himself and the glass cup. Energies surged forth from within Tang Chuan, and had Yu Tian awakened at that moment, she would have witnessed an extraordinary sight. Tang Chuan enveloped in a myriad of colorful specks of light. Yet, despite Tang Chuan exerting every ounce of his strength, the cup remained utterly motionless. Could it be that his line of thought was flawed? Was it impossible to alter the gravitational attraction between objects? After a brief contemplation, Tang Chuan swiftly dismissed such notions. After all, the gravity field he had created was indeed a result of modifying the gravitational attraction between the Earth and surrounding objects. Wait a moment, Earth. A sudden epiphany struck him, illuminating the crux of the issue. Whether he or the glass cup both possessed too little mass. Gravity is a macroscopic force that can only be distinctly perceived at a planetary scale. Thus, it should not be the gravitational attraction between himself and the cup that required alteration, but rather that between the cup and the Earth. With this realization, an expression of excitement spread across Tang Chuan's face as his gaze once again fixated upon the glass cup. Was he on the verge of discovering a novel application of the universal force of gravity? Chapter 10. Gravitational Manipulation. Holding his breath and concentrating, Tang Chuan felt an extraordinary connection establish itself between his consciousness, the glass of water, and the earth beneath his feet. This was an enigmatic sensation, and intuitively, it conveyed to him that altering the gravitational force between objects was indeed feasible. Adjust the magnitude of gravity, Tang Chuan silently mused, then summoned his innate abilities. In the next moment, the glass seemed to transform into a solid gold object, forcefully indenting the wooden nightstand beneath it. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Chuan was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew his powers. If he had continued, that ordinary glass might have irrevocably damaged the solid wooden nightstand. Taking a deep breath to recalibrate his emotions, he turned his gaze toward the window, or more precisely, the large security grill outside. Adjust the magnitude of gravity. As anticipated, The security grill instantaneously felt as if it had gained several times its weight, causing the wall to creak ominously, as if it were on the verge of tearing away. Suddenly, Yution rolled over, murmuring indistinguishable words in her sleep, seemingly awakened by the commotion. Tang Chuan quickly retracted his abilities and observed as Yution scratched her belly and resumed her slumber. What a blissfully oblivious girl, he mused, unaware that a slight smile had crept onto his lips. Continuing his experimentation, Tang Chuan discovered that his ability to modify gravitational forces was not constrained by distance. As long as he could see an object, whether it was through a window or at distances of hundreds or even thousands of meters, he could manipulate its gravitational force. Though it sounded exaggerated, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, gravity operates irrespective of distance and intermediary mediums, being contingent solely on mass. Thus, the ability to alter this force should likewise transcend distance. Moreover, through further trials, he uncovered a new application of his power. Not only could he alter the magnitude of gravity, but he could also change its direction. This meant that, with accurate calculations, Tang Chuan could toss any object around at will, even from a distance. He focused on the previously mentioned glass and directed his powers to adjust the gravitational direction vertically upward. In the next instant, the glass soared straight toward the ceiling. Its ascent accelerated, as though the ceiling and floor had exchanged places. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered against the ceiling within mere seconds, scattering shards all around. What happened? Did a zombie break in? Yution shot upright, barely wiping the drool from her mouth before exclaiming in alarm. Observing her foolish expression, Tang Chuan felt a surge of joy from the newfound application of his abilities and could not help but smile gently, ruffling her hair as he reassured her. It's nothing. I was merely testing a new application of my powers. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Yution immediately relaxed, nuzzling her head against Tang Chuan's palm, emitting a few adorable, animal-like whimpers before sweetly drifting back to sleep. This scene left Tang Chuan both amused and bewildered. Shaking his head, he reclined once more. Just as his consciousness began to blur and he was on the verge of slumber, a thought surfaced in his mind. Let us call this newly developed application of power gravitational manipulation. The next morning, as sunlight once again graced the earth, awakening people from their slumber, it was not the sound of a phone alarm that stirred them, but the eerie howls of zombies. Yet, there was an exception, Tang Chuan, who was awakened by Yution. Brother Chuan, I think I vaguely saw you throw a glass cup at the ceiling last night, shattering it into pieces. How did you do that? It's so amazing. At that moment, Tang Chuan had yet to rise. Yution was kneeling beside him, and as he opened his eyes, he was momentarily blinded. To be fair, she was rather impressive. That was my newly developed ability, gravitational manipulation, pushing Yution aside. Tang Chuan got up and grabbed some snacks and instant noodles that were already in the room. Gravitational manipulation? That sounds powerful, Yution exclaimed, and immediately joined him in the breakfast feast. After a simple breakfast and a brief adjustment of their states, they prepared to leave. Before stepping out, Yution inquired, "You mentioned yesterday that we would go to Rongqi Bank. Why is that?" Tang Chuan shook his head and replied, "You'll know when the time comes. In any case, if I tell you now, you'll forget it within an hour." "I'm not that forgetful," Yution retorted fiercely, clenching her fists. Ignoring her indignation, Tang Chuan pondered for a moment before continuing, "Let us go and deal with those two zombie dogs." "Zombie dogs? Are we really going to kill those creatures?" Yution was indeed intrigued by the topic, her neck shivering in fear. "Of course." Tang Chuan pushed open the door, a casual smile gracing his lips. With a newly upgraded ability of gravitational manipulation and Yution's awakened energy shield, their combat prowess had significantly improved. The mere zombie dogs no longer posed a threat in his eyes. As they stepped into the corridor, a pungent stench of blood mingled with a nauseating odor compelled them to cover their noses. Yution's brows knitted tightly, her discontent spilling over. "What is that smell? It's awful." Meanwhile, Tang Chuan noticed something amiss. The bodies of the zombies he had slain yesterday were not in their original positions. It seemed they had been moved. Were there others? Or something else entirely? Furrowing his brows, Tang Chuan cautiously approached the zombie corpses, inspecting them one by one. As expected, there were abnormalities. The heads of these zombies had sustained large gaping holes. Yution's eyes widened in shock, unable to suppress a gasp. Tang Chuan knelt down, meticulously examining the wounds on the zombies' heads. The wound appears to have been inflicted by a sharp instrument, revealing a substantial cavity in the zombie's skull. The edges of the opening are remarkably smooth, indicating that the tool employed must have been exceedingly sharp. Through this aperture, one can observe the interior of the zombie's brain, which is conspicuously vacant. The once shrunken brain of the zombie has seemingly vanished. In an instant, Tang Chuan arrived at a harrowing conclusion. Some entity had breached the zombie's cranium and consumed its brain. This realization sent a chill down Tang Chuan's spine. Despite his 3 years of experience in the apocalypse, he had never encountered any creature that would devour a zombie's brain. Chapter 11. The Brain Eater. What manner of creature has emerged in this inn? With a profound sense of curiosity, Tang Chuan instructed Yution to cast protective shields around them before they ventured further. After passing by several corpses of zombies that had been deprived of their brains, an extraordinary zombie came into view. Before them lay the body of a woman, her abdomen grotesquely torn open, exposing her entire cavity to the air. Remarkably, this was the only zombie that had not been deprived of its brain. It appeared that whatever was consuming the brains of the zombies had a significant connection to this particular one. Tang Chuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yution, hiding behind him, dare not look directly at the horrific corpse and whispered, "Could it be that an alien has come to Earth to join the fray?" Alien? Tang Chuan paused, a classic image from cinema slowly forming in his mind. There was indeed a scene in a certain film series where an alien burst forth from its host's abdomen, reminiscent of the sight before them. However, as far as Tang Chuan was aware, such creatures would not appear on Earth for another 3 years. Other monsters might descend through spatial rifts. But that was a matter for another time. This has nothing to do with aliens, Tang Chuan remarked, playfully tapping Yution on the head before continuing towards the elevator, determined not to lose sight of their objective. Suddenly, he recalled that the owner of this corpse was the woman named Jean Lien from the previous day, who had mentioned her pregnancy. Could it be? Don't hit my head. I might become foolish, Yution complained, quickly catching up to him. Upon reaching the elevator, they found the scene drastically altered. The elevator doors had been violently ripped from their hinges, now embedded in the wall like blades. Inside the shaft, the cables that connected the elevator car had snapped, the jagged ends suggesting a forceful tearing. As for the elevator car itself, it had plummeted to the first floor, its exterior marred by numerous dents. Yution swallowed hard and cautiously remarked, "Did a Hulk come through here last night? How could the elevator be in such disarray? Do you think the zombie dogs might have met their demise?" At her words, Tang Chuan couldn't help but ponder whether the brain-eating creature had already claimed its prey. Just then, a sharp bark resonated from the elevator shaft, seemingly emanating from the first floor, infused with an unmistakable fury. The zombie dogs were still alive. Tang Chuan's spirits lifted instantly. "Let us descend to the first floor. We cannot allow them to escape." "Understood," Yution replied, promptly following Tang Chuan as they raced towards the stairwell. Soon, they reached the first floor, and the sight before them filled Tang Chuan with a mix of astonishment and delight. The 2 zombie dogs were still alive, albeit gravely injured. One of the dogs had 2 hind legs broken, lying helplessly on the ground with only its front legs. The other was in a more pitiful state, its neck punctured with a gaping hole large enough to fit a watermelon, its entire body crawling on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. To his astonishment, the creature that feasted on zombie brains appeared before Tang Chuan, a monster resembling a human infant, yet the size of a teddy bear. Despite its infantile appearance, its skin was a ghastly shade of bluish-gray, its enormous eyes devoid of whites, and its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its limbs were equipped with wicked claws, wholly uncharacteristic of a human form. Merely glancing at it sent chills down one's spine. Indeed, this was a creature born from the special mutations undergone by the fetus within that woman after absorbing evolutionary energy. What manner of monster is this? Yution, breathless from running, descended and immediately spotted the infantile monster, unable to restrain a scream. This sudden outburst shattered the brief tranquility, causing both the zombie dogs and the infant monster to turn their attention towards Yution. With both parties now focused on her, Yution swiftly covered her mouth and enveloped herself in a protective shield before darting behind Tang Chuan. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Tang Chuan realized it was time for him to intervene, promptly activating the gravitational field. Tenfold gravitational field activate. After upgrading his powers, the radius of the gravitational field expanded from a mere 5 meters to a staggering 10 meters. Moreover, by actively reducing the range, he could enhance the gravitational intensity, potentially amplifying it up to 20-fold. As the gravitational field took effect, the two zombie dogs, already teetering on the brink, began to wail in despair. The one with a gaping wound in its neck snapped in two with a sickening crack. However, Tang Chuan was astounded to see the infant monster withstand the tenfold gravity. Swiftly crawling out of the gravitational field's reach, baring its teeth at Tang Chuan in a furious display. "Check attributes," he silently commanded, and two virtual panels appeared before his eyes. Type: Ghost Infant Evolution Level. First Stage Ability: Brain Eater, LV1 Threat Level. High Type: Zombie Dog Evolution Level. 0 Stage Ability: None Threat Level. Relatively high before him appeared the attribute panels for the Ghost Infant and the Zombie Dog, and Tang Chuan could not help but feel a surge of alarm. It was known that the zombie dogs had expanded in size 2 to 3 times due to evolutionary energy, only slightly smaller than tigers or lions. If such a zombie dog was rated as relatively high in threat level, how could this ghost infant, hardly larger than a chihuahua, possess a high threat level? Moreover, it was a monster with abilities. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened as he addressed the ghost infant. "Get lost. These two zombie dogs are my prey." The ghost infant seemed to comprehend his words, responding with an enraged hiss, picking up debris from the ground and hurling it at Tang Chuan. Its strength was formidable. The stone it hurled soared through the air with a swift whoosh, landing mere inches from Tang Chuan, leaving an ordinary person with no time to react. Should it strike him directly, even if it did not result in instant death, it would undoubtedly lead to a grievous injury. In that critical moment, Yution shouted with urgency, conjuring a translucent shield akin to glass before Tang Chuan, utilizing her extraordinary abilities. Bang! The stone shattered upon impact with the shield, transforming into countless smaller fragments, while Tang Chuan remained unscathed within the protective barrier. "Well done," Tang Chuan acknowledged with a nod, offering praise. Though he could have utilized his gravitational manipulation to deflect the stones without the shield, the mental toll of that skill was excessively draining. To safeguard against any potential dangers that may arise on the journey ahead, he was determined not to expend even the slightest amount of mental energy unnecessarily. Roar! The vengeful spirit, realizing it could not harm Tang Chuan, erupted in a furious frenzy, leaping about like an enraged monkey. Little did it know, Tang Chuan had already resolved to eliminate it. Chapter 12. The Value of Zombie Hounds. Tang Chuan inhaled deeply, his mind sharply focused as he fixed his gaze intently upon the frenzied, ghostly infant. He then unleashed his mental power, locking onto the zombie with a determined intensity, and activated his gravitational manipulation with all his might. "D!" he roared. In response, the ghostly infant's body was propelled with tremendous force, as if struck by an unseen vehicle, soaring through the air at an alarming speed. Suspended mid-air, the baby zombie appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend the assault it was enduring. In the next moment, its flailing form collided violently with the wall, producing a deafening crash. The sound of cracking bones followed, as one of the infant's arms and a leg fractured into several pieces, twisting grotesquely. With a wail, despite suffering such grievous injuries, the ghostly infant did not perish. Instead, after spewing forth a torrent of black blood, it limped away, crashing through the hotel's glass door in its desperate escape. How could this creature possess such tenacity? Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, feeling an urge to pursue, yet the zombie's speed left him far behind. "Brother Chuan, it got away. Shouldn't we chase it?" Yution, still entranced by the shocking spectacle, pointed at the spot where the zombie had burst forth, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Chase? How on earth will we catch up? Can you outrun it? Tang Chuan retorted, irritation lacing his tone as he playfully tapped her on the head. He then turned his attention to the two zombie hounds sprawled on the ground, their lives ebbing away. Though the ghostly infant had escaped, he felt no regret, for he still had the two hounds as a consolation. The hounds, sensing their impending doom, struggled violently, their bodies trembling like malfunctioning automatons. Gravitational manipulation. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened, and shards of broken glass levitated into the air, accelerating rapidly towards the eyes of the two zombie hounds. A mournful howl escaped the hounds as they succumbed to silence, their bodies ceasing to tremble. Kill the zombie hound. Earn evolution points 30. Kill the zombie hound. Earn evolution points 30. The notifications echoed in Tang Chuan's mind, igniting a wave of elation within him. The value of these zombie hounds was astonishing. Each one was worth 30 evolution points. How long would it take to accumulate such points from regular zombies? In mere minutes, he had garnered 60 points of evolutionary energy, a remarkable profit indeed. With this thought, the frustration of allowing the ghostly infant to escape faded considerably. It's time to go. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure from the hotel, the severely injured, ghostly infant returned. Cautiously, it tested the surroundings, and upon confirming that the two had moved on, it pounced upon one of the zombie hounds, using its sharp claws to shatter the creature's skull and greedily devouring its brain. As the brains of the zombie dogs were devoured by the ghostly infant, the injuries on the zombies began to heal at an astonishing rate. By the time the brains of both zombie dogs had been consumed, the ghostly infant's wounds had completely mended. Not only had the injuries healed, but the ghostly infant also appeared to have grown larger, and two sharp fangs, reminiscent of the zombie dogs, had sprouted from its mouth. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan and his companion were clearing out the scattered ordinary zombies as they advanced towards Rongqi Bank. Brother Chuan, why do I feel like there aren't many zombies on this road? Where have they all gone? Yu Qian inquired, glancing at the desolate street. Recalling memories from a past life, Tang Chuan explained, zombies tend to avoid daylight. They usually hide in dark places. Do zombies fear sunlight? Can the sun kill them? Yu Qian asked in astonishment. Tang Chuan shook his head, saying, zombies are not harmed by the sun. They avoid sunlight simply because prolonged exposure can cause their bodily moisture to evaporate rapidly. Do zombies care about moisture? Yu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. These zombies are not the kind of walking corpses you might imagine. They are indeed genuine living beings. Strictly speaking, their current form is a result of evolution. Under the influence of evolutionary energy, zombies have forsaken intelligence in exchange for a more powerful physique and a reduced need for energy. They can starve or thirst to death. But due to their evolution, their endurance has reached an astonishing level. Generally, it would take at least 3 years for a zombie to starve, and at least a year for one to die of thirst. Tang Chuan explained, feeling parched. At that moment, a cry for help suddenly echoed from ahead. Help! Help! Don't eat me, I don't want to die. Survivors! Tang Chuan immediately reacted, signaling for Yu Qian to be silent before rushing toward the source of the voice. Turning down a narrow path, they came upon a small square adorned with a fountain. The fountain featured a colossal humanoid sculpture, from which water no longer flowed. Surrounding the sculpture were 6 ordinary zombies, while 2 men clung to its neck, desperately stomping on the hands of the zombies that reached for them. A bit farther away, a woman lay on the ground, being feasted upon by a particularly large zombie. The last scream had likely belonged to her. Upon seeing this zombie, Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. This was evidently another evolved zombie. Type: zombie. Evolution level: first stage, special ability. Titanic strength, LV1. Threat level: high. Indeed, it is an evolved zombie. There are living people. Brother Chuan, should we help? Not so fast. Let us first assess the situation with that giant. Tang Chuan is not a benevolent savior who rushes to help everyone indiscriminately. His presence here is solely driven by the desire to hunt zombies and seize their extraordinary abilities. At that moment, the colossal zombie had nearly finished its meal and stood up, clutching a half-buried utility pole. The pole, which had been resting at its feet moments ago, now appeared to be a weapon it had deliberately selected. As the zombie rose, the two individuals finally grasped the extent of its formidable strength. Towering at least 2 meters tall, the giant zombie wielded a utility pole, as thick as a woman's waist and no less than 3 meters in length. Its mere presence was enough to signal that it was a formidable adversary. Had this creature been a basketball player in its former life? Tang Chuan couldn't help but muse inwardly. Despite the zombie's imposing physique, he felt no fear, for such mindless creatures posed no real threat to him. At that moment, Yu Tian squinted, fixating on the two living beings, and suddenly exclaimed with urgency, "Brother Chuan, I recognize these two. They are good people." Chapter 13. Gratitude and Betrayal. What does that mean? Tang Chuan asked, momentarily taken aback. Yu Tian quickly replied in a rapid-fire manner, "Yesterday morning. They drove me for free from the train station to the city. After that, my phone and wallet mysteriously disappeared, yet they helped me find a job. Although I later encountered some unsavory individuals, these two are genuinely good people." Upon hearing the entire story, Tang Chuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. "From your account, it is highly likely that those two scoundrels are the ones who pilfered your belongings. Moreover, it appears they are also acquainted with the person who deceived you into going to the hotel. You've essentially been sold out while helping them count their profits." Yu Tian, do exercise some caution. Despite his desire to voice his frustrations, Tang Chuan restrained himself. At that moment, the two men, quite perceptibly, spotted Tang Chuan and Yu Tian. They immediately grasped at the zombies, shouting, "Kind souls, please save us, we implore you." Their voices were tinged with desperation, coupled with expressions of sheer terror, rendering them utterly pitiable. Yu Tian promptly exclaimed, "Brother Chuan, let us save them." Given her plea and the fact that this was a necessary route to Rongqi Bank, Tang Chuan nodded in agreement, saying, "First, eliminate the ordinary zombies. Once they are dispatched, we must make our swift exit." "Understood." Yu Tian responded excitedly, then dashed toward the two men. Tang Chuan followed closely behind, manipulating the debris and shards of glass on the ground with his gravitational control, directing them towards the heads of the ordinary zombies. In a flash, several zombies met their demise. Some had their skulls shattered by stones, while others were pierced through the back of their heads by shards of glass. "Huh!" Yu Tian shouted, emboldened by the protective shield surrounding her, as she charged forward, raising her military knife to cleave a substantial wound into one zombie's head. Seizing the opportunity, another zombie lunged at her shoulder, biting fiercely, only to shatter its teeth against her shield. The force of the collision pushed Yu Tian back a step, but she used the momentum to elegantly pivot and sever the zombie's neck, sending its head flying 3 to 4 meters away. The decapitated zombie staggered before collapsing to the ground. Although it was not yet dead, it posed no further threat. The fluidity of her movements was almost mesmerizing, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Tang Chuan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but inquire, "How do you possess such remarkable skills? Could it be that she harbors some hidden identity of which I am unaware?" He found himself questioning, not out of suspicion, but rather due to the astonishing combat prowess displayed by this seemingly Na'vi girl. "I learned from the movies," Yu Tian replied loudly. "Provide a proper answer." "Tang Chuan, Feigen, and Yu Tian was taken aback and immediately replied with sincerity, "Actually, my second uncle is a retired soldier, possibly even a special forces operative. He taught me these things every day when I was a child, saying that my mind wasn't sharp enough, and that learning these skills would help me avoid being deceived." Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow and, after carefully observing her expression, confirmed that she was not lying. He sighed in relief, but couldn't help but remark, "Your second uncle's concerns are certainly not unfounded. Why not hasten to bring them down?" "Oh, right. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, come down quickly. I remember you gave me a free ride yesterday." Yu Tian called out for the two men to descend. The two men exchanged glances, unable to suppress their nervousness. Had they known yesterday that Yu Tian possessed such remarkable skills, they would never have dared to deceive her. "Thank you, thank you." They expressed their gratitude half-heartedly, trembling as they climbed down from the statue. However, before the three could make their escape, the colossal zombie also sensed the change. Seeing its minions abruptly slain, leaving it alone, the giant zombie let out an enraged roar. Zhang Yuan was so startled by the roar that his legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground, while Li Xian, beside him, was equally pale, trembling in fear. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, let us go. Brother Chuan can handle that giant, Yu Qian urged, straining to pull the two men away. Yet, they remained oblivious, frozen in place. Though Yu Tian was an evolved being, her abilities were not strength-based, and she was unable to drag them away at that moment. With another furious roar, the giant zombie charged forward, wielding a half-broken utility pole like a rampaging bull, raising clouds of dust from the ground. Get away from here, Tang Chuan shouted, attempting to use his ability, gravitational manipulation, to control the giant zombie. Bang! The instant his ability activated, a sharp pain struck his head, as if something had violently collided with his brain. Dazed, he realized that he was temporarily unable to harness his powers, sending a wave of panic through him. He had underestimated the situation. Gravitational manipulation could not only fail against a rapidly moving heavy object, but it could also backfire. Run! As the giant zombie bore down on Yu Tian, Tang Chuan shouted in desperation. Yu Tian sensed the terror emanating from the giant, yet she still yearned to escape with the two men. At last, they snapped back to reality, understanding that a collision would surely spell their doom. Exchanging glances, Li Xian shouted, just like before, let's do it again. Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously and then grasped Yu Tian's arm. Huh? Yu Tian was taken aback by their intentions, but in the next moment, she found herself being flung toward the giant zombie, one man holding each of her arms. The giant, noticing her trajectory, swung the utility pole down upon her. The terrifying force of the giant, augmented by the weight of the pole, sent Yu Tian hurtling through the air like a projectile. Beside the road stood an ancient locust tree, its trunk so immense that several individuals could scarcely encircle it. Yet, astonishingly, Yu Tian's body struck it with such force that a gaping hole was created, rendering the tree hollow from front to back. A deafening crash echoed, reminiscent of the lament of the old locust in its final moments. In the blink of an eye, the towering tree, over 20 meters high, toppled, displacing a multitude of bricks scattered on the ground. Yu Tian's body lay trapped beneath the fallen tree, her fate uncertain. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Zhang Yuan and Li Xian did not hesitate for a moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the giant zombie's slowed assault, they fled without a backward glance. Tang Chuan watched in horror as the events unfolded, a fierce flame igniting within his chest. He had believed that after 3 years of surviving the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, immune to its fiery wrath. Yet, he was mistaken. His perceived indifference was merely a fade of powerlessness. Upon acquiring the strength to protect others, the sight of death before his eyes reignited his fury. I want you dead, Tang Chuan roared, his psychic energy surging, each strand of hair standing on end. In that moment, he resembled a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. Chapter 14. Revenge. Activate the tenfold gravity field. Tang Chuan bellowed as he charged towards the colossal zombie, simultaneously manipulating the gravitational force. The emergence of the tenfold gravity field instantly enveloped the giant zombie, making it feel as though its body were filled with lead. Even the slightest movement of a finger became an arduous task. Kneel before me, Tang Chuan gasped, advancing step by step towards the zombie. The distance between the two narrowed, the gravitational field constricting further and the intensity of the gravity magnifying. At last, Tang Chuan stood before the zombie, the gap between them reduced to a mere stretch of an arm. In this extreme proximity, the gravity reached a terrifying 20-fold. Kneel! Tang Chuan shouted once more, and the giant zombie, having endured for so long, could no longer withstand the pressure. With a howl, it collapsed to the ground. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a thunderous thud as the immense body of the zombie fell. Under the weight of the 20-fold gravity, the bones of its legs shattered. The utility pole it wielded slipped from its grasp, not rolling away, but rather crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Roaring in frustration, the incapacitated zombie exhibited a flicker of human-like fear in its eyes. Do not be afraid. Your demise is not yet upon you, Tang Chuan remarked with a cold smile, then turned his gaze towards the distance. Zhang Yuan and Li Xian had sprinted over 100 meters away, and upon hearing the commotion, they couldn't help but glance back in astonishment. Seeing the giant zombie kneeling before Tang Chuan left them utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, stuttering, "Allow Li, what is happening?" It seems that colossal zombie is utterly powerless against him. Good heavens, it truly is a nightmare. Li Xian exclaimed, swallowing hard and cursing his luck. At that moment, they noticed Tang Chuan turning his gaze towards them, his icy eyes reminiscent of a hellish specter, sending shivers down their spines, even causing their souls to tremble. "Is this guy?" Zhang Yuan faltered, inadvertently biting his tongue. Yet he pressed on through the pain. "He isn't planning to kill us, is he?" Li Xian was equally unnerved by that gaze, but he quickly shook his head and forced a grim smile, declaring, "We've already distanced ourselves by over 100 meters. Even with a gun, he might struggle to hit us. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression eased, and he exhaled in relief. Indeed, at this distance, unless he possesses the ability to teleport, he cannot reach us. However, we must avoid this fellow in the future. We have undoubtedly enraged him by causing that woman's demise. Li Xian scoffed. In this apocalyptic world, survival is paramount. That woman was not our doing. Her own foolishness led to her end. With that, they exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. The distance was too great, and Tang Chuan could only observe the two individuals seemingly exchanging words before bursting into laughter. They had just killed those who came to rescue them, and yet they could still find amusement in the situation. Truly, they were despicable creatures. Tang Chuan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with fervor. "You do not deserve to continue living." With a flick of his power, he commanded gravity manipulation, redirect their gravitational pull vertically upwards. Ignoring the distance, the force of gravity manipulation immediately took effect on the two. As they sprinted, both suddenly felt an unusual lightness. "Old Li, why are you floating?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, wide-eyed, pointing at Li Xian, whose feet were now leaving the ground. "What the hell is happening?" Li Xuan panika, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to slow his ascent. Yet all was in vain. The sensation of weightlessness and the increasing speed instilled overwhelming terror in them. And Zhang Yuan, in sheer fright, wet his pants. In mere seconds, they soared nearly 10 meters into the air, gazing down at the receding ground. The fear of heights engulfed their minds like a tidal wave. Please spare us. We will never dare again. Let's go. I do not want to die." Their cries echoed, heart-wrenching and piercing, reaching Tang Chuan's ears even from 100 meters away. "Spare you? If I were to let you go, how would the souls of the innocents you harmed find peace?" With a subtle movement of his lips, Tang Chuan released the gravitational hold. At that moment, the two had ascended to a height of 50 to 60 meters. They felt their upward velocity begin to wane, and for a fleeting moment, they believed Tang Chuan had shown them mercy, causing them to weep with relief. However, as their upward motion ceased and they began to plummet freely, an abyss of dread consumed their eyes. The scream trailed off abruptly with a resounding thud as they crashed to the ground. Their bodies, upon impact, were reduced to a gruesome pulp, rendering them incapable of even becoming zombies. The giant zombie, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, allowed a more frenzied roar, thrashing about in its fury. "Do not rush. It is your turn now," Tang Chuan remarked coldly, releasing gravity manipulation once more. A nearby telephone pole suddenly lifted from the ground, hovering above the giant zombie under Tang Chuan's control. As the sky above darkened, the zombie began to roar restlessly. Just as it opened its mouth, the 3-meter-long solid pole came crashing down. With a resounding thud, it struck the zombie's head, causing blood to splatter and embedding its face into the earth. At this point, the zombie was incredibly weakened. Had Tang Chuan not held back, the pole would have obliterated its head. Observing the zombie, motionless on the ground like a lifeless dog, Tang Chuan placed his foot upon its head. Upon discovering the ability to plunder, he did not hesitate to do so. This time, there was no agony. Within less than a minute, he once again heard the system's voice. "Ability, Titanic Strength, has been successfully plundered. Now perish." Tang Chuan turned around and, with a single hand, pressed downward in a feigned manner. The next moment, a utility pole descended violently upon his head, accompanied by an explosive sound, shattering the giant zombie's skull into irreparable fragments. Having vanquished a first-tier evolved zombie, he was awarded an impressive 40 evolution points. Under normal circumstances, such a substantial amount would fill Tang Chuan with elation. However, his expression remained frigid. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, and as he reopened them, he slowly approached the fallen old locust tree. Vengeance has been served. Now, let him rest in peace. Chapter 15. Bank of Glory before the fallen old locust tree, its massive trunk concealed an extensive area, making it nearly impossible to locate Yu Tian's remains at a glance. Even if found, extracting her from beneath the tree might prove challenging. Currently, the ability of gravitational manipulation could not affect objects of such substantial mass. After much contemplation, Tang Chuan shifted his focus to the recently acquired titanic strength. Name: Tang Chuan, System Evolution Level, LV1 0-10,000. Strength: 58, 30, Speed: 20, Physique: 40, 15, Energy: 197, Abilities: Gravitational Manipulation LV2 0-1000. Titanic Strength LV1 0-100. Abilities: Plundered: 2-5. Evolution points: 105. His strength and physique had seen a tremendous increase. Yet such power still fell short against the towering old locust tree, which stood over 20 meters high and weighed several tons. However, with his evolution points exceeding 100, he was poised to upgrade his abilities. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to enhance his powers, sensing that an upgrade might unlock new potential within titanic strength. Much like gravitational manipulation, would you like to upgrade the ability Titanic Strength? Upgrade. Upon completing the upgrade, Tang Chuan's attributes surged once more. Name: Tang Chuan, System Evolution Level, LV1 0-10,000. Strength: 101, 43. Speed: 25, 5. Physique: 60, 20. Energy: 207, 10. Abilities: Gravitational Manipulation LV2 0-1000. Titanic Strength LV2 0-1000. Abilities: Plundered: 2-5. Evolution points: 5. His strength had dramatically increased, surpassing the 100 mark. Tang Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, capable of lifting a compact car with ease. Moreover, he sensed that Titanic Strength had revealed new methods of utilization. Originally a passive ability that granted immense physical strength, it now seemed possible to activate it deliberately. Acting on this realization, Tang Chuan concentrated, channeling his mental energy. Titanic Strength, activate. In the next moment, golden halos appeared around his arms, encircling them like sleeves. Experimenting with this newfound state, he discovered that his strength had escalated to terrifying levels, enabling him to lift a four-seater car effortlessly with a single hand. After testing his strength, Tang Chuan approached the old locust tree. Lift! With a commanding shout, he exerted his strength, and to his astonishment, the enormous tree was hoisted into the air. A swift glance revealed Yu Tian's body before him. She appeared relatively intact, seemingly without any missing parts. Activating gravitational manipulation, Tang Chuan pulled her body from beneath the fallen tree, then released it, allowing the tree to settle back down. As the great tree fell once more, the golden halos encircling his arm shattered, and an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him. While actively releasing such power grants a tremendous boost in strength for a fleeting moment, it inevitably leads to a backlash, reducing his capabilities to less than half of their original state. This was the inherent drawback of the active release of the Titanic Strength. However, Tang Chuan did not dwell on this consequence. He merely stepped slowly toward Yu Tian, gazing at her unmoving form in a daze. Who would have thought that you would depart so suddenly? The companion he had shared a room with just last night now lay lifeless before him. The stark contrast evoked a bitter smile from Tang Chuan, his eyes unwittingly moistening. You have at least departed in a somewhat dignified manner. Your body remains intact. Many of the corpses I have encountered were mangled beyond recognition, unrecognizable as human forms. By the way, didn't you want to know why we were heading to Rongqi Bank? Allow me to enlighten you. Yesterday, the bank was seized by a band of armed robbers. And among the hostages was a woman named Hejianga. This woman is formidable. In the future, she will be renowned as the Storm Empress, a super-evolved being of terrifying prowess. Furthermore, she is the beloved granddaughter of the esteemed 5-star Grand Marshal Hejian of the Eastern Military District, making her of immense significance. Thus, I intended to escort you while protecting her to the Eastern Military District, one of the safest havens in our nation, and we could potentially gain substantial benefits from her. Sighing deeply, Tang Chuan bent down to lift Yu Tian's body, slowly making his way toward the vast pit revealed by the fallen old locust tree. Consider this your final resting place. He gently laid her remains down and slowly sprinkled a handful of soil upon her. Just as he remained engulfed in sorrow, Yu Tian's eyes fluttered open. Having been knocked back, her shield absorbed nearly all the damage, and since the old locust tree did not crush her, she had merely been stunned by the impact. Now, awakened, she beheld Tang Chuan burying soil over her and let out a terrified scream. "Ah, what the hell?" Tang Chuan, momentarily startled, thought she might be a ghost, and a reflexive exclamation of pure astonishment escaped his lips. Chuan-ji, why are you burying me?" Yu Tian exclaimed as she sprang from the pit, brushing off the dirt while looking at him in confusion. "You're not dead?" Tang Chuan's eyes widened, a wave of joy flooding over him. "Dead? Am I dead?" Yu Tian's face paled as she frantically checked her body, pitifully pointing at herself and asking, "Is that why you were going to bury me?" Very well then with that. She closed her eyes and lay back in the pit, crossing her arms over her chest, her face settling into a serene expression. "Are you out of your mind?" Tang Chuan, both amused and exasperated, gently pulled her from the pit. Yu Tian gasped, only to find Tang Chuan's face mere inches from her own. Their gazes locked, and suddenly the world around them fell silent. "Chuan-ji, are you crying?" Upon noticing the glistening corners of Tang Chuan's eyes, Yu Tian could not help but inquire, "Are you crying?" "I would never weep," Tang Chuan immediately refuted. For even during his 3 years of survival in the apocalypse of his past life, he had shed tears but a mere few times. "Yet your eyes clearly. Cease the trivialities. Since we are still alive, let's hasten our journey. We must reach Rongqi Bank." "Ah, I almost forgot. Pray tell, what is our purpose there?" "I shall explain on the way." Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Chuan had already set forth, and Yu Tian promptly followed suit. As the two gradually distanced themselves, silence enveloped the area once more, leaving only the lifeless bodies lying undisturbed. Chapter 16. A reign of terror. A gentle breeze, carrying a hint of dust, swept across the desolate streets, where the only signs of life were the grotesquely contorted corpses scattered on the ground. Beside a massive body, a creature the size of an infant was voraciously consuming its own brain. In front of Rongqi Bank, a dozen police vehicles surrounded the area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Numerous bodies lay strewn about, most clad in police uniforms, yet their sidearms were conspicuously absent. "Brother Chuan, what should we do next? Should we break in?" Yu Tian inquired eagerly, pointing at the locked bank doors. Tang Chuan immediately shook his head, responding, "The individuals inside are armed. We must not act rashly and risk harming our target." The term target clearly referred to Hejianga, the future Empress of Storms and the granddaughter of Grand Marshal Hejian. Upon inspection, Tang Chuan discerned that the bank was, in fact, a 3-story building with an attic. The main entrance was barricaded with sofas and other debris, while the adjacent glass wall had been covered with newspapers and money, presumably to conceal the occupants from the undead. The windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors were tightly shut, making a discreet entry seemingly impossible. However, for some inexplicable reason, a small circular window in the attic remained unlocked. "We shall enter through the attic window," Tang Chuan suggested, gesturing towards it and beckoning Yu Tian closer. "But how do we reach it? It's too high for me to climb," Yu Tian exclaimed, but before she could finish, she felt herself being lifted, and to her astonishment, she was airborne. "Brother Chuan, you can actually fly." Yu Tian gazed at him with admiration. Ignoring her, Tang Chuan concentrated on employing his gravity manipulation ability, allowing both of them to safely navigate through the window into the attic. Inside the attic, there were only a few large cabinets, and the floor bore traces of what appeared to be dried blood, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. Tang Chuan frowned, intending to investigate further when suddenly a gunshot rang out. Something has gone awry. The bandits have opened fire, Tang Chuan thought, cursing the misfortune as he swiftly grabbed Yu Tian by the shoulder and dashed out of the attic. As they descended the stairs, they discovered numerous zombie corpses sprawled across the second and third floors. To avoid alerting the assailants, they made their way to the corridor on the second floor, cautiously hiding behind a pillar to observe the situation in the grand hall below. In stark contrast to the chaos above, the grand hall appeared relatively tidy. However, the couches, typically arranged for customer comfort, had been pushed to the entrance, leaving the hall feeling eerily vacant. Inside stood a dozen burly men dressed in black, brandishing firearms. These were undoubtedly the bank robbers. Among them were 30 to 40 hostages of various ages, with all the young men bound hand and foot with rope. At the forefront of the hostages, an elderly man with graying hair lay on the ground, emitting pained groans. A tall, striking woman stood protectively in front of him, glaring at one of the armed robbers and vehemently demanding, "This gentleman is suffering from a heart condition, and his medication fell to the second floor. Why won't you send someone to retrieve it? Do not attempt to intimidate me with that feeble weapon. I have encountered far more formidable threats." The armed thug, momentarily taken aback, pondered in disbelief. Is it true that today, as youth have no fear of firearms? I just discharged a warning shot. Is she truly unafraid of death? If you lack the courage, allow me to take the lead. I assure you, I shall not flee. Seeing the thug rendered speechless, Jianga continued with fervor. Ha! Ha ha ha! The thug with the gun suddenly erupted into laughter, gesturing toward himself and the woman. Brothers, I, Zhonglong, have faced numerous trials. Yet today, I'm being chastised by a woman for being cowardly. What should I do, I wonder? After speaking, Zhonglong cracked his neck and leered at Jianga as star-like visage, licking his lips. Boss, show her your manly prowess. That will silence her accusations of cowardice. Indeed, boss, this girl is a rare gem. Her long legs are more valuable than life itself. If I could engage with such a beauty, I would have no regrets, even in death. The thugs began to murmur amongst themselves, their laughter taking on a sinister tone. Very well, once I have my fill, there will be a share for everyone. Zhonglong cackled, then reached to unbuckle his belt. Boss, you are truly magnanimous. Boss is formidable. Take her, take her. The thugs immediately became animated, their eyes wide with anticipation as they cheered loudly. You lot, this elderly man is on the verge of death. How can you still entertain such thoughts? Jianga bit her lip, appalled by the sheer callousness and repulsiveness of their demeanor. Little girl, you must have seen those zombies by now, have you not? It has been a day, and no one has intervened. This world is likely overrun with them. The apocalypse has arrived. What if I were to slay him myself? Zhonglong grinned malevolently, then took deliberate steps toward the elderly man, placing a boot squarely on his chest. The man, already afflicted with heart disease, suffered even more, struggling to push the foot away while emitting agonized groans. Remove your foot. He will perish. Jianga rushed forward, only to be met with a resounding slap from Zhonglong, sending her crashing to the ground. Young lady, comprehend your situation. No matter how beautiful you are, it is of no consequence in the apocalypse. Zhonglong laughed heartily, lifting his foot to stomp mercilessly on the old man several times. Ah! The old man cried out in pain, but soon his cries faded to a mere whisper, as if he were on the brink of death. No, let him go. Jianga regained her footing, covering her face while her eyes burned with fury. I have devised a splendid idea. If you agree to fulfill one request of mine, I shall release him, and I will even permit you to fetch medicine for him from the second floor. What say you, will you comply? Yes, I agree. Jianga responded without a moment's hesitation. Then, Zhonglong chuckled ominously, removing his belt and pulling his pants down to reveal his dark undergarments. How could you? Jianga felt a thunderous shock resonate in her mind. She could hardly believe that Zhonglong would dare to tarnish her in front of so many people. Hiss! The voice of the elderly man grew weaker, his desperate gaze for life piercing into her eyes. Very well, I promise you. Release that elderly gentleman at once. After a moment's hesitation, Jianga clenched her teeth and acquiesced. As a scion of a military family, she could not permit the harm of an innocent before her eyes. Hurry, I can scarcely contain myself. Zhang Long swallowed hard, fixating on her exquisite visage, a lewd and triumphant gleam in his eyes. What does beauty matter? In the end, it all comes down to desire, does it not? At this moment, Zhang Long reveled in the notion that this apocalypse could be so exquisitely delightful. Chapter 17. The weather-vane Jianga approached Zhang Long and slowly knelt before him, yet remained still, not advancing further. Zhang Long furrowed his brow in displeasure and remarked, "What is it? Do you wish for this old fool to perish?" As he spoke, he pressed down hard on the elderly man's chest, eliciting a pained groan from the old man. Upon hearing the anguished sound, Jianga's body trembled, and her shaking hand finally reached toward her own waist. "This is my first experience being attended to by such a beautiful young lady. I find myself quite eager." Zhang Long licked his lips and turned to boast to his subordinates. Laughter erupted among them, their eyes glinting with predatory intent as they recalled their leader's words. Once he had his fill, he would share with them. Chuan Ge, Yu Tian, witnessing the scene, could not bear to see her humiliated in public. She tugged at Tang Chuan's sleeve, whispering anxiously. "Do not fret," Tang Chuan replied softly, shaking his head. "She is not so easily defeated. As the future Storm Queen and granddaughter of the Grand Marshal, Jianga would not yield so readily." And Tang Chuan held firm in his belief. Indeed, scarcely had he uttered those words when Jianga's previously trembling hand became resolute and powerful, launching a swift punch toward Zhang Long's groin. Instantaneously struck in such a vulnerable area, even Zhang Long, despite his arrogance, was compelled to double over, clutching himself, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Jianga seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow to his face and, in the moment of his disorientation, snatched the gun from his grasp. However, as she attempted to apprehend Zhang Long, he rolled away deftly, creating distance between them. Having faced numerous perilous situations, Zhang Long was formidable. Even when caught off guard, he swiftly reacted to evade further harm. It was only then that his henchmen finally grasped the situation, hurriedly drawing their weapons to aim at Jianga. Faced with the ominous muzzles of a dozen guns, Jianga exhibited no fear, directing her weapon at Zhang Long and commanding, "Tell them to lower their guns, or I shall shoot you dead." Zhang Long, recognizing the gravity of the moment, raised his hands in surrender, yet a mocking expression lingered on his face as he retorted, "Little girl, do you even know how to use a gun? Do you believe you can hit your mark? If you fail to kill me with one shot, you shall all meet your demise. Hey, you folks in the back, listen well. If this young lady fails to shoot me dead, you will all accompany her to the grave. If she succeeds, then you shall all follow me." Upon hearing this, the hostages became agitated, shouting in unison, "You mad woman, throw the gun away. Damn it, he is just an old fool. Why do you care? Little girl, heed my advice, return the gun to Long Ge, and let us part in peace." "A mad woman, I certainly do not wish to perish alongside you. Hasten to lower the firearm. Seize her weapon and return it to Brother Long." Amidst the cacophony, an indiscernible voice uttered a phrase, prompting two unbound women to rise, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they advanced towards Jianga. "Surely, she would not dare to fire upon us. Let us directly seize her gun and return it to Brother Long." One woman, adorned with high heels and a visage reminiscent of an internet celebrity, discarded her footwear, wielding it as a weapon as she approached Jianga step by step. "Ah, splendid, such resolve. Once our task is accomplished, you may follow me," Zhang Long remarked with a satisfied nod. The internet celebrity's face instantly brightened as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Long, thank you." Another woman, who had initially hesitated, promptly joined in. Even several elderly individuals, despite their physical limitations, struggled to rise, eager to partake in the unfolding chaos. Witnessing the grotesque display of human nature below, Yu Tian was incensed. Are these people fools? Can they truly believe the words of a rogue? "Brother Chuan, let us hasten to assist." At that moment, Tang Chuan could not suppress the frown that creased his brow. Although he had encountered countless manifestations of depravity in his past life, he had not anticipated such a loathsome spectacle merely 2 days into the apocalypse. Just as he prepared to act, the sound of a gunshot echoed. He Jianga did not even turn, firing blindly behind her. The bullet, as if possessing sentience, severed the heel of the internet celebrity's shoe. A moment later, the bullet would find its mark upon your head. He Jianga's cold voice resonated at that instant. Ah, the internet celebrity, gazing at the broken heel in her hand and feeling the trace of blood upon her face where the bullet grazed, shrieked in terror and collapsed to the ground, soon followed by a puddle of yellow liquid seeping from beneath her skirt. The others, who had been eager to act, were now paralyzed by fear, retreating back into their seats. Zhang Long's eyelids twitched in disbelief as he stared at He Jianga. You can wield a gun? And with such proficiency? I have practiced since a young age. Within 100 meters, I can hit my mark. You would do well to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives, He Jianga scoffed. Continuing, if you wish to live, immediately send someone upstairs to retrieve his heart medication and instruct your men to surrender their weapons to me. Zhang Long's expression darkened, his silence betraying a tumult of thoughts. His subordinates, restless, clamored, "Boss, what shall we do?" In an instant, the tide of the situation shifted. Tang Chuan upstairs could not help but nod, silently acknowledging, truly deserving of her title as the future Queen of Storms. Yu Tian also marveled, exclaiming, "This sister is magnificent." At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Zhang Long abruptly burst into laughter. "Ha, splendid, splendid. I never anticipated that after so long in this world, I would find myself bested by a woman. What is your name? Why not join me? I can offer you the position of second in command." Upon hearing this, He Jianga's brow furrowed, her expression a mask of fury. However, those behind her could not discern her expression, particularly the individuals who were just about to seize the firearm. Each one now drenched in perspiration and their faces drained of color. Should He Jianga be subdued, their fate would undoubtedly be most lamentable. Contemplating this, the internet celebrity shrieked, "No, you cannot triumph over them. Are you not a soldier? As a soldier, your duty is to protect us civilians." The female influencer glanced at the crowd and continued, "I am a teller at this bank, and this woman, He Jianga, utilized military discounts while conducting her transactions here, even showing me her credentials." Upon hearing this, those who had intended to seize the gun were instantly invigorated, and someone immediately shouted, "You are a soldier. It is your sacred duty to safeguard us civilians. You must not join them." Chapter 18. The divine weapon descends upon learning of He Jianga's military identity. Zhang Long's countenance darkened immeasurably. Across the globe, it is widely acknowledged that Chinese soldiers are renowned for their unwavering sense of justice. No amount of temptation could ever sway their resolve to protect the populace. Realizing that persuading the other party was futile, Zhang Long, however, maintained a facade of composure. Seizing the moment when the hostages fervently implored He Jianga not to betray them, he subtly shifted his stance. "Do not move." He Jianga instantly detected his slight maneuver and shouted, finger poised on the trigger. Yet, Zhang Long merely grinned malevolently before abruptly stomping the ground. In the next instant, a thick fog materialized from thin air, enveloping him entirely. Smoke bomb? Impossible. He made no motion to suggest he was using anything. He Jianga's heart raced as she raised her pistol and fired into the mist. The shot rang out, plunging the atmosphere in the hall into a suffocating tension. All eyes widened, fixated on the swirling fog, for they understood that the man within was now entwined with the fate of everyone present. As the fog rapidly dissipated, Zhang Long emerged unscathed, much to the relief of the hostages and the criminals, except for He Jianga and the observing Tang Chuan. A collective sigh of relief echoed. The boss is alive. Splendid. He can still lead us to freedom. Conversely, Zhang Long's survival meant that the foolish woman would not be the cause of their demise. Though their thoughts diverged, a shared sense of joy at Zhang Long's continued existence resonated within them all. Only He Jianga remained grave, her gun raised in disbelief as she questioned, "Impossible. I could never miss. Why are you unharmed after taking a bullet? What trickery is this?" In response to her inquiry, Zhang Long erupted in laughter. "Little girl, let me be frank. I am a messenger of God. Mere bullets cannot harm me. If you doubt my words, go ahead, take another shot," he declared, pointing confidently to his forehead. He Jianga, dismissing his theatrics, aimed and fired accurately at his forehead. Yet, astonishingly, the bullet seemed to pass through him without inflicting any harm, embedding itself into the wall behind him. What on earth is happening? He Jianga was utterly flabbergasted. From the sudden onset of apocalyptic despair to the surreal spectacle unfolding before her, her worldview, meticulously constructed over 2 decades, shattered completely. At this moment, Zhang Long surveyed the equally bewildered hostages and criminals, arms outstretched toward the heavens as he proclaimed, "Do you remember those zombies? This calamity is a divine punishment for the sinful, and I am God's messenger on earth. What you witnessed was a manifestation of divine power. Only by following and submitting to me can you secure your survival. Now, I need you to help me capture the sinner who dared to harm God's messenger." Zhang Long is undoubtedly an experienced and cunning rogue. His mastery of deception is truly exceptional. His face radiates a pious expression that blurs the line between sincerity and artifice. Under ordinary circumstances, one might not find such belief among the masses. Yet, given the recent emergence of flesh-eating zombies and Zhang Long's subsequent display of invulnerability to bullets, the hostages' rationality dissipated entirely, transforming them into fervent acolytes of Zhang Long. To lower their weapons and show disrespect to the messenger of God, an elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, suddenly became agitated, hurling his cane at He Jianga's shoulder. The pain elicited a muffled groan from her, her face contorted in anguish. However, this did little to awaken the hostages from their stupor. The unbound women and elderly rose, inching closer to her. As a soldier, He Jianga could not bring herself to fire upon civilians. Ultimately, she was seized by 2 women, one pinning her to the ground while the other yanked her hair, forcing her to lift her head. Her firearm clattered to the side. At that moment, Zhang Long's figure warped before her eyes, only to dissipate into a thick mist. From the shadows behind a pillar, another Zhang Long emerged, retrieving the fallen weapon. Witnessing this miraculous display, the crowd gasped in awe, some even kneeling in worship. Zhang Long picked up the gun, the dark muzzle aimed at He Jianga's forehead, and whispered menacingly in her ear, "Little girl, I initially rather liked you. But why must you be a soldier? Remember, do not choose this path in your next life." With a sinister grin, he prepared to pull the trigger. In that instant, the voices of the hostages cursing her for disrespecting the messenger of God and Zhang Long's chilling laughter echoed in her ears, amplifying her sense of despair. Am I truly destined to die? Just as He Jianga succumbed to hopelessness, a man suddenly descended from above, delivering a kick that sent Zhang Long flying. "Get away!" With a thunderous roar, a man and a woman appeared in the hall below. It was Tang Chuan and Yu Tian. Earlier, on the 2nd floor, Tang Chuan had realized that Zhang Long might have awakened a special ability when the bullets failed to strike him, leading him to assess his attributes. Name, Zhang Long. Gender, male. Evolution level, 1st stage. Ability, Mirage LV1. Based on Zhang Long's subsequent actions, Tang Chuan concluded that his ability allowed him to create illusions, permitting others to see a perfect replica of himself. Thus, to await the manifestation of his true self, he had to bide his time with Yu Tian. Now that Zhang Long's true form had finally materialized, Tang Chuan seized the opportunity to summon a wave of divine intervention. "Do not fear, I am here to rescue you," he reassured He Jianga, delivering a punch to each of the 2 women holding her, sending them sprawling and losing several teeth in the process. He Jianga broke free from her restraints, yet she found herself entranced by the striking figure of the man before her. "He has come to rescue me." An indescribable joy surged through her mind until she noticed the bandits raising their firearms, their barrels aimed squarely at Tang Chuan. "Run! They have guns!" At that moment, Zhang Long also clutched his chest and rose once more, his bloodshot eyes wide with hysteria as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" Tang Chuan smiled faintly and replied with a hint of intrigue, "To be honest, I am also a messenger of God. If you don't believe me, would you like me to perform a trick to show you that I cannot be struck by a bullet?" Chapter 19. You are a monster. Upon hearing those words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. casting bewildered glances at Zhang Long, realizing that the other party might have awakened supernatural abilities like himself. Zhang Long immediately became agitated and shouted, "He is lying. Don't listen to him. Shoot him dead." Tang Chuan promptly instructed Yu Tian, "Protect her." After saying this, he turned his gaze towards the oncoming bullets and slowly spread his arms wide. At this sight, He Jianga's eyes widened in disbelief, and she couldn't help but cry out, "No!" However, in the next moment, she suddenly noticed a translucent, glass-like shield materializing around her and the girl before her. Bullets struck the shield, sparking brilliantly, yet they failed to harm either of them. Witnessing this, she felt her mind racing. Could this girl also be a messenger of God? With this thought, she abruptly looked at Tang Chuan. She observed that there was no glass-like shield surrounding him. Yet the bullets from the dozen or so bandits seemed to possess a mind of their own, each one veering away from Tang Chuan. Despite the relentless gunfire from the group, not a single bullet found its mark on him. Under normal circumstances, this would be utterly impossible. If one were to rationalize it, He Jianga could only conclude that both this man and woman were indeed messengers of God. In reality, the miraculous display was the result of Tang Chuan utilizing gravitational manipulation. By altering the gravitational pull on each bullet, he caused their trajectories to deviate ever so slightly, allowing them to whiz past him without inflicting any harm. With a significant enhancement in his mental prowess, Tang Chuan's cognitive abilities, computational speed, and reflexes had all seen considerable improvement, enabling him to accurately calculate the trajectory of each bullet in the blink of an eye. While this was undeniably impressive, it placed a substantial strain on his mental faculties. Fortunately, given the stringent gun control in Huaxia, these bandits could only acquire handguns. Had they possessed rifles, a barrage of gunfire would surely have overwhelmed him, rendering him vulnerable to becoming riddled with bullets. Seeing Tang Chuan truly impervious to gunfire, the bandits were struck with a wave of dread. After exhausting an entire magazine, nearly half of them crumbled to their knees in despair. "I am sorry. I didn't know you were also a messenger of God. Please forgive me," one bandit cried out, discarding his weapon in a plea for mercy. "Go to hell. I am a messenger of God." Zhang Long, witnessing this, panicked and swiftly pulled out his gun, firing a bullet that accurately struck the bandit in the head. He then threatened, "Keep firing, or I will kill you all." Seeing their leader resort to executing one of their own filled the remaining bandits with terror, compelling them to reload and continue shooting at the three. Yet as before, they remained unscathed. In fact, Yu Tian even took the opportunity amidst the hail of bullets to chat with He Jianga, saying, "Sister, you looked absolutely amazing just now. I, too, aspired to become a soldier. However, during the enlistment process, they deemed my intellect insufficient and barred me from service." It was utterly outrageous. Observing Yu Tian's furious demeanor, He Jianga was momentarily taken aback. Here were a dozen bandit leaders firing incessantly with their pistols, and yet she chose to lament over trivial matters of the past. "My dear girl, do exercise some discernment. By the way, I am Yu Tian, and this is Tang Chuan. I affectionately refer to him as Chuan Ge." Suddenly, Yu Tian realized she had yet to introduce herself and promptly provided a brief introduction of the two. "I am He Jianga. I know. We heard everything from the second floor." "The second floor? You arrived long ago." Indeed. He Jianga was astonished. After all, the entrance on the first floor had been completely blocked, yet they had managed to slip in unnoticed. Could it be that they possessed the ability to fly? By the way, this shield-like object, do we not need to give it to him? He Jianga pointed to the shield on his person and gestured towards Tang Chuan. "Oh, he is my Chuan Ge. A mere pistol cannot harm him." Yu Tian promptly patted her chest, responding with pride. At that moment, Tang Chuan flashed a thumbs up at the two and casually remarked, "Rest assured." As he spoke, several bullets whizzed past him, narrowly missing his clothing. After such a protracted skirmish, Zhang Long began to sense something amiss. He noticed that the bullets he fired would inexplicably deviate from their intended trajectory, and no matter how he adjusted his aim, it proved futile. It was as if an invisible hand had nudged the bullets after they left the barrel. This fellow's abilities surpassed my own. Realizing this, Zhang Long was suddenly seized by the urge to flee. He continued to shout for the bandits to maintain their fire while stealthily maneuvering towards the glass wall. "Don't run. Tang Chuan spotted his subtle movements and bellowed. Startled, Zhang Long, coincidentally having emptied a magazine, immediately shouted, "Brothers, charge in and stab him with your daggers." I refuse to believe a dagger cannot reach you. As the bandits, their nerves frayed from the ineffectiveness of their pistols, heard this command, they hastily drew their daggers and, with wild shouts, charged towards Tang Chuan. They were unwittingly walking into their own demise. Tang Chuan smiled coldly. Once all the bandits were within a 20-meter radius, he swiftly unleashed his abilities. Tenfold gravity field, activate. The gravitational force surged tenfold, and the unprepared bandits collapsed to the ground. Some who had sprinted too quickly, even smashing their heads against the floor, meeting a swift demise. The remaining bandits struggled to endure, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Tang Chuan. "Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. Oh, great messenger of the divine, I was wrong. I beg you, show mercy. I do not want to die. Please, spare me." The bandits instantly began to wail, tears and snot flowing freely as they pleaded for their lives. Just a moment ago, they were quite formidable, flaunting their might. Now do they seek my mercy? What a fanciful thought. Tang Chuan let out a cold laugh, shattering their dreams. He then slowly advanced towards the bandits. When all the brigands fell within a 10-meter radius, he willingly reduced the gravitational field's extent. Simultaneously, the gravity intensity escalated to 15 times. Under such immense pressure, the bandits' bones emitted a series of mournful cries, accompanied by the crackling sounds of shattering bones reverberating in the air. Within less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen bandits perished beneath the crushing force of the gravitational field. Each lifeless body bled from all orifices, succumbing to the rupture of their internal organs. A monster, indeed, you are a monster. Zhang Long, witnessing this horrific scene, felt his eyes widen in fury, and he immediately retrieved a grenade from his pocket. Its power far surpassed that of a .45 caliber bullet, and Tang Chuan had no confidence in emerging unscathed. He swiftly called out to Yu Tian to seek cover. "Grenade! Quickly, hide behind the pillar." Just as they completed their evasive maneuver, a deafening explosion echoed, the grenade detonating. Boom! Chapter 20. The occupation of Rongqi Bank. As the explosion subsided, Tang Chuan swiftly emerged from behind a pillar. However, he was met with the sight of the glass wall on the first floor shattered, with Zhang Long having already fled through the gaping hole. Several zombies, drawn by the cacophony, appeared intermittently along the way, but they were all dispatched with precise headshots by his impeccable marksmanship. Just as Zhang Long was about to make his escape, He Jianga, in a fit of urgency, shouted, "We cannot let him get away. Such scum, if allowed to live, will undoubtedly bring more harm to others." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan offered a faint smile and replied, "He won't escape." With that, he prepared to unleash his gravitational manipulation. Meanwhile, Zhang Long, having sprinted a considerable distance, shot down another zombie, glancing back while reloading his weapon. The moment he saw Tang Chuan standing at the opening, his cold gaze fixed upon him, a chill ran down his spine. "You freak, this is insane." Zhang Long cursed loudly, then raised his voice. "Just wait. I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will slay you and take your woman." Before he could continue his taunts, he suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness. To his horror, he realized his body was ascending vertically, and the speed of his ascent was increasing rapidly. "What is happening? What have you done to me? Put me down. Let me down." In a frantic panic, Zhang Long fired an entire magazine without even aiming, yet none of the errant bullets inflicted any harm on Tang Chuan, who remained stationary and unaffected. "As you wish," Tang Chuan declared, and with those words, Zhang Long felt his ascent begin to slow. Yet, he was still nearly 30 meters above the ground, and falling from such a height would surely be fatal. "No, please don't drop me. Save me. I am willing to serve you, to give everything. I beg you to save me." Zhang Long wailed in desperation, but Tang Chuan remained immobile. With a resounding crash, the world fell into an eerie silence. Having completed his task, Tang Chuan turned and strode back into the hall, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial chore. His nonchalant demeanor elicited an exclamation of admiration from Yu Tian. Even Yi Jianga felt her heart skip a beat as if struck by Cupid's arrow. As the granddaughter of a marshal, she had never encountered a man who stirred her heart until this moment, witnessing Tang Chuan, who seemed to descend from the heavens. However, being a soldier, she understood that now was not the time for infatuation. She promptly retrieved the old man's heart medication and began to clear the battlefield. Upon inspection, it was unfortunate to find that 5 hostages had perished due to stray bullets, while 2 others sustained injuries to their arms and calves. Although the wounds were serious, they were ultimately stabilized after He Jianga's expert bandaging. Once the emotions of the hostages had stabilized, Tang Chuan gathered all the handguns and then addressed the crowd. Listen closely. I am not some so-called messenger of God. I am merely a survivor in this apocalypse. I intend to remain in this bank for 7 days. You may choose to stay or leave at your discretion. However, should you decide to stay, I will not offer you protection. The only person I am here to safeguard is her, He Jianga. Upon hearing this, He Jianga felt a multitude of envious gazes fixated upon her. While she was puzzled as to why Tang Chuan specifically chose to protect her, she could not help but feel a sense of joy. After all, humanity has an inherent affinity for favoritism. Brother Chuan, I have gathered the food and water. At that moment, Yu Tian approached Tang Chuan and whispered, gesturing towards the supplies piled high in the distance, all of which had been scavenged by the bandits throughout the building. Those who wish to leave may take some supplies with them, while I will allocate resources to those who choose to stay based on necessity. If you understand, make your decisions swiftly. The gaping hole in the wall requires repair. We cannot afford to waste time. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's urging, the hostages finally began to take action. The first group to depart consisted of those who had attempted to harm He Jiangu earlier. They hastily collected some food and water before fleeing. Following them were a few young men who had previously been bound. Now released, they were eager to escape the confines of their captivity and likewise gathered provisions to leave. Gradually, more individuals chose to depart, yet a considerable number remained. Aside from Tang Chuan, Yu Tian, and He Jiangu, there were still 15 hostages left, comprising 8 women and 7 men, including the elderly man from before, 3 middle-aged men, and 3 young men. Once it was confirmed that no one else wished to leave, Tang Chuan pointed to the large hole in the glass wall and then to the remaining sofas and cabinets in the lobby, stating, if you don't want to be devoured by zombies, use the sofas and cabinets to block this opening. With that, he found a chair to sit and rest, while Yu Tian joined him. Only He Jiangu took the lead in repairing the large hole. After a while, the hostages were drenched in sweat from their efforts. Finally, a young man with dyed yellow hair could no longer contain himself and pointed at Tang Chuan, shouting in dissatisfaction, why don't you have to move anything? Aren't you staying here too? Tang Chuan's expression remained impassive. He merely raised a finger to indicate the corpses of the bandits that had been tossed outside, saying, it's because I'm not afraid of zombies. No matter how many come, I can eliminate them. Is that sufficient? The young man recognized the underlying threat in his words and, frightened, lowered his head and began to laboriously move the sofas. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work from a dozen individuals, they finally managed to block the large hole with various items. Although there were still a few minor gaps, the largest of them could only allow the entry of a small dog, alleviating any concern that zombies could infiltrate. After the completion of their tasks, everyone collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. At this moment, Yu Tian began distributing food to them. Each person received a small packet of cookies, no larger than half a palm, and 2 shared a bottle of mineral water. This constituted their entire ration for the day. After such prolonged exertion, the meager provisions incited a wave of indignation among the group. However, they dared not confront Tang Chuan directly and instead channeled their frustrations towards He Jianga. You are a soldier. How can you stand by while this man mistreats us? They demanded, attempting to coerce her into action. Left with no choice, He Jianga reluctantly approached Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, the food distribution is woefully inadequate. Everyone is dissatisfied. Is there any possibility of... She began, only to be cut off by his immediate refusal. No, why not? There are clearly ample supplies. He Jianga retorted, her anger palpable. Tang Chuan, however, remained taciturn, leading her to the storeroom where food was kept. Inside, Jianga was taken aback to discover that while many of the food packages appeared intact from the outside, their backs had been slashed open and the contents had been pilfered. Despite the seemingly plentiful packaging, the actual food was alarmingly scarce. How could this happen? Jianga exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Tian approached, fuming. It must be those who chose to leave. They seized the opportunity to take more than their fair share while I wasn't watching. Jianga's eyes widened in incredulity, only to turn and see Tang Chuan nodding slightly in agreement. This is human nature, Tang Chuan remarked slowly, before pivoting and striding into the hall. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, "Your food supply is limited. Since you have chosen to stay, do not harbor any further expectations." With that, he exited the hall, leaving the others to exchange bewildered glances. Chapter 21. Conversation. As the crowd gradually quieted, expressions varied among the individuals present. Some appeared weary, others anxious. Some sighed heavily, while a few cast resentful glances in the direction of Tang Chuan's departure. As dusk descended, fatigue enveloped the assembly, prompting many to prepare for rest. Given the numerous unaddressed corpses of zombies in the rooms on the second and third floors, they collectively opted to rest in the lobby on the ground floor. The soft sounds of snoring emerged, and the hall fell into a serene silence. At that moment, Jianga suddenly discerned faint footsteps approaching. "Who is it?" she inquired softly, her eyes snapping open as she focused on the source of the sound. "It's me, Tian. Brother Chuan asked for you." Tian emerged from the shadows, and without delay, turned to lead the way. Following Tian's footsteps, they arrived at an office on the second floor, where the zombie corpses had been relocated and the area meticulously cleaned. At that juncture, Tang Chuan sat in a swivel chair, nodding at Tian as she entered, signaling her to close the door. Jianga furrowed her brow, uncertain of Tang Chuan's intentions, yet she sensed no malice from him. She chose a chair and sat with perfect posture, her back straight, and spoke. "Tang Chuan, why have you called for me? Moreover, why did you specifically mention my name today, stating you would protect me?" Tang Chuan smiled slightly, tapping the tabletop with his knuckles, and replied, "Jianga, female, 20 years old. You have been educated in a militarized institution since childhood and enlisted in the army at 16, now holding the rank of captain, correct?" Upon hearing this, Jianga felt a jolt surge through her, her pupils involuntarily dilating. The reason was simple. Every word Tang Chuan spoke rang true. "Who are you? How do you know this?" Jianga pressed, her brow knitted in confusion. "What do you want from me?" Tang Chuan gestured for her to relax before continuing. "In addition, I am aware that your grandfather, Hejan, is a 5-star marshal in Huaxia, the supreme commander of the Eastern Military District. Are you attempting to use me to threaten him?" At the mention of Hejan, Jianga sprang to her feet, her fists slamming onto the table as she glowered at Tang Chuan. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to survive." Tang Chuan shook his head, gesturing towards her as he elaborated. "In 7 days, I will escort you to the Eastern Military District, ensuring your safety along the way. In exchange, upon our arrival, I hope to acquire several fighter jets and some high-powered weaponry." The necessity for fighter jets stemmed from Tang Chuan's recollection of several future notorious super zombies, currently dispersed across various regions of Huaxia. Without aircraft, reaching them would prove exceedingly challenging. Fighter jets and weapons? Can you pilot a jet? Jianga's eyes widened in astonishment as she reseated herself. To her inquiry, Tang Chuan simply responded with a smile. A year into the apocalypse, in a bid to combat increasingly formidable zombies, the military had directly distributed various weaponry to all survivors. A survivor who cannot master the operation of an aircraft or a tank is hardly a competent individual. Even an elderly person, trembling yet determined, can crush zombies with a tank. How could Tang Chuan possibly fail to learn? Not only does he possess the skill, but his driving prowess is remarkably high. To survive, he must navigate through battlefields teeming with abominable, mutated zombies, piloting either a warplane or a tank. If his driving abilities were lacking, he would have perished long ago, leaving no trace behind, rather than enduring for 3 years. Well, even if he can fly a warplane, what purpose does it serve? As far as I know, This zombie crisis extends globally. Possessing an aircraft does not guarantee escape to safety. He Jianga fixed her gaze upon Tang Chuan and spoke slowly. I do not wish to flee. I merely seek to find a few acquaintances. Acquaintances? Indeed. Tang Chuan nodded, referring to the future zombie emperors he intended to locate. Very well, share your response with me. As Tang Chuan maintained his gaze, He Jianga contemplated for a moment before nodding. Yet, she promptly inquired, Can you bring anyone else besides me? Impossible. It is far too perilous. I cannot ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, He Jianga clenched her fists tightly, only to gradually release them. Raising her head once more, her eyes radiated an unwavering resolve as she declared, How can I acquire powers akin to yours? I wish to grow stronger. As a soldier, I must protect the innocent. You need not worry. It won't be long before you awaken formidable abilities, perhaps even surpassing my own. Recalling the future scene of the Storm Empress summoning thunder to vanquish the zombie emperor, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Tang Chuan's eyes. Is that so? He Jianga examined her hands, her expression tinged with uncertainty. She then posed another question. Why must we wait 7 days to depart? Upon hearing this, Yu Tian, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, perked up and volunteered to explain. I know. Brother Chuan has elucidated this for me. In the coming 7 days, the spatial rifts worldwide will enter a period of instability, and the evolutionary energy seeping into the earth will also become exceedingly volatile. This unstable energy will further transform both humans and zombies, awakening latent abilities in more individuals or zombies. Moreover, this energy will endow humanity with formidable resistance to various chronic diseases and ailments caused by bacteria or fungi, rendering us nearly immune to illness henceforth. Most importantly, during this period, zombies will become frenzied, their strength significantly amplified, and they will roam the cities wildly. Should we venture out during this time, we risk being surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of enhanced zombies, making escape nigh impossible. Therefore, we must wait until the rifts stabilize after 7 days before we embark. Yu Tian finished her explanation in one breath, then took a large gulp of water, eagerly anticipating praise. However, no one acknowledged her. He Jianga furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with confusion. Spatial rifts? Evolutionary energy? Enhanced zombies? Were these phenomena? In her quest for clarity, she relentlessly interrogated Yu Tian for over half an hour, leaving Yu Tian feeling as if her tongue might wither from exhaustion before the inquiry finally ceased. Having unraveled the meanings of these terms, He Jianga could not suppress her curiosity as she scrutinized Tang Chuan. What you speak of does not seem fabricated, yet I am compelled to ask how you possess such profound knowledge. Are you in any way connected to this calamity? With that, she suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Tang Chuan, enunciating each word with gravity. Or could it be that this disaster is of your own orchestration? Faced with He Jianga's pointed questioning, Tang Chuan nearly toppled from his swivel chair. My dear girl, has your imagination always been this vivid? If I were capable of orchestrating an apocalypse, I would hardly require a mere fighter jet. The entire world would cower beneath my shadow. At a loss for words, Tang Chuan regarded He Jianga, whose conviction was unwavering, with a complex expression. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. A monster! A monster has broken in. Chapter 22. The arrival of the ghostly infant. A crisis had emerged. Tang Chuan and Yu Tian exchanged a glance, promptly springing to their feet and racing towards the first floor. The lobby below was illuminated by a few dim lights, casting a feeble glow upon a creature the size of a small dog that was perched upon the chest of the elderly man suffering from heart disease. To their horror, it appeared to be gnawing on something. Type: ghostly infant. Evolution level: 2nd stage. Ability: Brain Eater LV2. Threat level: high. A ghostly infant. It was the very monster that had infiltrated their space. Tang Chuan cast his gaze towards the gaping hole created by the explosion of a grenade, now obstructed by cabinets, and comprehended instantly that the ghostly infant had wriggled through the crevices of these furniture pieces. Old sir! He Jianga exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene, and dashed recklessly towards the elderly man. Ensure her safety, Tang Chuan commanded without hesitation. seizing her and pushing her towards Yution. After issuing his instruction, he stepped forward to confront the threat. The ghostly infant, having sensed Tang Chuan's presence, abandoned its grotesque feast and lunged at him with bared teeth and a ferocious roar. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Activate the tenfold gravitational field. As the ghostly infant crossed into the gravitational domain, its movements faltered momentarily. Yet, rather than retreating, it continued advancing menacingly towards Tang Chuan. Each step it took left a gaping hole in the tiled floor beneath its sharp claws. It had already begun to acclimatize to the tenfold gravity. Tang Chuan, witnessing this alarming development, cautiously retreated a few steps. The ghostly infant's face contorted into a mocking grin, as if to taunt, "Is this all you're capable of?" While laughing, the ghostly infant began hurling various objects from the ground towards Tang Chuan. Despite the tenfold gravity, the items, be they chairs, stools, or bags, were thrown with considerable force and speed. In this chaotic moment, Tang Chuan was forced to dodge left and right, narrowly avoiding the barrage of debris that threatened him at every turn. "Quick, go assist Tang Chuan. He is at a disadvantage." "He Jiang Gu," urged Yution, her tone filled with urgency. Yution glanced at Tang Chuan, who signaled an okay with his hand, instantly alleviating her worry. "Don't fret, Brother Chuan is invincible," she declared. However, just as Jiang was about to voice her concerns, she noticed Yution had fallen silent, her gaze fixed on Tang Chuan, fervently praying for his victory. After all, should he falter, the creature would undoubtedly slay everyone present. Please, he must prevail. Closing her eyes in fervent supplication, Jiang reopened them, her resolve renewed as she approached the injured elderly man. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a large chunk of flesh had been torn from his chest, revealing a gaping, blood-red wound. The old man was barely clinging to life, his breaths shallow and labored. "Please do not move. I shall tend to your wounds." Jiang, fully aware that such an injury was typically fatal, nonetheless removed her outer garment and tore it into strips to staunch the bleeding from the elderly man's chest. Cough, cough. The elderly man struggled to raise a hand, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet only managed to cough up blood. "Do not speak. Everything will be fine," Jiang gently reassured, gripping the old man's hand tightly. At that moment, Yution arrived beside them, staring at the ailing elder, unable to find words, and merely stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, the ghostly infant approached Tang Chuan, coming within 10 meters of him. The spectral child held nothing left to throw, yet a mocking grin lingered on its face, accompanied by an incessant, eerie giggle. Unbeknownst to it, a fleeting smile appeared at the corner of Tang Chuan's mouth. 15 times the gravitational field activate. As the gravity field contracted, the gravitational intensity surged. Caught off guard, the ghostly infant fell headfirst onto the floor, its hardened forehead shattering the tiles beneath. Roar! The ghostly infant bellowed in fury, momentarily unable to rise, its limbs flailing on the tiles as if performing a comical swimming routine on dry land. Realizing this was an opportune moment to strike, Tang Chuan wasted no time, employing gravitational manipulation to propel a small safe above the ghostly child's head. Fall! The safe plummeted from the air, crashing down upon the infant, the impact causing the surrounding tiles to crack. Yet, despite such a blow, the ghostly infant remained unscathed, glaring at Tang Chuan with rage. Such resilience! Tang Chuan could not help but curse under his breath, quickly using gravitational manipulation, once more to lift the safe and bring it down with ferocity. This time, he did not pause. He relentlessly controlled the safe to fly up and crash down again and again like a madman. The cacophony of clattering echoed incessantly, the infant's cries of agony and rage merging into a singular lament. Before long, the ghostly infant's form was nearly embedded into the ground, a pool of crimson pooling around it, its cries weakening to a mere whisper. At this point, Tang Chuan had lost count of how many times he had struck, perhaps 30 times or even more. He was acutely aware of the immense toll on his mental energy, leaving him breathless. With renewed resolve, he aimed to eliminate this creature, Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened, disregarding his fatigue as he prepared for the final, fatal blow. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flashed across the infant's arm. In the next instant, it raised both hands and sent the safe flying away with a punch. Witnessing this, Tang Chuan's pupils constricted. That golden light resembled the one that appeared when he activated Titanic strength. In that brief moment of shock, the ghostly infant swiftly extracted itself from the ground and, without a backward glance, slipped through the gap in the safe, fleeing from Rongqi Bank. In mere moments, its figure vanished into the vast, dark night. It escaped. Tang Chuan furrowed his brows, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The fact that the ghostly infant pursued him indicated a deep-seated grudge. It could very well return for a surprise attack in the future. Moreover, merely a day has elapsed, and his extraordinary abilities have astonishingly evolved to the second tier. The rapid augmentation of his power is remarkable, yet he has also managed to harness the strength of other supernatural abilities. An instinct within Tang Chuan warns him that if this malevolent infant is not eradicated soon, it will inevitably become a terrifying corpse king, releasing the gravitational field. Tang Chuan, at that moment, the elderly man's complexion was unnaturally flushed, clearly having entered a state of fleeting vitality. The old man grasped Hejiang's hand, his expression benevolent as he spoke with a warm smile. I fear my time is limited, but there is something I must convey to you. Please go on. Hejianga replied, kneeling beside the elder, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. I am profoundly grateful that you came to rescue this old fool during the day. Young lady, no. I ought to refer to you as a soldier. You are a truly magnificent soldier. Thank you. As the elder spoke, he extended a trembling hand to rest upon Hejianga's shoulder. Suddenly, his body convulsed, and he shut his eyes for the final time. Old sir, Hejianga's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. However, before she could mourn, the deceased elder abruptly reopened his bloodshot eyes and lunged towards Hejianga with his mouth agape. Zombie! Hejianga gasped in shock, but before she could react, a knife plunged into the zombie's brain, decisively ending its existence. The wielder of the blade was none other than Tang Chuan. Dispose of his body. Such is the nature of the apocalypse, Tang Chuan remarked coolly, withdrawing his knife and turning away. Understood. Hejianga rose, casting a glance at his retreating figure and then at the elder's lifeless form, lost in contemplation. Chapter 23. The half-dead shadow. To prevent the ghostly infant from launching another assault, Tang Chuan promptly summoned everyone to arrange for a rotating night watch. And no one voiced any dissent. A night of silence passed, and soon dawn arrived. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the hall, rousing everyone from their slumber. Tang Chuan opened his eyes, realizing that the sound emanated from the second floor. Could it be that the ghostly infant had evaded the watchful eyes of the sentinels and stealthily infiltrated the upper level? With this thought, he wasted no time, calling upon Yu Tian to ascend with him, while Hejianga followed closely behind. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered that the scream originated from the direction of the restroom. There, a solitary, unisex lavatory contained only a single toilet. A woman was slumped outside the restroom, one hand pointing tremblingly inside, her face a portrait of terror. Ignoring her, Tang Chuan steeled himself for battle and charged into the restroom. However, to his astonishment, there was no ghostly infant present, nor indeed anything that moved. Instead, he encountered a corpse, a man with his abdomen grotesquely hollowed out, lying in a most pitiable state. Yu Tian and Hejianga, who followed closely behind Tang Chuan, were unable to suppress their horror upon witnessing the gruesome scene and quietly retreated. Tang Chuan meticulously examined the body. The deceased appeared to be a middle-aged man, with wounds on his abdomen that seemed to have been gnawed away by some creature, indicating he had perished merely hours prior. Such a demise inevitably conjured images of a hidden zombie feasting upon the man within the restroom. Yet, if he had indeed fallen victim to a zombie, despite the severe mutilation of his body, he should have risen as one of the undead by now. Why had he not transformed after several hours? Unless a fleeting thought crossed Tang Chuan's mind as he pried open the corpse's mouth. Indeed, his tongue was missing. For zombies, all fresh flesh and blood were equally enticing, devoid of hierarchy. However, for a half-dead creature that also fed on humans, the tongue of a living person was their utmost delicacy. It was evident that this man had been devoured by a half-dead being. This revelation suggested that among the survivors, one was concealing a half-dead entity. Meanwhile, those downstairs gradually gathered, soon learning from the woman that a death had occurred in the restroom. The crowd immediately grew restless, with some pointing accusatory fingers at Tang Chuan, hurling insults. "It's your fault. Surely it's because you didn't slay that monster last night that it has come to exact revenge." In the face of their outrage, Tang Chuan's expression remained unyielding. He merely drew a small knife and pressed its tip against the forehead of the loudest young man with yellow hair. "I have made it clear from the outset that I will not protect you. If you choose to stir trouble, I shall eliminate you first." The young man felt a cold sweat break out, his body paralyzed as if plunged into an icy abyss. Tang Chuan withdrew the knife and returned alone to the office on the second floor. Meanwhile, He Jianga and Yu Tian remained behind to tend to the body and soothe the frayed nerves of the crowd. As a competent soldier, she managed to soothe the crowd, allowing them to finally regain their composure. Inside the office, Tang Chuan furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, in the presence of everyone, he had examined their attributes. However, aside from He Jianga possessing an unawakened ability known as storm control, no one else exhibited any powers, nor did he uncover any traces of a half-corpse. Tang Chuan understood that half-corpse entities possess formidable concealment abilities, often masquerading as humans even more convincingly than real humans themselves. Thus, it was plausible that even the system could not directly identify a half-corpse. Consequently, he would need to meticulously search for clues to unearth this half-corpse. Whether it be old grievances from a past life or new resentments from the present, it was time to settle the score. Tang Chuan had considered the drastic option of eliminating everyone, which would likely include the hidden half-corpse. However, such an action would undoubtedly provoke Yu Tian and He Jianga to intervene. Particularly, He Jianga, as a soldier, might even risk her life to stop him. If she were to perish, his efforts would be in vain, and his future plans would be irrevocably disrupted. Furthermore, Tang Chuan was not a bloodthirsty monster. He would not resort to such extreme measures unless absolutely necessary. Creak. The office door swung open, and Yu Tian entered with a troubled expression. "Brother Chuan, that body. It was indeed the work of the half-corpse you mentioned, wasn't it?" "Tang Chuan, not that." The people outside are quite agitated. Some even attempted to move the cabinet blocking the exit to escape, but Sister, he has intervened. "Yes," he continued. "Sister, he has managed to temporarily calm them. But if that half-corpse continues its assault, should we inform them about the half-corpse?" Yu Tian suddenly inquired, lifting her gaze. Tang Chuan pondered silently. As long as the half-corpse remained alive, it would undoubtedly continue its predation, leading people to suspect that something was amiss internally. In other words, the existence of the half-corpse could not be concealed for long, rather than allowing them to discover it themselves and subsequently berate him for the lack of transparency. It would be wiser to inform them now. Weighing the pros and cons, Tang Chuan nodded. "You may inform them. Tell He Jianga to relay the message to the others." "Understood." Yu Tian nodded and promptly exited the office. Soon, He Jianga was apprised of the half-corpse existence. In her astonishment, she recognized the grave consequences of failing to locate the half-corpse. Therefore, she immediately summoned everyone to the first-floor hall to convey the situation. "Everyone, the body we encountered earlier was, in fact, the work of a half-corpse. A half-corpse is. Thus, from this moment forth, please refrain from acting alone. Ensure that you move in pairs wherever you go. Since the half-corpse has chosen to strike under the cover of night, it suggests that its strength is not formidable. As long as we act together, there is no need for fear." Upon hearing He Jianga's words, everyone cast wary glances at those beside them. No one could ascertain who might be the concealed half-corpse among them, and this sense of impending doom sent chills down their spines. Nevertheless, they soon acquiesced to He Jianga's proposal, forming small groups of 2 or 3. Each team tacitly agreed to avoid contact with one another, clearly presuming that the half-corpse resided within a different group. Before long, the time for distributing the daily rations arrived. with the sudden demise of 2 individuals. Each person's share of food was unexpectedly greater than the previous day. As they gazed at the surplus, some felt a secret glee. If a few more were to perish, would I not be able to feast? Oh, half-corpse, do consume a few more. Yet, there remained those who were still discontent, including the yellow-haired individual who had been menaced by Tang Chuan's blade pressed against his forehead. Chapter 24. The underlying turmoil outside the bank. The spectral infant instilled dread in the hearts of all survivors. Within, the existence of the half-corpse rendered them restless. Under the shadow of this dual terror, the survivors appeared despondent, engaging in little conversation amongst themselves. However, a young man with blonde hair discreetly led his team to a secluded corner where they fervently conferred. The young man's name was Zhang Tao, and his group consisted of 5 members, 4 men and 1 woman. He beckoned everyone to sit on the ground and, in a mournful tone, articulated his thoughts. Monsters roam outside, and inside there are half-corpses devouring the living. Do you truly believe we can survive safely? But the person who came from outside is formidable. He can drive away the monsters. Moreover, Jianga mentioned that they would find a way to deal with the half-corpse. A portly middle-aged man said, while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Preposterous! Zhang Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at the man with a mix of disappointment and scorn. Do you truly think that outsider will concern himself with our survival? Let's not forget, he emphasized repeatedly that he would not protect us. Furthermore, in my view, he might very well use us as scapegoats when he encounters greater danger. Otherwise, why would someone so powerful be hiding here? He is nothing more than a cowardly scoundrel. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals shifted. The soul woman spoke. But we lack such supernatural abilities. Even if he were to act in that manner, we would be powerless to stop him. At this remark, the others clenched their fists, their eyes revealing a hint of defiance. One does not need superpowers to have a voice in this matter. I happen to have an excellent idea. Zhang Tao suddenly grinned, deliberately holding back the details. Once everyone urged him to continue, he elaborated. I saw where they placed the guns they took from the bandits, and I can unlock the door with a wire. If we acquire firearms, we will possess the means of self-defense. Upon hearing this, the group lifted their heads, exchanging glances before someone interjected, but he is not afraid of guns. Even with firearms, we cannot defeat him. Zhang Tao turned to glare at the speaker and then explained, Are you foolish? Why should we confront him head-on? The moment he arrived, he proclaimed loudly that he was here specifically to protect Jianga, which indicates that Jianga is of great significance to him. As long as we obtain firearms, we can hold Jianga hostage and threaten him to leave the bank. With that, Zhang Tao chuckled sinisterly. At that point, we can eliminate the others with the guns, and the half-corpse will naturally be dispatched as well. Not only will we secure our safety, but we will also have ample food and drink. Safety, ample food and drink. In this apocalyptic world, such promises were the greatest temptations. The group hesitated little, quickly expressing their willingness to join Zhang Tao. Very well, at midnight tonight, while it is our turn to stand guard, we shall procure the firearms. Having determined a strategy, Zhang Tao fixated on the direction of the office where Tang Chuan resided, a sinister smile gradually curving his lips. Tang Chuan, prepare to be ousted. On the other side, Tang Chuan had also vacated his office, beginning a meticulous observation of all the survivors. After a thorough examination, he indeed uncovered an anomaly. A seemingly delicate young girl, adorned in designer attire, stood out amongst the others. The collective anxiety of the past few days had left everyone in a state of disarray, with their spirits and health in decline due to sleepless nights and insufficient sustenance. Yet this girl exuded vitality, devoid of even the slightest hint of dark circles beneath her eyes. Suspicious, Tang Chuan approached her and inquired, Answer me 2 questions. What is your name? And what were you doing last night? The girl, startled by his presence, recoiled slightly and timidly replied, My name is Suwan. After my watch ended last night, I fell asleep and was awakened today by the sound of screams. You suspect me of being a half-corpse, don't you? You must be mistaken. How could someone as frail as I possibly? Enough, Tang Chuan interrupted, narrowing his eyes. He had been closely monitoring Su Wan's expressions, Unless she were a master spy, any signs of deceit would have been immediately apparent. However, he found no evidence of dishonesty. Just as Tang Chuan considered the possibility of a misjudgment and prepared to depart, he unexpectedly noticed bloodstains on her collar, while others bore bloodstains from handling corpses, primarily on their sleeves and pant legs. Only her collar was marked. What is the meaning of this? Tang Chuan questioned, gesturing towards the blood. Su Wan glanced down in surprise, seemingly unaware of the blood on her collar. I don't know. It must have gotten on me while moving the bodies. I swear I'm not a half-corpse. You must believe me. Her emotions began to escalate, her voice rising in pitch. Her demeanor appeared genuine, not fabricated. Yet, Tang Chuan persisted, engaging her in conversation, believing that even if she were a master of disguise, she might slip up given enough inquiries. However, after an extensive dialogue, Tang Chuan had nearly unearthed her entire family history, but still detected no anomalies. This was clearly not a performance. Nevertheless, an instinctual feeling nagged at him, suggesting that something was amiss with this girl. After releasing the already highly strung Su Wan, Tang Chuan began to recollect their previous exchange. He remembered that Su Wan had mentioned her family owned a bank. On the day of the evolution, she had returned to retrieve a forgotten bag, and upon learning that it was located in the attic, she had not yet had the chance to retrieve it before the robbers seized control. The attic. Tang Chuan suddenly recalled the faint stench he had encountered upon first entering the attic. Initially, he had not investigated it. However, now he felt compelled to take a closer look. Soon, Tang Chuan found himself alone in the attic. After a considerable time away, the foul odor had intensified. It was unmistakably the scent released from decaying flesh. Upon closer inspection, Tang Chuan quickly traced the source of the smell. It emanated from a large wardrobe, appearing to be an old piece of furniture that had been discarded. The wardrobe was immense, capable of accommodating several adult men without difficulty. As he opened the cabinet door, the body of a man came into view. A knife was embedded in the man's heart, clearly the cause of his demise. However, what puzzled Tang Chuan was the degree of decomposition. It suggested that the man had died prior to the day of evolution. Why was there a corpse from before the day of evolution in this place? Chapter 25. Zhang Tao's subtle movements as Tang Chuan carefully examined the corpse. He moved it from the cupboard and laid it down on the floor. The only fatal wound on the deceased was a knife embedded in the heart, with no signs of a struggle evident elsewhere. Furthermore, Tang Chuan noted that the attire of the victim was opulent, undoubtedly designer clothing of considerable value, indicating that he was a man of wealth. A thought struck him, prompting Su Chan to pry open the deceased's mouth. Indeed, the tongue was missing. This corpse was yet another creation of the half-dead. But why had the act been committed before the arrival of the day of evolution? Baffled, Tang Chuan continued his search for clues in the attic. Soon, he stumbled upon an exceedingly luxurious handbag. It was dust-covered, suggesting it had remained here since it was lost. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a dead phone, some cash, several documents belonging to Su Wan, and a small vial. The plastic bottle bore no label and contained several white pills. After a thorough search yielded no further clues, Tang Chuan took the bag back downstairs to find Su Wan. "Is this your bag?" he inquired. "Ah, yes." Su Wan responded with surprise, joyfully accepting the handbag. Immediately afterward, Tang Chuan produced the vial from his pocket and asked, "What is this medication?" Upon seeing the vial, Su Wan's pupils dilated in alarm, as if she did not wish to confront the contents. Quickly, she forced a disingenuous smile. Gesturing towards her head, she said, "This is just a special medicine for treating headaches. It's an old ailment of mine." She reached for the vial. Tang Chuan retracted the vial, fixing her with a cold gaze. "Is this truly just a painkiller?" Startled, Su Wan swallowed hard, her eyes darting nervously. After a moment, she hastily nodded, insisting, "It's really just headache medicine." Observing her evident panic, Tang Chuan was convinced she was lying. However, he chose not to confront her, returning the vial and departing. As he left, he noticed her clutching her chest, appearing as though she had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Indeed, she was hiding something. Time passed slowly, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the moon ascended. Throughout this period, Tang Chuan discreetly observed Su Wan, yet he found no odd behavior from her. Reluctantly, he decided to rest. In the dead of night, A piercing scream shattered the stillness. Monster! The monster has come again. To prevent the ghostly infant from launching another attack, Tang Chuan opted to sleep in the hall on the first floor. The instant he heard the scream, he spotted the ghostly infant crawling through the crevice of the cupboard. The woman on night watch noticed it too, but was paralyzed by fear, trembling and unable to move. "Get out of the way," Tang Chuan shouted, then charged directly at the ghostly infant. After allowing the infant to slip from his grasp twice, Tang Chuan felt a surge of frustration. Roaring, the ghostly infant caught sight of him and quickly distanced itself. Yesterday, he had just suffered a setback and was acutely aware that he was no match for Tang Chuan. Thus, he opted for a strategy of evasion while simultaneously engaging in combat. Remarkably, he even carried a bag of stones, hurling them at Tang Chuan as he fled. Such cunning might suggest an intellect akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Chuan felt a surge of alarm. A formidable adversary endowed with both strength and cleverness must not be allowed to survive. Employing his power of gravitational manipulation, Tang Chuan altered the trajectory of the incoming stones, causing them to veer off course, while simultaneously directing debris from the ground towards the ghostly infant. In no time, a chaotic barrage of stones and objects ensued, resembling a fierce contest of projectiles. However, the diminutive size and astonishing speed of the ghostly infant rendered Su Chen's thrown objects ineffective. Thus, the two continued to exchange blows with debris, yet neither inflicted harm upon the other, resulting in a stalemate. Amidst this combat, a glimmer of excitement sparked in the eyes of some onlookers. Zhang Tao immediately summoned the other members of his team. With palpable enthusiasm, he pointed at Tang Chuan and the ghostly infant, whispering, "Tang Chuan is occupied, and all attention is focused on them. This is our prime opportunity to act." Yet, hesitation lingered within the group. Some members cast anxious glances at Tang Chuan, who was fiercely engaged with the ghostly infant. "We cannot afford further hesitation," Zhang Tao exclaimed, seizing the collar of one hesitant individual, fixing him with a fierce gaze. "Do you wish to continue enduring hunger and living in constant fear of being devoured by a half-corpse? Can you bear the anxiety of mere survival? This is our only chance, and we must seize it." Upon hearing these words, the remaining 4 members of the team finally resolved to act, gritting their teeth in determination. "Let us do it," they declared. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted, the 5 of them stealthily ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Unbeknownst to them, He Jianga had been observing their gathering from the outset. Why were these 5 individuals intent on going upstairs? Did they not heed Tang Chuan's explicit prohibition? Were they unafraid of his wrath? Pondering these questions yielded no answers, so He Jianga returned his focus to Tang Chuan's battle. After all, Yutian was situated on the 2nd floor. They were unlikely to stir up any significant trouble. At that moment, however, Yutian, assigned by Tang Chuan to guard the storeroom of food and firearms, was fast asleep in her office, blissfully unaware of the tumult unfolding below. "Shoo! The woman with the shield is on the 2nd floor. Let us not make a sound," Zhao Tao warned as he overheard Yutian's murmurs in her sleep, promptly instructing everyone to tread lightly. The 5 understood that should Yutian discover their presence, they stood no chance against her powers. They would be left with no choice but to surrender. With bated breath, the 5 cautiously traversed the corridor of the 2nd floor, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a document storage room without incident. The door was tightly locked, with the sole key consistently kept by Tang Chuan. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Tao. He was once a renowned thief, having picked countless locks. After spending several years in prison, he was confronted with an apocalyptic situation upon his release. Nevertheless, despite his time behind bars, his lockpicking skills had not diminished. He produced a slender piece of wire, a tool he had prepared in advance, which he had carried since his release. Inserting the wire into the keyhole, he fumbled for a moment until a faint click echoed through the air. The door swung open, revealing an abundance of food, water, and an array of firearms and ammunition before the astonished eyes of the group. Observing the weapons, Zhao Tao broke into a silent grin. "Tang Chuan, prepare yourself to face my vengeance." Chapter 26. Hostage in the lobby on the 1st floor, The battle between Tang Chuan and the ghostly infant was nearing its conclusion. The ghostly infant had exhausted the large bag of stones he had been wielding, leaving him bereft of ammunition. In contrast, although Tang Chuan had also experienced considerable depletion of his mental energy, he still possessed the strength to continue fighting. Thus, the initial confrontation had transformed into a one-sided barrage of firepower from him. The ghostly infant was besieged by various objects controlled by Tang Chuan, forcing him to flee in terror, soon becoming drenched in blood and appearing utterly wretched. Seeing Tang Chuan gaining the upper hand, He Jianga felt a sense of relief wash over her. At that moment, she noticed that Zhang Tao and the others, who had ascended the stairs earlier, had yet to return. A wave of unease washed over her. After a brief contemplation, she resolved to ascend the stairs herself to investigate. Meanwhile, in the office, Yu Tian, who had been sound asleep, felt a gentle nudge, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. "Brother Chuan, I'm so sleepy," she yawned, oblivious to the unsettling situation before her. Zhang Tao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Silly girl, open your eyes and take a good look at who I am." Realizing the voice was not Tang Chuan's, Yu Tian's heart raced with apprehension. As she beheld 5 armed men standing before her, her scalp prickled with fear as she instinctively prepared to unleash her abilities. "Don't move. If you wish to keep your head intact, behave." A man's furious roar echoed in her ears. The middle-aged, portly man then struck Yu Tian's head forcefully with the barrel of his gun repeatedly. Instantly, her body froze, paralyzed by fear. The activation of her powers required time, albeit brief, yet it felt like an eternity with the gun pressed against her forehead. "What do you want? If you do this, Brother Chuan will never let you off." Yu Tian managed to suppress her terror and demanded. "Tang Chuan, ha ha ha." Zhao Tao sneered, dismissing her concerns. "Do you think a mere Tang Chuan can intimidate me?" He then tossed a rope, instructing his accomplices to bind Yu Tian's hands and gag her. Following this, Zhang Tao commanded the only woman in their group, Tian Li, go downstairs to find He Jianga. Tell her that Yu Tian is looking for her, and lure her up here. Tian Li nodded, quickly turning to leave. However, overwhelmed by anxiety, she found herself awkwardly coordinating her movements. Soon, she encountered He Jianga, who was coming to check on the situation. "He Jianga, you're just in time," Tian Li exclaimed, startled, but quickly masked her surprise. She then cast a furtive glance at the ongoing battle on the first floor, swallowing hard before continuing. "Yu Tian. Yu Tian sent me down a call for you." "Yu Tian sent you?" He Jianga raised an eyebrow, her military instincts sensing something amiss. "What does she want with me?" "I am uncertain as well. It seems to be quite a significant matter." Tian Li, feeling anxious, nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and urged, "In any case, let us depart swiftly. It would be unwise to keep her waiting too long." With that, she grasped He Jianga's arm, pulling her upstairs. At the moment their bodies made contact, He Jianga shivered as if struck by lightning. "What is wrong? Hurry up." Tian Li, now more agitated, tugged at He Jianga with greater force. Yet, He Jianga remained still, her gaze fixed upon Tian Li's attire. The sensation from their previous contact suggested that she concealed something rigid within her clothing. The shape of that hard object bore an uncanny resemblance to a firearm. Indeed, trouble was afoot. A heaviness settled in He Jianga's heart, yet she refrained from displaying her unease. She did not wish to alert any suspicions. Promptly, she feigned a moment of realization, smiling as she said, "Oh, I remember now. Yu Tian did mention earlier that I should come over tonight. Goodness, how could I nearly forget?" Upon hearing this, Tian Li was instantly elated. Fearing that He Jianga might doubt her, she felt fortunate to have stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Thus, she would certainly not be suspected. "Then let us hurry. Yu Tian must be waiting anxiously," she urged once more. "No need to rush. She asked me to bring something with me." "Please wait just a moment," He Jianga replied, then dashed towards the first floor. Upon reaching a corner, ensuring that Tian Li could not discern her movements, she picked up a suitably sized stone from the ground and discreetly concealed it behind her back. "Let us proceed to find Yu Tian." Seeing He Jianga return so promptly and with such eagerness, Tian Li instantly relaxed. The two swiftly ascended to the second floor, and as they passed an empty room, A glimmer of sharpness flickered in He Jianga's eyes. She quickly covered Tian Li's mouth and pushed her into the room. Soon after, a series of dull thuds echoed, followed by an eerie silence enveloping the second floor. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhao Tao anxiously paced, glancing towards the entrance every few steps. What is taking so long? Why hasn't He Jianga arrived yet? What on earth is Tian Li doing? He fumed, his frustration boiling over. Useless, utterly useless. Zhao Tao seethed, veins pulsating like worms across his forehead, observing Zhao Tao's fury. The others felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man, gun in hand, directed his weapon at Yu Tian, stating, "Zhao Tao, this girl arrived here with Su Chen. If we threaten her, it should suffice. We can no longer afford to wait. Make a decision swiftly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tao's expression darkened. He scrutinized Yu Tian for a prolonged moment before finally inhaling deeply and bellowing. "So be it. We will take her as a hostage. The rest of the plan remains unchanged. Move out." Upon hearing Zhao Tao's command, the group exchanged glances, their expressions hardening into a fierce demeanor. Driven by desperation, they resolved to take action. Swiftly, the four of them escorted the bound Yu Tian down the stairs. Meanwhile, the battle on the first floor had devolved into a lopsided affair. The ghostly infant lay bruised and battered, its blood nearly saturating half of the grand hall. If this continued, it would not be long before it succumbed to Tang Chuan's onslaught. At that moment, however, Tang Chuan heard hurried footsteps ascending from the second floor. Before he could turn to investigate, he was met with a voice that pierced the tension. "Tang Chuan, if you wish for this woman to survive, pay close attention." Recognizing the voice, Tang Chuan pivoted, and his gaze fell upon Yu Tian, a gun pressed against her temple. "What do you intend to do?" He seethed with fury. "What do you think?" Zhang Tao replied with a chilling smile. "I want you to sever one of your arms and then crawl out of this bank." Chapter 27. Execution. Not a single one left behind. Tang Chuan's eyes were suddenly clouded with bloodshot rage. At that very moment of distraction, the near-lifeless, ghostly infant seized the opportunity and slipped through the gap in the cupboard once more. However, Tang Chuan was far too drained to concern himself with such trivial matters now. "Tang Chuan, I will count to 3 if you do not sever one of your hands. I shall shoot this woman's arm." Zhao Tao cocked his pistol, immediately aiming it at Yu Tian's arm. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tian's eyes widened in terror as she shook her head vigorously. Tears streamed down her face, not for her own plight, but in an attempt to convey to Tang Chuan that he should not concern himself with her. Yet, her mouth was gagged, rendering her incapable of uttering a single word. Tang Chuan retracted his abilities, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd. The sight of Yu Tian's tear-filled eyes ignited a fury within him that was beyond containment. "Those who dare to lay a hand on mine shall face annihilation." Suddenly, Tang Chuan spotted a familiar figure materializing behind Zhao Tao and his cohorts. A sigh of relief escaped him, and a cold smirk graced his lips. As Tang Chuan erupted into laughter, Zhang Tao felt an icy chill envelop him. Suppressing his dread, he screamed hysterically, "Tang Chuan, do not think I hesitate to pull the trigger. I will count to 3, and then we shall bid farewell to this woman's arm." Seeing Tang Chuan remain unfazed, even his smile unwavering, Zhao Tao descended into madness. 3, 2, 1, bang. The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Yu Tian instinctively shut her eyes in fear. Yet, she felt no pain. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself unscathed, while Zhao Tao clutched his injured hand, howling in agony. Had his gun backfired? A sense of confusion washed over Yu Tian. In the next moment, another gunshot echoed. Bang! The hefty man who had pressed the gun against Yu Tian's head suddenly cried out in torment, his firearm flying from his grip. This time, Yu Tian discerned that the gunfire originated from behind her. She swiftly turned to see He Jianga, gun in hand, still smoking, staring coldly at Zhao Tao and his companions. "What are you waiting for? Create a shield for you and her." Tang Chuan's voice reached Yu Tian's ears, prompting her to react instantly, employing her abilities to safeguard both herself and He Jianga. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 men finally came to their senses. raising their guns and unleashing a barrage of bullets at Hejianga. The bullets collided violently against the shield, only to be repelled harmlessly away. The bullets fired from their handguns were utterly incapable of breaching the shield's defenses. Seizing the moment of protection, Hejianga did not remain idle but dashed down the stairs, pulling Yu Tian along with her. Just then, Tang Chuan arrived. Various debris flew through the air under his control like cannonballs, amidst a cacophony of wails and cries. The staircase soon became devoid of anyone able to stand. As the smoke cleared, for men, battered and bruised, lay strewn about, utterly devoid of the strength to rise. "Spare me. Please spare me." Zhang Tao struggled to lift his head, trembling as he begged for mercy. "Chuan, brother Chuan." At that moment, Yu Tian had just been freed by Hejianga. As soon as the object was removed from her mouth, tears welled in her eyes, and she threw herself into Tang Chuan's embrace. "I almost died just now. I was so scared," feeling the tremors of the beautiful figure in his arms. Tang Chuan gently patted her back. "It's all right now. Everything is fine." He then used his gravitational manipulation to summon a handgun. Amidst Zhao Tao's incessant pleas for mercy, he pulled the trigger 4 times in succession. With 4 gunshots, the 4 rebels met their demise. Hejianga witnessed the scene, but merely turned her head away in silence. "Hejianga, there should be one more person, right?" After dealing with the 4, Tang Chuan turned to inquire. He vaguely remembered that Zhang Tao's little team comprised 5 individuals. "Yes, there is 1 woman left." After a moment of hesitation, Hejianga nodded in response. "Where is she? I've already taught her a lesson. She shouldn't dare to do such things again." "Spare her," Hejianga attempted to persuade, but soon realized her powerlessness. Tang Chuan's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Where is she?" At that moment, Hejianga perceived that the figure before her was not merely human, but a demon from the depths of hell. With a deep sigh, she reluctantly replied, "In the second room on the left of the second floor. I knocked her out." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan entrusted the still, trembling Yu Tian to her and ascended to the second floor alone. A gunshot rang out shortly after. Moments later, everyone witnessed Tang Chuan returning to the first floor, carrying the body of a woman. Using gravitational manipulation, he suspended the 5 gruesomely lifeless bodies in mid-air, surveying the scene with an angry glare. "I have shown you all mercy, yet you sought to kill me. If anyone among you still harbors grievances, step forward now, and I shall show no mercy in your demise. If you do not step forward now, do not dare to act out of line again. Otherwise, I will torment you until you beg me to end your life." Hearing Tang Chuan's words, the remaining individuals turned pale, trembling in fear. Observing that none dared to raise their heads, Tang Chuan snorted coldly and unceremoniously threw the 5 corpses into the center of the hall. He then turned and led Yu Tian back to the office on the second floor. Since the ghostly infant had been severely injured, there was no possibility of its return. Thus, Tang Chuan had no reason to remain on the first floor and naturally returned to the office with Yu Tian. Hejianga glanced at the bodies on the ground and then at Tang Chuan, ultimately deciding to follow him upstairs. "Tang Chuan, is this really the right thing to do?" In the office, Hejianga asked as she extended her handgun towards Tang Chuan. However, Tang Chuan shook his head, refusing to take back the weapon. "Do you think I resemble a tyrant?" Still perplexed by Tang Chuan's reluctance to reclaim the firearm, Hejianga found herself momentarily taken aback upon hearing the question. After a brief pause, she nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it resembles that." Tang Chuan merely smiled faintly at her response. Turning his gaze towards Yu Tian, who had succumbed to slumber from fear and exhaustion, he murmured, "I merely wish to survive in this apocalyptic world, and to ensure that those who hold significance in my life may do so alongside me." Upon hearing these words, Hejianga experienced a moment of mental disarray. Though the apocalypse had only unfolded a mere few days prior, the man before her spoke as though he had weathered the trials of many years. Who exactly was he? What had he endured? She could not deny her curiosity regarding this enigmatic individual. "Then why did you entrust the gun to me?" Hejianga inquired, gesturing towards the weapon. Tang Chuan responded with a slight smile. "You saved Yu Tian. It is what you deserve." With that, he found a vacant spot and closed his eyes. Hejianga stared at the handgun for a moment before placing it on the table, and subsequently, she too shut her eyes in a corner. Yet, At the very moment she closed them, her mind was flooded with the image of Tang Chuan as he had just reprimanded the crowd. Chapter 28. Provocation. The following day, Tang Chuan awoke from his slumber to find that He Jianga had risen early and had now mysteriously departed. Noticing Yu Tian still deep in sleep, he impulsively roused her with a gentle nudge to the head. "Ouch! That hurts!" Yu Tian exclaimed, cradling her head and looking rather forlorn. Observing her state, Tang Chuan felt relieved, realizing that the events of the previous night had not inflicted significant psychological distress upon her. "Let us have breakfast," he declared before stepping outside to procure food. Unlike the individuals in the lobby below, Tang Chuan had ensured that ample provisions were reserved for his group, including He Jianga, guaranteeing they would not lack sustenance for their 3 daily meals. Upon returning with the food, before the two had finished their meal, He Jianga hurriedly burst in. "Ah, Sister He, did you catch a whiff of something delightful? Hurry, Brother Chuan has brought your share." Yu Tian mumbled through a mouthful of bread. "Stop eating, there has been another incident." He Jianga's expression darkened as she spoke in hushed tones. At her words, Tang Chuan sprang to his feet. "What has happened?" He Jianga shook her head, replying, "It's best if you see for yourself." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. Tang Chuan immediately followed, with Yu Tian trailing behind. Still clutching her half-eaten bread, He Jianga led them back to the first floor, guiding them towards the bank counter. Last night, others felt the bodies were too frightening in the lobby, so they moved them here, she explained. Then, the 5 corpses came into view before Tang Chuan. Each body bore varying degrees of mutilation, as if something had gnawed upon them. Half-body. Tang Chuan instantly recalled the half-body concealed among the group. He promptly began inspecting the corpses, only to discover that each corpse was missing its tongue. He also noted that a letter was inscribed in blood upon each forehead. D-E-V-I-L. Together, they formed the English word devil, signifying malevolence. This was a provocation from the half-body. Tang Chuan grasped its implication at once. The half-body was self-aggrandizing as a demon, believing that all were trembling in its shadow. "We must locate the half-body swiftly," Tang Chuan murmured. Not only did the half-body feast on humans, but consuming a sufficient number would considerably augment its power. If it remained at large, the situation could become exceedingly dire, utilizing his ability of gravitational manipulation. Tang Chuan controlled the 5 corpses and returned to the lobby, subsequently summoning everyone together. As you can see, Tang Chuan indicated the bodies on the floor, continuing, "These 5 corpses were feasted upon by the half-body last night, and it left behind a word to taunt me." His gaze swept over the 7 remaining individuals, 5 women and 2 men. "Now, I require you to truthfully disclose your whereabouts last night. Let's begin with you." The woman wearing a hat, upon being pointed out, trembled with fear, repeatedly asserting that she had remained in the hall all night and had not ventured anywhere else. Upon further inquiry, her responses remained consistent. Suddenly, a corpulent woman pointed at a gaunt, disheveled man and exclaimed, "It is him. He is the half-corpse. I saw him enter the counter last night and linger there for quite some time before returning." Upon hearing this, the man turned pale with fright, shouting, "It wasn't me. I'm not the half-corpse." "Then why did you go to the counter? And why did you stay there for so long?" Faced with the relentless questioning of the corpulent woman, the man stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Yu Qian immediately interjected, "He cannot even answer these questions. He must indeed be the half-corpse. Brother Chuan, kill him." At this suggestion, the man collapsed into a fit of tears, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "I am not the half-corpse. I truly am not. You must believe me. I am really not the half-corpse." His bizarre behavior and overwhelming emotion led nearly everyone to conclude that he was indeed the half-corpse. However, Tang Chuan furrowed his brow. He had been closely observing the man's facial expressions. Regrettably, despite his emotional instability, he did not appear to be lying. Furthermore, from a rational standpoint, would a self-proclaimed demon, reveling in provocation, truly adopt such a cowardly demeanor upon being discovered? This notion was evidently illogical. Thus, the genuine half-corpse must still be concealed among the crowd. "Tang Chuan, how shall we deal with him?" He Jianga tugged at Tang Chuan's sleeve, drawing him back to reality. First, bind him. If the half-corpse ceases its actions, then we shall execute him." Upon hearing this, the corpulent woman eagerly took the rope and tied him securely. The man continued to wail and beg for mercy, each utterance strained and desperate. The commotion became unbearable, prompting the crowd to gag him and confine him to a small room on the second floor. After all was done, the surviving members collectively exhaled in relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and smiles spread across their faces. However, just as everyone was reveling in their newfound joy, Hejianga suddenly crouched on the ground, clutching her stomach in agony. "What is wrong with you, soldier? Don't scare me." One person noticed her distress and shouted, drawing the attention of the others. Given her military background and good reputation among them, they were all deeply concerned. Soon, someone reported the situation to Tang Chuan, who had returned to the office on the second floor. He hurried downstairs to Hejianga's side. At that moment, she was drenched in sweat, her face pale as snow. Pain, excruciating pain. "It feels as though knives are piercing through my flesh, stabbing me again and again. What is happening to me? Am I transforming into a zombie?" Upon hearing Hejianga's distressing question, the surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled in fear. They certainly did not wish to be devoured by a zombie. Tang Chuan merely shook his head, whispering, "Hold on, I will explain everything once we reach upstairs." With that, he bent down and lifted Hejianga in a princess carry, swiftly ascending the staircase back to the second floor. They soon returned to the office, where Tang Chuan gently placed her in the executive chair. At that moment, Yutian, having heard of the situation, hurried back in a flurry. Upon seeing Hejianga, drenched in sweat and groaning in agony, a look of delight spread across her face. "Brother Chuan, is Sister He about to awaken her powers?" Tang Chuan smiled and nodded in response. The future Storm Empress is on the verge of being born. Chapter 29. Fury. Tang Chuan elucidated the circumstances surrounding the awakening of supernatural abilities to Hejianga and then patiently awaited her response. Being a soldier, her ironclad will render her impervious to the overwhelming pain of awakening. She did not succumb to unconsciousness, nor did she cry out. After several minutes, Hejianga, drenched in sweat, sat up once more. She gazed at her hands, a look of bewilderment in her eyes, as she remarked, "I sense that something has awakened within me, as if I possess a remarkable sensation." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan realized that she had indeed successfully awakened her powers. He then guided her through the process of harnessing her newfound abilities, akin to how he had once led Yutian. Once all preparations were in place, Hejianga took a deep breath and began to channel her powers. As seconds ticked by, however, her body showed no signs of transformation. "How could this be? Brother Chuan, didn't you say Sister He would awaken a particularly formidable ability?" Yutian exclaimed, growing anxious at her inability to manifest her powers. In response, Tang Chuan rose and approached the window. Looking outside, he observed that the previously clear sky had become shrouded in dark clouds. He believed that a torrential downpour would soon ensue, which would enable Hejianga to wield her lightning control powers. For her, at this moment, altering the weather required an extensive preparation period. Tang Chuan found this development unsurprising. At that moment, Hejianga let out a soft groan before opening her eyes. She glanced at her hands, a hint of confusion clouding her expression. "It seems my ability has failed to manifest simultaneously." Tang Chuan noticed the clouds outside beginning to dissipate at a visible rate, soon revealing a pristine blue sky once more. "Do not fret. Your abilities are rather unique. With practice, you shall succeed," he reassured her. "Is that so? Could it be?" Hejianga mused, peering out of the window before clenching her fists resolutely. She quickly entered a state of practice. Tang Chuan then led Yutian away, leaving her in a tranquil environment to hone her skills. Upon descending to the lobby, several individuals approached Tang Chuan, inquiring about Hejianga's condition. It was evident that they held her in high regard. After Yutian explained the situation and assured them that Hejianga was not in danger, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. At that moment, Tang Chuan noticed Su Wan approaching with a talisman in hand. Could you please help me deliver this to Hejianga?" Su Wan timidly extended the talisman towards Tang Chuan. "I obtained this from a temple, blessed by a high monk. They said it could avert misfortune and ensure safety. Jianga is a good person. Please help me give this to her. Her earnest gaze was deeply moving. Certainly, Tang Chuan replied with a nod, accepting the talisman. It exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance, indiscernible yet soothing to the senses. That evening, after Jianga concluded her practice, Tang Chuan sought her out, talisman in hand. Is this truly meant for me? Jianga clutched the amulet, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected gift. With great care, she tucked the amulet away, as though it were a fragile treasure. This was the first time anyone had bestowed such an item upon her, and she resolved to cherish it. After securing the amulet, she smiled and offered a brief explanation. It was the first time Tang Chuan had ever witnessed her smile, in either this life or the previous one, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Chuange, stop staring. Yu Tian suddenly appeared. Her small face puffed with indignation as she positioned herself between the two. Tang Chuan snapped back to reality, only to notice a blush blooming on Jianga's cheeks. Ah, yet another enchanting sight, previously unseen. As the commotion subsided, nightfall descended once more. That evening, Tang Chuan remained on the first floor, prepared to vanquish the malevolent spirit should it dare to strike again. Alas, the night passed without incident. The ghostly infant failed to make an appearance. Perhaps, he mused, everything had finally come to an end. However, the following morning, a piercing scream from a woman shattered the silence of the bank. Dead, their S.A. corpse. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Chuan rushed toward the source. Once more, it was the restroom on the second floor, the very location where the half-corpse had first been discovered. At that moment, the overweight woman who had provided the initial clue regarding the half-corpse lay lifeless on the toilet, her body drenched in blood, a gaping wound carved into her abdomen. Even more grotesque was the sight of her intestines, all extracted and artfully arranged on the floor to spell out the word die. A chilling defiance directed at all present. Tang Chuan felt a surge of rage, unable to contain himself as he struck a fist against the wall, shattering the tiles that adorned it. Let us go, he growled, leading the charge to the room where they had confined the lecherous man the previous day. He remained bound, the ropes showing no signs of having been loosened. Clearly, the half-corpse was not he. Yet, Tang Chuan's patience had worn thin. He tore away the cloth, gagging the man, and, seizing him by the collar, slammed him against the wall. Explain yourself. What were you doing at the counter last night? The lecherous man quivered in fear at Tang Chuan's fury, stammering. I'm not the half-corpse, I get to the point. Tang Chuan's fist struck the wall beside the man's head, causing the tiles to crack extensively. The man froze in terror, taking a moment before continuing. I have an illness. I'm a necrophiliac. That is why I went to the counter that night. That woman. Her corpse. Upon hearing the man's confession, Yu Tian could not suppress her nausea and retched. Even Jianga's complexion darkened considerably. Best not to lie. Tang Chuan glared at him, and on a whim, searched his pocket, soon producing a hospital discharge document that corroborated the man's claims. The diagnosis states, upon evaluation, the patient is afflicted with severe cognitive dysfunction, specifically characterized by an extreme dependence on corpses, and hospital observation is advised. Subsequently, Jianga returned to this location after undergoing examination. Tang Chuan, there is indeed an issue with that woman's corpse. As she spoke, a flicker of undeniable revulsion flashed in her eyes. The corpse bore signs of having been violated. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan crumpled the diagnosis into a mere scrap of paper. He then turned and delivered a punch to the lecherous man's face. To hell with you. The provocation from the half-corpse and the repulsiveness of necrophilia had pushed Tang Chuan's rage to its zenith. Had it not been for Jianga's intervention, he would have undoubtedly beaten the lecherous man to death. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chuan finally regained his composure. His gaze turned exceptionally frigid as he regarded the 5 individuals still under suspicion. Half-corpse, I shall ensure your dismemberment. Chapter 30. The half-corpse emerges as night fell once more. Tang Chuan gathered everyone in the hall on the first floor. This night, Yu Tian and Jianga would take turns keeping watch. Should the half-corpse strike again, it would surely be captured. The trio was determined to unearth the half-corpse and swiftly eliminate the threat. However, an unusual tranquility enveloped the night. The ghost infant did not launch another surprise attack, nor did the half-corpse take any action. Notably, Tang Chuan observed that a woman named Su Wan seemed to have consumed an excessive amount of her so-called headache medication. As dawn broke, the sun ascended once again. The survivors emerged from their restless slumbers. Today, no one had perished, and no dire news had arrived. After several nights of trepidation, the survivors could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. How wonderful it was, as long as the three of them were present. Neither zombies nor half-corpses dared to provoke them. Gratitude and satisfaction shone in the eyes of the onlookers as they turned their gaze towards Tang Chuan. After distributing the food, Tang Chuan led He Jianga and Yu Tian back to the office on the second floor. He intended to continue guiding them in developing their extraordinary abilities. The threat of the half-corpse still loomed, and the ghost infant could return at any moment. They remained in a precarious situation where any storm could cause grievous harm. Thus, Tang Chuan urgently needed He Jianga to swiftly harness her combat potential. Continue to train your abilities. Your talent is formidable. With just a little guidance, you can achieve remarkable progress. I need you to focus entirely and strive to manifest your powers into combat prowess. Though he spoke of guidance, the nature of extraordinary abilities left little room for instruction. It was merely a matter of identifying common mistakes made by novices and sharing some tips for practice. Beyond that, it was up to the individual to cultivate their own skills. Fortunately, He Jianga, destined to become the future Storm Queen, displayed a terrifying talent for wielding her powers. In just a day and a half since her awakening, she could darken the sky within minutes and summon torrential rain from clear skies in 10. Although she could not yet command thunder to obliterate all, Tang Chuan estimated that in a day or two, she would reach that level. Truly, she was the future Storm Queen. Watching the two women diligently honing their abilities, Tang Chuan gradually withdrew from the office. He had a place he wished to inspect. Soon, he found himself alone in the attic on the rooftop, seeking to verify a matter. Upon entering, he was struck by the intensified stench of decay compared to his previous visit. It was evident that outsiders had left their mark here. Tang Chuan's heart stirred, and he hastened to the spot where the corpse had once lain. There, the body now rested before the cabinet, marked by several new wounds. The wounds were irregular in shape, appearing to be the result of bites, and they were fresh, likely inflicted within the past half-day. A ghoul had feasted upon this corpse. A surge of alarm coursed through Tang Chuan as he continued to examine the body, pondering the implications. Due to the presence of the ghoul, all deceased individuals had been placed in a specially secured room, locked away. Without a key, entry was utterly impossible. This measure ensured that the bodies would not be further devoured by the ghoul. Moreover, no new corpses had emerged last night, indicating that the ghoul had not consumed any flesh or blood. Thus, to satiate its ravenous hunger, the ghoul could only resort to this solitary body that had not been stored away. A glint of insight sparked in Tang Chuan's eyes. It seemed evident that the ghoul must have been aware of this body's existence beforehand. As he contemplated this, Tang Chuan made another discovery. Within the left pocket of the corpse's trousers lay several cards and papers. Upon extraction, he found a business card. It read, President of Rongxi Bank, Su Ningfu. Contact number. The information on the card was straightforward. Given the expensive suit adorning the corpse, it was not difficult to deduce that this individual was the president of the bank. Su had mentioned that her family owned this bank. Thus, it followed that this corpse was indeed Su Wan's father. Tang Chuan's brows furrowed in realization. He began to piece together the implications. Next, he unfolded a sheet of paper, discovering it to be a hospital diagnosis form. The corners of the form had been torn away, obscuring the identity of the patient. Yet the diagnosis itself was unmistakably clear. It stated, upon examination, the patient is diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, with the secondary personality exhibiting extreme aggression. Hospitalization is recommended. Dissociative identity disorder. Although the name was absent from the diagnosis, it was evident that this was Su Wan's medical report. A thought surged through Tang Chuan's mind. For the system's ability to assess attributes, individuals with dissociative identity disorder were considered as two distinct entities, each possessing their own attributes. Previously, when he had checked Su Wan's attributes, She had manifested as her human persona. It was only during the night that her ghoul persona activated. This implied that Su-won was highly likely to be the ghoul. With this realization, Tang Chuan swiftly turned on his heel, intent on returning to the first-floor hall. However, as he pivoted, he halted abruptly. A figure approached from outside the attic, a woman, Su-won. Her complexion was flushed, her expression frenzied, and saliva dripped incessantly from the corners of her mouth. She fixated on Tang Chuan with a gaze akin to that of a ravenous predator eyeing its prey. Indeed, you are the ghoul. Tang Chuan promptly checked her attributes. Name, Su-won. Type, ghoul. Ability, shapeshifter LV2. Threat level, moderate. The system's assessment reaffirmed Tang Chuan's suspicions. Upon observing that Su-won's threat level was merely moderate, significantly lower than that of a ghostly infant, he felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. Since this individual is weaker than a ghostly infant, there is no need for concern. One can simply eliminate him. Just as Tang Chuan's murderous intent surged and he prepared to strike, Su-won unexpectedly declared, "You all shall perish. This body is mine. Why am I deemed an aberrant persona? Old fool, do you wish to send me to an asylum? I shall slay you first. Die, die, die. Everyone shall die." Accompanied by her frenzied utterances, her form began to contort and swell. In no time, her arms became extraordinarily robust, resembling the forced grafting of elephant legs onto a human's shoulders. Merely observing the girth of her limbs, one could ascertain that should a human body be struck by a punch, it would undoubtedly burst apart like a watermelon struck by a baseball. This is the effect of an anomalous shapeshifter. Chapter 31. The gecko's severed tail. Is the painkiller you mentioned actually a medication for schizophrenia? Facing the drastically altered Su-won, Tang Chuan remained unperturbed and inquired calmly. Su-won paused momentarily, then let out a soft laugh, asking, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Tang Chuan did not respond, merely gazing at her with indifference. If he remained unfazed in the presence of a more formidable, ghostly infant, how could he possibly fear a half-corpse whose identity was already exposed? Do you think I would be as foolish as that brainless monster? Underestimating me could lead to your own demise. Su-won replied with a sinister smile. Suddenly, her leg erupted, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist, obscuring Tang Chuan's vision and preventing him from discerning her movements. In the next instant, a blood-red, fleshy tendril shot forth from the mist with astonishing speed, its arrival heralded only by the sound of air being cleaved in two. This tendril's velocity surpassed that of sound itself. At that moment, Su-won felt exhilarated, envisioning her tendril piercing through Tang Chuan's heart, a bloodthirsty grin gracing her lips. For a half-corpse, consuming humans was not merely a physiological necessity, but also a shortcut to augmenting their own power, particularly that of awakened beings. By devouring the tongue of a powerful awakened individual, a half-corpse could significantly enhance its strength. However, Su-won's lofty aspirations were ultimately dashed. A sharp pain coursed through the tendril, and she soon realized that a long cleaver had embedded itself deep within, nearly severing it in two. Su-won shrieked in agony, immediately attempting to retract her tendril. Yet, Tang Chuan was not inclined to grant her that opportunity. Gravitational control. Under his influence, the cleaver, once seized from a group of bank robbers, seemed to come alive, slicing through the tendril back and forth like a chainsaw under human command. Tang Chuan's gravitational force was formidable, and Su-won's strength was considerable as well. The combined impact resulted in the tendril being swiftly cleaved into two segments. With a splatter, a torrent of blood gushed forth, saturating a significant portion of the attic in crimson. The pungent scent of blood invaded Tang Chuan's nostrils, yet he remained unmoved. He had witnessed scenes far more grotesque than this. Such trivialities could hardly stir him. Rising, Tang Chuan's gaze remained icy. He raised a hand and pointed forward. In the next moment, a large cabinet concealing the corpse of the bank manager soared into the air under his gravitational control. The solid wooden cabinet weighed no less than 100 pounds. Accelerating rapidly, it hurtled towards the agonized Su-won with tremendous force. As the cabinet neared, Su-won gritted her teeth against the pain, raising her arms, thick as elephant legs, in defiance. Tang Chuan, Do you truly believe that a mere cabinet can defeat me? Su Wan let out a furious roar, her voice brimming with indignation. Regardless of the fact that the cabinet weighed several hundred pounds and was hurtling through the air at an alarming speed, both individuals understood that it posed no threat to her at that moment. Even a mutated zombie that had previously wielded the titanic strength could have been easily dealt with. Tang Chuan's choice to assault Su Wan in such a manner felt like a profound insult to her. However, in the next instant, she fell silent, for Tang Chuan had begun to move. He stepped forward deliberately, ensuring that Su Wan was enveloped within the confines of a 15-fold gravitational field. Moments later, he casually uttered, "Gravitation," with a thunderous impact. As the 15-fold gravitational field took effect, Su Wan felt as though her body had been burdened with the weight of a vehicle. Coupled with the severe injury to one of her legs, she found herself utterly incapable of maintaining her balance and collapsed to her knees, instinctively bracing herself against the ground. Upon realizing her hands were pressed against the floor, terror washed over her face. Let us not forget, the cabinet was still suspended in the air. In the midst of her panic, the massive cabinet crashed down upon her face. In an instant, the sturdy wooden structure shattered into countless splinters, while Su Wan's head was brutally struck, leaving a deep, gaping wound that bled profusely, staining her face a vivid crimson. After sustaining this blow, she remained motionless on the ground, silent and still. Tang Chuan approached her slowly. Observing Su Wan, who was struggling to hold herself up on her knees, he inquired, "You have yet to answer me. Is that pain medication intended for treating schizophrenia?" Hearing the question, Su Wan strained to lift her head, glaring at Tang Chuan with her bloodshot eyes, now tinged with crimson. Yes. However, it was not long before she lowered her gaze, her tone shifting to one of humble submission. "Why would the main personality assist you?" Tang Chuan pressed on. The earlier concealment of the medication's true effects, along with her excessive consumption of it last night, indicated that the main personality was aware of the existence of the half-corpse persona and was actively aiding her. He could not fathom why Su Wan's main personality would engage in such actions. "She needs me. Without me, she would have long been offered to that beast of a bank manager as a mere plaything. If it weren't for me, she would have already perished." Su Wan's expression twisted in fury as she spoke through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan turned to regard the decayed corpse of the bank manager. So, it was as he suspected. It seemed the half-corpse persona had been coerced into existence by this manager's malevolence. How unfortunate, he mused with a faint sigh, unwilling to linger on the matter any longer. His inquiries were driven by concern over whether the half-corpse had the capacity to manipulate minds. If the half-corpse had seized control of the main personality, it could potentially have exerted influence over others as well. Thus, for the sake of safety, Tang Chuan deemed it necessary to uncover the truth. Now that he had grasped the essence of the situation, there was no justification for allowing the half-corpse to continue existing. Tang Chuan's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a tremendous surge of mental power erupted forth. The blade soared towards Su Wan's head with the velocity of a cannonball propelled from a barrel. If this strike were to land, her skull would undoubtedly split in two, resulting in instant demise. However, each half of a corpse is notoriously troublesome. Realizing that she would surely perish if struck, Su Wan let out a piercing scream. Immediately, her arms swelled like inflated balloons, quickly growing taller than her own stature. At the moment her arms reached their maximum expansion, they astonishingly detached from her shoulders and shot forth with great speed. This spectacle resembled a gecko shedding its tail. Chapter 32. Greetings to the eldest sister from Su Wan's body, 2 arms detached. One flew directly towards the cleaver, intercepting a lethal strike, while the other accurately aimed for Tang Chuan's chest. The ferocious wind howled past his ears, and he realized he could not withstand this blow. Reluctantly, Tang Chuan retreated a few steps to evade. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as both arms detonated simultaneously. The tremendous shock wave forced Tang Chuan to take another step back. An explosion erupted once more, sending a cloud of blood mist soaring, obscuring the scene within. Nevertheless, Tang Chuan could sense the shift. Due to his retreat, the gravity field weakened, allowing Su Wan to break free from its constraints and rise to her feet. Immediately, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass. Concerned that Su Wan might have further tricks up her sleeve, Tang Chuan refrained from recklessly entering the blood mist. When mist finally dissipated, Su Wan had vanished, leaving only the shattered glass to silently narrate the chaos. What transpired? Brother Chuan, I have come to assist you. Two voices rang out, revealing Yu Tian and He Jianggu at the doorway. Tang Chuan waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm, and then stated nonchalantly, I found the half-corpse. But she escaped. Half-corpse? Yu Tian exclaimed, clutching her face in astonishment, her tone fierce. Who exactly is this half-corpse? Tell me quickly. He Jianggu furrowed her brow, gazing at the shattered glass. The half-corpse must be Su Wan, right? I've been intrigued by her for quite some time, but I lacked evidence. At her words, Tang Chuan cast a meaningful glance at He Jianggu. Truly, she was destined to become the Storm Queen. Her perceptiveness was indeed formidable. Indeed, he acknowledged with a nod, then stepped out from between the two women. Let us go. I have severely injured her, and she will not return any time soon. The two women exchanged glances at the blood-stained attic and quickly followed Tang Chuan. Truly my brother Chuan, invincible. Yu Tian beamed brightly, revealing her teeth in a grin. However, Tang Chuan remained unmoved by her exuberance. Tang Chuan, I shall inform the others of this matter, He Jianggu declared, then hastened past them down the stairs. Watching her hurried departure, Tang Chuan could not help but nod slightly. A born fighter. After a brief reflection, he turned his gaze away. Upon returning to the office on the second floor, they had barely settled in when a wave of excited cheers erupted from downstairs. Clearly, the remaining survivors had learned of the half-corpse's grave injury and subsequent escape. Sure enough, moments later, He Jianggu re-entered. Tang Chuan, I have informed them of the situation. After a brief hesitation, she approached Tang Chuan and inquired, according to your words, tomorrow marks the final day. Once it concludes, we can depart for the Eastern Military District, correct? Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, what? Are you missing your grandfather? To this remark, He Jianggu remained unperturbed and calmly replied, I am certain you possess knowledge regarding the apocalypse. If you could relay this information to my grandfather, many lives could be saved. As she spoke, He Jianggu leaned closer to Tang Chuan, fixing her gaze intently into his eyes. Yet, she discerned no peculiarities within those orbs. They appeared devoid of emotion, yet seemed to harbor the weight of countless trials. Tang Chuan offered no response. Instead, he rose and ambled toward the window. Through the glass, the clouds formed a scale-like pattern. Those with a modicum of life experience understood this to herald a day of unblemished skies ahead. However, as this marked the final day for the group, could tomorrow truly mirror the tranquility of the weather? The sun ascended as usual, heralding a clear day. The survivors within Rongqi Bank exuded cheerfulness that morning. With the impending departure of Tang Chuan and his companions, he generously distributed the food that could not be taken along. Everyone received a bounty far surpassing their previous rations, experiencing the sensation of being satiated for the first time in a week. Chengge, after today, where shall we find food? Inquired a previously restrained man, now rubbing his hands toward a robust figure. Where? Where is there none to be found? The man scoffed, gesturing toward his muscular physique, and continued, let us not forget Brother Tang Chuan has stated that after tomorrow, the surplus firearms will be distributed to us. With firearms in hand, as long as we do not encounter those grotesque, mutated zombies, the ordinary ones are merely a trivial nuisance. At that point, you can dine wherever you please. As he spoke, the remaining 4 survivors gathered around, chanting Cheng Ji's praises while eagerly speculating on where to indulge in a feast the following day. Tang Chuan, it is Tang Chuan. Suddenly, someone called out. The survivors promptly turned, standing at attention, and greeted Tang Chuan with a chorus of greetings, brother. Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, choosing to disregard their adulation. They were merely opportunists. To take their flattery seriously would be foolish indeed. What about me? Why am I not being acknowledged? Yu Tian interjected, stepping forward with an expression of excitement. The survivors paused, exchanging glances, rendered momentarily speechless. It was Chengge who reacted swiftly, leading the others in a chorus of greetings. Sister-in-law. The remaining survivors, as if enlightened, echoed, "Greetings, sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian was momentarily taken aback, then clenched her fists and declared, "I am no sister-in-law. Keep speaking nonsense, and I shall strike you." She waved her diminutive fists, lacking any real menace. The survivors exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions revealing confusion. At this juncture, Chingu, quick-witted as ever, promptly stated, "I understand. Consider this. Brother Tang Chuan has come here specifically to rescue He Jiangge. Thus, He Jiangge must indeed be the true elder sister." Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. Yes, you're absolutely right. It makes perfect sense. It must be so. The throng unanimously agreed. At that moment, they noticed He Jiangge descending the staircase. The survivors straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "Greetings, elder sister." The sudden salutation startled her, and confusion clouded her eyes. Elder sister? When did I become the elder sister? If I am the elder sister, then who is the elder brother? As she pondered, her gaze fell upon Tang Chuan, who was patrolling the area, and her cheeks flushed slightly. If it were him, then perhaps. Before He Jiangge could indulge in her daydreams, Tang Chuan's voice echoed from a distance. "Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch in pairs. If we can endure this night, everything will improve." Chapter 33. The zombie night assault. As the night progressed into the later hours, Tang Chuan found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. A nagging feeling told him that something would transpire tonight. Thus, he stood by the window of the office on the second floor, gazing at the moonlit sky dotted with stars. "Why aren't you sleeping?" He Jiangge approached quietly, her voice breaking the silence. Tang Chuan shushed her and pointed at Yu Tian, who was drooling and soundly asleep. "Do you think something will happen tonight?" He Jiangge inched closer, lowering her voice to a mere whisper that only Tang Chuan could discern. "Perhaps," Tang Chuan nodded, continuing, "My instincts tell me that something is amiss. My intuition has always been quite accurate." At his words, He Jiangge smiled softly, teasing, "Intuition? Isn't that usually more reliable for women?" Tang Chuan chose not to respond, casting her a sidelong glance before returning his attention to the moon outside. He Jiangge fell silent as they both stood quietly at the window. Time slipped away like the stars overhead, and soon half an hour had passed. He Jiangge rubbed her eyes and yawned. "I think I'll go to sleep now." Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Chuan suddenly turned his head sharply, his expression serious. "There's a smell." He Jiangge's face flushed, and she retorted angrily, "Even if I haven't brushed my teeth in days, it wouldn't smell that bad. You're being ridiculous." However, Tang Chuan ignored her. He first slapped Yu Tian awake, then, sniffing the air, strode toward the office door. "What is going on?" Yu Tian mumbled as she rubbed the drool from her mouth, standing up in a daze. "Everyone, follow me. We might be in danger," Tang Chuan instructed darkly, his tone leaving no room for argument as he stepped outside. He Jiangge and Yu Tian exchanged glances, understanding that Tang Chuan was not one to exaggerate. Given his serious demeanor, something grave must have occurred. Realizing this, the two women fixed their expressions and followed him closely. Upon exiting, a strong scent of gasoline assaulted their senses. "Gasoline!" Tang Chuan exclaimed, quickly scanning their surroundings. The window on the wall had been ajar, and a liquid was steadily seeping into the bank from outside. A mere glance revealed to Tang Chuan that this liquid was indeed gasoline. Someone intended to set the entire bank ablaze. "Get up, everyone, wake up!" Tang Chuan stamped his foot, his voice rousing all the survivors from their slumber. The anxious survivors were bewildered, looking towards Tang Chuan with confusion etched on their faces. "Tang Chuan, what is happening?" A lecherous man began to inquire, but his words were abruptly cut off by a deafening explosion. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from outside the bank's glass walls, the sheer force blasting a gaping hole into the structure. A fierce torrent of flames surged through the breach, engulfing the lecherous man in an instant. Amidst the flames, one could faintly discern the silhouette of the man struggling desperately against the inferno. As his heart-wrenching screams gradually diminished, his body fell still. Fortunately, the flames quickly subsided. Only then did the onlookers discern the charred remains of the lecherous man engulfed in fire. A chill swept through everyone, penetrating their very souls. Even the flames before them could not melt the frost that gripped their hearts. Quick, extinguish the fire. At that moment, Hejianga was the first to react, dashing towards the bank where the fire extinguishers were stored. However, Tang Chuan grasped her arm firmly. Huh? In response to Hejianga's confusion, Tang Chuan pointed towards the breach. They're coming. Hejianga turned her head, only to discover a horde of zombies advancing through the flames. Each zombie moved with alarming speed, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. These were ordinary zombies, enhanced by unstable evolutionary energy. Type: zombie enhanced. Ability: none. Threat level: moderate. Seeing the attributes of these zombies weighed heavily on Tang Chuan's heart. Though marked as a moderate threat and seemingly not very formidable, one must not forget that the sheer number of ordinary terrors could plunge anyone into despair. Before them stood at least a couple of hundred of these zombies. The collective threat posed by such a multitude of moderate-level zombies was likely far greater than that of the ghostly infant. Suddenly, a piercing wail of a baby echoed in their ears. In the next instant, a shadow darted through the flames, swiftly scaling the wall. When it came to a halt, the onlookers realized with horror that it was indeed the ghostly infant. Heavens, zombies! A horde of zombies has invaded. Monsters! The creature that appeared before is back. We're doomed. We are all doomed. I do not wish to die. Help me, Tang Chuan, save me. The remaining 5 survivors descended into chaos, flailing about like headless flies. Upon witnessing the arrival of the ghostly infant, Tang Chuan snorted coldly. Gasoline, explosion, night raid. This series of actions was clearly beyond the comprehension of mindless zombies. Tang Chuan was nearly certain that this was the work of the half-corpse, Su Wan, who had escaped from his grasp. Everyone remained calm. Gather here for weapons. Tang Chuan bellowed, using gravitational manipulation to retrieve all the firearms and ammunition from the previously captured bandits. Though these zombies have been enhanced by unstable evolutionary energy, endowing them with terrifying speed and strength, their bodies remained as fragile as ever. A well-aimed shot to the head could still bring them down. Guns! Quickly get the guns! Upon hearing this, the survivor, known as Chenggu, immediately began shouting, swiftly organizing the panicking crowd. Roar! Meanwhile, the zombies that had entered first were now alarmingly close, roaring as they charged towards the group. Each zombie's speed is on par with that of the world's elite sprinters, and the distance between the survivors and the zombies diminishes at a visibly alarming rate. You go ahead and intercept the zombies. I will keep an eye on the ghostly infant, Tang Chuan commanded calmly, his gaze unwavering from the ghostly child. He understood all too well that, compared to the horrifying number of zombies, this ghostly infant posed the true threat at present. Understood. Yu Tian and He Jianggu exchanged glances and dashed toward the zombies. Shield! Yu Tian exclaimed, and 2 radiant energy shields materialized beside them. Bang! 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 He Jianggu raised his pistol and fired 3 consecutive shots. Each bullet pierced the left eye of a zombie with unerring precision. In an instant, 3 enhanced zombies met their demise. Within 100 meters, He Jianggu never boasted about his accuracy. Chapter 34. The battle commences before long. The remaining survivors hastily armed themselves with firearms and ammunition. Bang! The first shot echoed through the air. However, the marksmanship of these survivors was worlds apart from that of He Jianggu. Most bullets failed to find their mark, with only a few striking the zombies, and those hits were merely to the chest. For the undead, unless a shot struck the head, the impact of a handgun was nearly negligible. Roar! As the bullets rained down, the zombies grew increasingly agitated. Yet, under the coordinated efforts of Yu Tian and He Jianggu, they were still unable to breach the defensive line. Chuangu, I can't hold on much longer. We can last at most 5 more minutes. Think of something, Yu Tian exclaimed, swiftly cleaving the head of a fortified zombie. She turned and shouted urgently. Tang Chuan, however, did not respond. The ghostly infant was still lurking by the wall, watching intently. Should he dare to assist with the fortified zombies, the creature would not hesitate to launch a surprise attack from behind. Thus, Tang Chuan continued to seek an opportunity to eliminate the ghostly infant. "Stay calm, listen to me." Jiang's powerful voice rang out, instilling a measure of reassurance among the group. "Everyone, steady your hands, align in a straight line, and aim carefully." As she spoke, she demonstrated the proper aiming technique, simplifying each movement to its essence, so that even those unfamiliar with firearms could mimic her actions adequately. "Lock onto your target. Pull the trigger." With her words, a bullet soared from her barrel, accurately piercing the eye socket of a fortified zombie, and the bloodied projectile exited through the back of its skull, subsequently striking another fortified zombie in the same manner. A double kill. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd and significantly bolstered their confidence. All the survivors began to imitate Jiang's technique, and their accuracy soared. For a moment, the fortified zombies found themselves evenly matched against the survivors. Realizing that the zombies could not advance, the ghostly infant became increasingly agitated, screeching at Tang Chuan in a frenzy. Finally feeling anxious, "Are we?" A spark of determination flickered in Tang Chuan's eyes. As the ghostly infant grew desperate, it would soon reveal a vulnerability. Suddenly, the creature let out a chilling shriek and leapt from the wall, its sharp claws aimed directly at Tang Chuan's head. Gravity manipulation. Tang Chuan coldly observed its approach. In the next instant, a solid metal safe was drawn by gravitational force, hurtling toward the ghostly infant with tremendous force. In midair, the creature, lacking any leverage, could only watch in horror as the safe drew nearer, utterly helpless to prevent the impending collision. After all, it was merely a mindless monstrosity. With proper preparation, Tang Chuan could easily dispatch it in combat. Bang! The safe collided forcefully with the ghostly infant, causing it to crash to the ground, bloodied and battered. Crimson blood cascaded in torrents, the ghostly infant firmly pinned to the ground beneath the weight of the safe. In that moment, it suddenly erupted into a frantic howl. This time, Tang Chuan could distinctly perceive an underlying message within its cries, as though it were a summons of sorts. A summons? Could it be that this creature had evolved a nascent form of intelligence? Tang Chuan's gaze turned icy, brimming with lethal intent as he regarded the ghostly infant. An intelligent zombie could not be allowed to remain. "Rise!" he bellowed, and once again, two safes of pure metal soared into the air. Due to the bank's nature, there were an abundance of safes, and though they remained unopened, this did not deter Tang Chuan from wielding them as his weapons. Fall! The safes crashed down with a resounding thud, echoing like war drums in the hearts of all survivors. They understood instantly. Tang Chuan had taken action. In that moment, a collective sigh of relief escaped the survivors. After enduring countless trials, they had come to regard Tang Chuan as an omnipotent deity. They firmly believed that, with his intervention, all troubles would be surmounted. Gunfire, the clatter of falling objects, the roars of zombies, and the anguished cries of the ghostly infant intertwined within the confines of the small Rongqi bank, creating a chaotic yet beautiful symphony. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted. The noise was not insignificant. Tang Chuan turned to investigate. The flames had intensified dramatically, engulfing the surroundings, and within the inferno, a shadow could be discerned darting about. Wherever it traversed, new flames ignited in its wake. Someone was committing arson. Tang Chuan quickly deduced the identity of the arsonist. Suwan. Suwan, he thundered, his voice reverberating like thunder within the bank. Suwan froze, ceasing her incendiary actions, and slowly approached. "Tang Chuan, you have brought me to this state. Do not blame me for resorting to fire," she retorted, her form becoming clearer, revealing a smile upon her face. However, as his gaze fell upon her, he noticed that her arms and left calf had transformed into the decayed limbs of a zombie. Those injuries were sustained during their battle, and to continue functioning, she had been compelled to pilfer these organs from several zombies. "How grotesque," Tang Chuan remarked, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any mercy. At his words, Suwan erupted in fury, her once pleasing visage contorting into a mask of rage. "We shall see if you still find humor in this. Your demise is imminent." "Oh, just you?" Tang Chuan replied with a derisive tone, twisting his neck to produce a series of crackling sounds. You, witnessing his blatant disregard. Su Wan seethed, her face flushed with anger as she pointed an accusing finger at him. Gravity manipulation. In that instant, as she exposed a weakness, Tang Chuan deftly propelled a cleaver toward her. The blade hurtled forth with astonishing speed, reaching her before she could fully react. She gasped, her expression swiftly transforming from fury to terror. Summoning all her strength, she desperately twisted her body in an attempt to evade the blade. Yet, her reflexes proved inadequate. She beheld the severing of much of her face, the remaining portion deeply embedded in her chest, nearly cleaving through her shoulder. The blade exposed the stark whiteness of her bones. It was only due to her half-dead state, akin to that of a zombie, that she retained any semblance of vitality. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to death beyond recovery. Hiss! Su Wan inhaled sharply, her gaze towards Tang Chuan brimming with dread. In that moment, she comprehended the vast chasm that lay between them, akin to an insurmountable abyss. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender. Her eyes turned to the ghostly infant trapped beneath the safe. With Tang Chuan distracted by her, the force binding the ghostly infant weakened just enough, allowing it to break free from its confinement. Chapter 35. The Survivors. Annihilation with a resounding crash. The safe was abruptly lifted, colliding with the ceiling of the first floor. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was the ghostly infant who had propelled the safe into the air with a single punch. The ghostly infant shook off the blood clinging to its form, and the wounds adorning its body began to clot and heal. With a fierce glare directed at Tang Chuan, it turned away, putting distance between them. Once assured of its safety, the ghostly infant bared its teeth and let out a loud, eerie wail directed at Tang Chuan. At that moment, Su Wan stealthily approached the ghostly infant. Observing their apparent camaraderie, Tang Chuan furrowed his brow in concern. Su Wan, with one hand covering half of her face that was nearly touching the ground, gestured animatedly with the other while speaking. We must first eliminate those individuals, devour them to regain our strength, and then we shall deal with him. She pointed at Tang Chuan as she spoke. The ghostly infant glanced at Tang Chuan, emitted another eerie cry, and then charged towards the group of survivors. Tang Chuan immediately followed suit. However, after taking just a few steps, he was startled as a red oil drum was hurled towards him by Su Wan. In the next instant, the drum ignited, transforming into a colossal fireball. Witnessing this, Tang Chuan swiftly evaded and utilized his gravitational manipulation ability to pull various debris in front of himself for protection. Flames engulfed him in an instant. He Jiangge, catching a glimpse of this scene, felt a tremor in her pupils, causing her firing speed to falter slightly. In the midst of battle, even a minor error could prove fatal. A fortified zombie lunged towards her, its gaping maw poised to bite into her shoulder. Clang! The zombie's teeth failed to reach her flesh, halted by a translucent shield. Yu Tian's protective ability. He Jiangge, don't lose focus. Trust Brother Chuan, Yu Tian shouted, continuing to wield her machete without glancing back. At these words, He Jiangge felt a surge of determination coursing through her. No matter the circumstances, she must fight. She kicked the zombie away and raised her weapon, shattering the creature's eye socket with a shot. Kill! Her fierce declaration invigorated the other survivors. However, a dark shadow suddenly emerged with alarming speed. Wail! The ghostly infant materialized, its sharp claws slicing through the air toward He Jiangge's heart. Get away! Yu Tian shouted through gritted teeth, aiming a powerful strike at the infant's claws. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to the ghostly infant's. Upon impact, she was sent flying like a soccer ball, crashing into a heap of debris. Yu Tian, He Jiangge gasped in horror, her instincts as a soldier compelling her to drop to the ground. In the next heartbeat, the ghostly infant skimmed past her back. With ease, it dispatched the two of them and charged toward the cluster of survivors behind them. In its eyes, devouring those 5 individuals first was the optimal choice. Monster! It's coming. Fire, quickly fire. The crowd was thrown into chaos, and before the ghostly infant could reach them, they had already thrown themselves into disarray. Do not panic. As He Jiangge advised, aim and shoot. Chunga stepped forward once more. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ghostly infant's form. He aimed and then pulled the trigger. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had attained a profound understanding, the pistol seeming to become an extension of his very being. Bang! The bullet soared forth, tracing a graceful arc through the air, and then struck the ghostly infant's head with unerring precision. I did it. I hit the monster's head. A surge of ecstasy flooded his heart. Yet in the next instant, the unscathed, ghostly infant's claw shot forth. Its head was propelled skyward, a look of delight still adorning its face. The ordinary bullet had failed to breach the ghostly infant's formidable defenses. Wail! The ghostly infant shrieked, reaching for its severed head and then smashing it open to devour its own brains. Immediately, the wounds inflicted by Tang Chuan's vault began to heal at an astonishing rate. Chenggu is dead. Run. The monster, we are doomed. The remaining four were stricken pale, shrieking and scattering in terror. The ghostly infant, eyeing their defenseless backs, discarded the now empty head and, with an excited screech, swiftly pursued them. No. How could this? In less than a minute, the last four survivors had all lost their heads to the ghostly infant, clutching the severed heads. The ghostly infant drooled as it indulged in the feast of human brain matter and tissue. From a moment, the ghostly infant broke free from Tang Chuan's control to the total annihilation of the survivors. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 3 minutes. At that moment, a scream pierced through the flames. In the next instant, Su Wan's battered body was hurled out. Tang Chuan emerged from the inferno, his body bearing only singed remnants of clothing, unscathed otherwise. During those 3 minutes, Su Wan had been delaying Tang Chuan's advance by igniting barrels of gasoline. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan had used various incombustible debris and pure metal safes for protection, even managing to severely injure Su Wan with his gravitational manipulation. Help me! Su Wan knelt on the ground. Glancing at the advancing Tang Chuan, she immediately turned her head and shouted at the ghostly infant. By now, the ghostly infant had finished devouring the brains of the four, and not only had its injuries healed, but it had also become even stronger than before. Wail! The ghostly infant hurled the 4 severed heads as weapons toward Tang Chuan. It was then that Tang Chuan realized all the survivors had perished. He could not help but furrow his brow. Slightly turning his body to evade the incoming heads, he shouted, "Yu Tian, Hejianga, are you still alive?" His voice seemed particularly diminutive amidst the crackling of flames and the howls of the undead, and Tang Chuan was uncertain if they could hear him. "Chuangu, I am still alive," Yu Tian shouted loudly. Then, bracing herself with the shield, she charged through a throng of enhanced zombies to reach Tang Chuan's side. Bang! 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 In rapid succession, Hejianga dispatched a cluster of zombies before swiftly arriving beside Tang Chuan. At this moment, her shield had grown dim and was likely incapable of withstanding even a single blow from a zombie. Still alive, Hejianga nodded, her gaze falling upon the bodies of the few remaining survivors. Her spirits plummeted to despair. Are we the only ones left? Yes, it appears so. Tang Chuan nodded in affirmation and continued. Can we still use the shield? Envelop everyone in protective barriers. What lay ahead was a battle for their very lives. At his words, Yu Tian trembled. Despite her pallor, she gritted her teeth and swiftly cast shields around everyone. Suddenly, a sound akin to chewing pierced the air. The group turned to discover the battered Su Wan, scavenging the heads of the fallen and feasting upon their tongues. Tang Chuan, you are doomed. Chapter 36. Zombie Bowling. The battle rages on. With the survivors no longer delaying, the enhanced zombies charged in without hindrance, quickly surrounding Tang Chuan and his companions. Tang Chuan exerted his mental pressure, and in an instant, his psychic energy erupted. A gravity field with a radius of 20 meters manifested, causing the taken aback enhanced zombies to collapse to their knees. However, although the enhanced zombies were immobilized, Tang Chuan found himself unable to simultaneously wield his gravitational manipulation to slay them. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. He could distinctly feel his mental energy rapidly depleting, accompanied by a mounting sharp pain in his head. Furthermore, the ghostly infant loomed menacingly nearby, Tang Chuan needed to conserve a significant portion of his mental energy to counter the projectile assaults from the ghostly infant. Bang! Jianga wielded dual pistols, mercilessly dispatching the kneeling zombies one after another. Panting, Tian knelt on the ground, her complexion pale, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she struggled to steady her knife, her forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat. This was a clear indication of excessive mental energy exhaustion. Tian was merely an ordinary individual. She did not possess the formidable abilities or mental strength that Tang Chuan had. The fact that she remained conscious and had not succumbed to unconsciousness after such a prolonged battle was already commendable in Tang Chuan's eyes. At this moment, Su Wan, having consumed the tongues of all present, had recovered significantly from her injuries. She approached with a hint of mockery in her smile, saying, "Making the zombies kneel before you. What a grand spectacle indeed. But tell me, while you can command the zombies to kneel, can you make fire kneel before you as well?" "Ahaha." With that, she turned and picked up 2 barrels of gasoline. It appeared she had raided a gas station, bringing back enough fuel to reduce the entire bank to ashes. Boom! 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 One barrel after another was detonated, sending gasoline splattering throughout the bank. The flames within the bank intensified, the red fire mingling with thick black smoke, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Seeing this, Tang Chuan felt a tightening in his chest. At this rate, he would either be consumed by the flames or asphyxiated by the smoke before his mental energy could even be exhausted. He needed to resolve the battle swiftly and escape the inferno. An idea formed in Tang Chuan's mind, and he immediately instructed, Tian, lower your shield and rest quickly. Jianga, cease firing. I need you to use your abilities. Upon hearing the command, Tian promptly retracted her shield, sitting on the ground to rest her eyes. Jianga cast a conflicted glance at the two and then gritted her teeth, declaring, "I will succeed in unleashing my abilities." With that, she also stowed her firearms and closed her eyes to summon her powers. Child of the Storm. Suddenly, several dark clouds appeared in the previously clear night sky. Upon seeing both women cease their fighting and noticing the ominous clouds gathering outside through the window, Su Wan immediately sensed that something was amiss. Though she remained unaware of Jianga's specific abilities, she had discerned over the past few days that the weather occasionally shifted ominously. Witnessing the current scene, she immediately realized that Jianga's powers might indeed have the capacity to alter the weather, potentially summoning rain to extinguish the raging inferno. With this thought, Su Wan felt a surge of urgency, gesturing wildly towards the ghostly infant as she urged, "Hurry, stop them." Despite the ghostly infant's irritation at Su Wan's incessant, its formidable sixth sense alerted it to the impending danger. Thus, it ceased its search for opportunity and hurled 2 enhanced zombies directly at Jianga. "Now you face me," Tang Chuan declared, his eyes glinting with a cold light. In that moment, he held nothing back as his terrifying mental prowess swept across the battlefield. Swish! The 2 zombies thrown by the ghostly infant were caught mid-air by the gravitational manipulation and swiftly returned at an even greater velocity. The speed was so astonishing that the ghostly infant let out a startled shriek. Had it not been for its small stature and incredible agility, the 2 enhanced zombies would have surely crashed down upon it. Bang! The 2 enhanced zombies collided violently with the wall, their bodies exploding into a multitude of pieces that scattered across the floor. Kill the enhanced zombies, gain evolution points 8. Kill the enhanced zombies, gain evolution points 8. The dual system notifications resounded, sealing the fate of the 2 enhanced zombies. Hiss! Witnessing Tang Chuan's brutal display, Su Wan gasped and fled without a backward glance. Roar! The gruesome demise of the 2 zombies did not intimidate the ghostly infant. Instead, it ignited its ferocity even further. Rising from the ground, the ghostly infant entered the tenfold gravitational field, transforming into a catapult as it began to hurl the kneeling enhanced zombies at Tang Chuan with reckless abandon. Crash! Tang Chuan bellowed, and the thrown zombies sped back with even greater velocity. In that instant, the interior of the bank seemed to morph into a colossal bowling alley. The airborne zombies became bowling balls, while those prostrate on the ground transformed into pins. However, This gruesome game of zombie bowling was far more macabre than any leisurely pastime. Each impact between the bowling ball and the pins resulted in a horrific spectacle, as the sheer force obliterated both into a gruesome pulp. With each collision, blood and flesh erupted in a terrifying display. As the speed of both the ghostly infant and Tang Chuan escalated, the blood splattered from the zombie bowling transformed much of the bank into a crimson tableau. The fierce flames within the bank even began to subside, influenced by the abundance of flesh and blood, who claimed that a raging fire was merciless, capable of consuming all flesh. As long as there was sufficient blood and meat, even a cataclysmic inferno could be extinguished. Terrifying, so utterly terrifying. From a distance, Suwon observed the bloody scene within the bank, reminiscent of a meat grinder, and could not help but murmur to herself. Moreover, even she herself was unaware that at this very moment, her complexion had turned ashen and her body trembled involuntarily. Roar! After relentless assaults, the bank was nearly inundated with the corpses of the fortified zombies, and the number of living fortified zombies dwindled by the moment. Observing her diminishing supply of stones, the ghostly infant grew increasingly agitated. However, at that precise moment, Tang Chuan's movements suddenly froze. Cough, cough. A thick, black smoke invaded Tang Chuan's mouth and nostrils, inducing a sense of breathlessness and causing his mind to grow increasingly hazy. The impact on his brain naturally affected his mental acuity, resulting in a slight deceleration of his actions. Although this slowdown was not significantly pronounced, it did not go unnoticed by the ghostly infant. Ceasing to hurl zombies, it utilized all four limbs to propel itself forward with astonishing speed. Whimper. Chapter 37. Together, let us end his life in the blink of an eye. The ghostly infant had approached within 2 meters of Tang Chuan. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly from outside the window, jolting Tang Chuan back to reality. He stumbled backward, narrowly evading the infant's attack. With a cry of frustration, the ghostly infant realized that this rare opportunity had slipped away and swiftly distanced itself from Tang Chuan. It distinctly recalled that proximity to Tang Chuan would subject it to an overwhelmingly powerful gravitational field, rendering it immobile. Regaining his composure, Tang Chuan had no intention of hindering the ghostly infant. Indeed, he found himself powerless to do so. Stabilizing the gravitational field, he took a moment to glance outside. The sky was now ablaze with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, shrouded in ominous clouds, as an oppressive atmosphere blanketed the world. Yet, the rain stubbornly withheld its descent. Do not be anxious. Simply allow your spirit to flow naturally. Tang Chuan's magnetic voice resonated in He Jianga's ears. She shivered slightly, and the grave expression etched upon her face softened considerably. Drip! A single raindrop fell from the clouds, landing squarely upon her eyelid. It was raining. Had he succeeded? He Jianga opened her eyes to behold the gentle patter of raindrops, her heart brimming with joy. Do not halt. I command you to harness the thunder to strike down the ghostly infant and Suwon. Tang Chuan bao lao. Upon hearing this, He Jianga cast a glance at the seemingly unscathed ghostly infant and the distant Suwon observing the battle. Alarmed, she promptly closed her eyes once more. Although the rain had begun to fall, the inferno within the bank had escalated to a terrifying intensity. A plethora of debris blazed ferociously, as thick black smoke mingled with toxic gases incessantly invaded Tang Chuan's nostrils. He felt his footing falter, and the objects before him began to blur. He had been poisoned. A surge of panic coursed through him as he realized he had inhaled too much toxic gas. Biting down on his tongue, the sharp pain brought a fleeting sense of relief, the metallic taste of blood easing his distress. Turning his gaze, he noticed a dim silhouette appearing beside the unconscious Yution, shielding her from the black smoke. Meanwhile, a torrential downpour cascaded above He Jianga, washing away the encroaching smoke around her. It appeared both of them were unaffected by the noxious fumes. Tang Chuan exhaled a sigh of relief, spitting out the blood in his mouth, his eyes now gleaming with fury. In my past life, I survived 3 years without extraordinary powers. How can I possibly perish here in this life? With a primal roar, Tang Chuan forced himself to regain his focus. He then retracted the gravitational field, Gravity manipulation. Two solid gold safes launched forth, relentlessly pursuing and assaulting the ghostly infant. The infant, overwhelmed by the blows, scampered away in panic, while Tang Chuan seized Yu Tian's dagger and charged towards the surviving enhanced zombies. Roar? The reinforced zombie felt an unexpected lightness in its body as it rose from the ground, still bewildered by the events that had transpired. Upon lifting its gaze, it was met with the sight of a blade inches away from its face. In the next moment, it beheld a headless corpse standing motionless before it. Their decaying brains could not comprehend the nature of this apparition. They could only sense that something vital had been lost. With swift precision, the blade struck down, and the last remnants of the reinforced zombies fell lifeless to the ground. At that moment, the interior and exterior of the bank, though modest in size, were alarmingly filled with nearly 200 corpses of reinforced zombies, a veritable mountain of bodies. Tang Chuan plunged the knife into the earth, but his legs wavered, nearly causing him to collapse. The toxic smoke and the immense drain on his mental strength left him utterly fatigued. However, he was relieved that the reinforced zombies had all perished. Outside the bank, upon seeing Tang Chuan's unsteady stance, Su Wan's eyes sparkled with realization. He was at his limit. He was faltering. If she could deliver a fatal blow now, she could feast upon him. The thought of savoring the flesh of such a powerful ability user made her mouth water uncontrollably. "Kill!" she shouted, charging once more into the bank. Yet, her target was not Tang Chuan. Instead, she raced directly towards Jianga, who was engrossed in manipulating the thunder. Su Wan's sixth sense warned her that Jianga was preparing something extraordinarily terrifying, and if she did not intervene immediately, dire consequences would surely follow. Tang Chuan sensed Su Wan's intent and sprinted towards Jianga as well. Suddenly, a ghostly infant dashed forth, positioning itself directly in front of Tang Chuan. "Get out of the way," he bellowed, unleashing his gravity manipulation with full force. In an instant, the gravitational field within a step's reach of him transformed into a terrifying 20-fold pressure, causing the ghostly infant to collapse to the ground, immobile. However, there was no time for Tang Chuan to eliminate it. Su Wan's grotesque, flesh-like tendrils were already lunging towards Jianga. Gravity manipulation. With a surge of mental energy, Tang Chuan firmly restrained Su Wan's appendages. With a shift of gravitational direction, the invisible force struck down upon Su Wan's tendrils like an unseen hammer. Su Wan shrieked in agony as her arms were utterly shattered, rendering her unable to even raise her hands. Nevertheless, she pressed on relentlessly. "Soldier die!" she screamed, opening her gaping maw to sink her teeth into Jianga's neck. Realizing that it was too late to employ gravity manipulation against Su Wan, Tang Chuan redirected the force towards his own back with a powerful thrust. In an instant, it felt as though he had been struck by a raging bull. His body was propelled through the air, and he coughed up blood mid-flight. In a critical moment, he positioned himself between Su Wan and Jianga. "Get back," he shouted, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Su Wan's face. Empowered by the forces of gravity and immense might, his strength surpassed that of most mutated zombies by considerable margin. Struck across the face by such a formidable hand, Su Wan felt as though her visage had been collided with by a speeding automobile. In an instant, her jaw was dislocated, and the flesh on the left side of her face split apart like the taut skin of a drum pierced by a blade. At that moment, anyone standing beside Su Wan could gaze through her mangled skin to witness teeth smeared with flesh. With a piercing scream, Su Wan was hurled backward, her body crashing heavily into a heap of reinforced zombie corpses. Yet, this blow would not claim her life. As she touched her ravaged face, a wave of fury surged through her, consuming her reason. She emitted a primal scream, then discarded her decaying zombie hands, retrieving 2 fresh limbs from the pile of bodies to place upon her shoulders. The ghostly infant was on the verge of demise. Let us unite and vanquish him. Chapter 38. The ultimate victor, go to hell. With a fierce cry, Su Wan and the ghostly infant charged at Tang Chuan from either side. Tang Chuan swiftly pivoted, raising his blade to strike at the ghostly infant, though his mental energy was nearly depleted. Recognizing the greater threat posed by the ghostly infant, he resolved to defend against its assault first. As for Su Wan, he would find alternative means to counter her attack. Do not even think of harming my brother Chuan. After a considerable period of rest, Yu Tian had regained some of her mental energy. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted Su Wan attempting to launch a surprise attack on Tang Chuan. Without hesitation, she enveloped him in a protective shield. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed as Tang Chuan's blade clashed against the ghostly infant's claws, producing a shower of sparks. The immense force from their confrontation caused both to stagger backward several paces. However, just as Tang Chuan began to regain his footing, Su Wan's assault struck against the energy shield. While most of the force was absorbed, some still transferred to Tang Chuan, compelling him to halt his retreat and remain almost motionless. At that moment, it appeared as though the ghostly infant had recklessly charged forward, only to be sent flying by Tang Chuan's blade. Get away! Without a moment's hesitation, after establishing the shield, Yu Tian seized a nearby chopping knife and swung it towards Su Wan's head. Startled, Su Wan quickly withdrew, narrowly evading the strike in a state of disarray. If you wish to harm my brother Chuan, let us see if you possess the capability. Yu Tian brandished the knife, twirling it expertly while glaring at Su Wan. Oh, is it merely you? Su Wan let out a mocking laugh, continuing, look at him, he can barely stand. Yu Tian's heart sank at her words, and she immediately turned to assess Tang Chuan. Indeed, as Su Wan had asserted, after inhaling a copious amount of toxic black smoke and exerting himself vigorously, the poisonous gas had permeated his body through the bloodstream. His complexion had turned ashen, his lips darkened, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. He was on the verge of collapse. Brother Chuan, how are you? Yu Tian inquired anxiously, only to receive a slight shake of Tang Chuan's head in response. The situation was dire. His voice was faint, yet devoid of panic. In his previous life, he had encountered far more despairing circumstances, allowing him to maintain his composure. Channel all your mental energy to reinforce the shield for me, then swiftly depart from this place. Leave the rest to me. Yu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. But you can barely stand. Trust me. Tang Chuan met her gaze, the confidence in his eyes sending a tremor through her heart. Very well, I believe in you. Yu Tian nodded, encasing Tang Chuan in her final protective shield before turning away and sprinting into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Are you truly abandoning your brother Chuan in his time of need? It seems that calamity brings out the worst in people. Su Wan sneered, preparing to intercept Ting Tian. This is not your place to meddle. Tang Chuan once again bit his tongue, invigorated as he raised his blade to block Su Wan's path. Upon seeing Tang Chuan obstructing her, Su Wan hesitated to advance recklessly. She noticed the ghostly infant stealthily approaching Tang Chuan from behind and immediately exclaimed, "Oh dear, what a pair of fateful lovers you are. Alas, tonight you shall both meet your demise here. Fear not, when I consume you, I shall relish both your tongues simultaneously. In this way, you will perish together, leaving no room for regret. Will you?" Su Wan laughed triumphantly, yet her gaze subtly flickered towards Tang Chuan's back. She sought to draw Tang Chuan's attention, thus creating an opportunity for the ghostly infant to launch a surprise attack. Then I must express my gratitude for your kind intentions. Tang Chuan replied, shaking his still heavy head, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you presume I am unaware of your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Su Wan's expression shifted dramatically. She realized that Tang Chuan had long since detected the ghostly infant's intention to ambush. Ghostly infant, do not advance, come back. She screamed urgently, but it was too late. Tang Chuan stepped back and collided directly with the ghostly infant. The shield upon his body was punctured by the infant's sharp claws, creating a gaping wound, while its claws continued to dig into his shoulder, leaving a half-finger-deep cut. Activate 20-fold gravitational field. The gravitational force surged to 20 times its normal strength in an instant. The ghostly infant, taken aback by Tang Chuan's ability to unleash extraordinary power, collapsed before him. "He Jianggu," Tang Chuan shouted, his voice resonating with fervor amidst the night. Thunder roar. He Jianggu opened her eyes wide, a flash of lightning illuminating her gaze. In the next moment, a blinding bolt of lightning streaked across the night sky. Boom! Thunder rumbled as a tremendous bolt struck down from the clouds, directly impacting the ghostly infant's form. The infant's body was instantly electrified, revealing every bone within. It writhed in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. By the time the thunder ceased, its body had been reduced to a charred mass. Had one not known it was the ghostly infant, no one would have recognized it as once being a living creature. I have succeeded. He Jianggu breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Subsequently, she collapsed onto the ground, having exhausted her mental energy and unable to conjure a second bolt of lightning. Huff! Tang Chuan exhaled deeply, and in the next moment, he plummeted towards the ground. Tang Chuan, Brother Chuan, He Jianggu and Yu Tian gasped in shock. Yu Tian attempted to rush back to check on him, but was suddenly met with a blinding flash before her eyes. In the next instant, a blood-soaked tentacle appeared before her. She barely managed to position her knife across her chest when she was violently struck and sent flying. Yu Tian, He Jianggu's eyes narrowed, turning to glare at Su Wan. Drawing her handgun, she assumed a standard kneeling shooting stance. Bang! 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 3 bullets accurately aimed at Su Wan's face. However, another bloodied tentacle shielded her from harm. The 3 bullets pierced the tentacle but ultimately failed to penetrate it, thus causing no injury to Su Wan whatsoever. It seems the final victor is none other than myself. Su Wan laughed triumphantly, striding towards He Jianggu with the grace of a conqueror. Bang! 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 He Jianggu continuously fired her weapon. Yet not a single bullet could breach the defense of Su Wan's grotesque appendage. Click! The handgun's magazine was empty. In an instant, Su Wan extended her tentacle, effortlessly knocking He Jianggu's gun from her grasp. Ugh! He Jianggu let out a muffled grunt as the force of the tentacle sent her tumbling to the ground. Military lady, now you find yourself without even your last firearm. What shall you do? Su Wan licked her lips, her gaze fixed hungrily on He Jianggu's mouth as she swallowed hard. She could hardly contain her eagerness to savor the tongue of an extraordinary being. Chapter 39. Who is the ultimate victor now? Get away from me. Yu Tian rushed forward, wielding her machete as she struck at Su Wan's fleshly tendrils. With a squelch, the tendrils were severed, black-red blood staining half of the blade. Get away. Yu Tian's sudden assault incensed Su Wan, who retaliated with both of her blood-soaked appendages, delivering a vicious blow to Yu Tian. Exhausted and unable to evade the strike, Yu Tian's body was sent flying. Her translucent shield shattered like glass, fragments dispersing into luminous motes in the air. Ultimately, she crashed into a heap of reinforced zombie corpses. Blood trickled from her forehead, and she found herself devoid of strength to rise, lying amidst the bodies fixated on Su Wan. The rapid unfolding of events jolted He Jianggu into awareness, and she gasped in horror. She intended to check on Yu Tian's injuries, but Su Wan was determined to prevent her from leaving. Su Wan's tendrils ensnared He Jianggu, lifting her into the air. The grip tightened with each passing moment, making every breath a Herculean task for He Jianggu. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully, and darkness encroached upon her vision. At that moment, the clouds above thickened, and torrential rain poured down upon Rongqi Bank. Under the deluge, the raging fires inside and outside the bank were swiftly extinguished. It's all my fault. If only my shield had been more resilient. Yu Tian's voice, laced with sorrow, reached He Jianggu's ears, momentarily revitalizing her spirit. If only? What is there in this world that can be termed as if only? You have lost, and now you shall become my sustenance, Su Wan declared loudly. She too was grievously wounded, nearly incapacitated, forced to remain where she stood and watch as her tendrils slowly strangled He Jianggu. You, and Tang Chuan alike, are nothing but fools in my eyes. A formidable shield, terrifying thunder, and that absurdly powerful gravitational force. Despite possessing such formidable abilities, you were ultimately orchestrated to your demise by my hand. How pitiful are those ordinary souls who believe they could find safety by your side. You are, in truth, incapable of safeguarding anyone. Su Wan's excitement crescendoed, her voice becoming increasingly distorted. Silence. You, a wretched being devoid of humanity, lack the right to speak of us. He Jianga mustered her strength, gritting her teeth. Tang Chuan will find a way. At her words, Su Wan turned to gaze at the motionless Tang Chuan on the ground, sneering dismissively. Him? He is likely dead by now. Fear not. I shall soon send you to join him. Licking her lips, Su Wan advanced toward He Jianga. Get away from her! Yu Tian shouted, her eyes aflame, but her voice failed to deter Su Wan. The horrifying visage of Su Wan, marred and grotesque, grew clearer in He Jianga's mind, deepening her despair. Tang Chuan. She instinctively glanced in Tang Chuan's direction, only to discover that he was no longer there. You should die. Tang Chuan's cold voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, causing Su Wan to feel an icy chill envelop her. Activate Vajra power. Several golden rings materialized around Tang Chuan's arms, significantly enhancing his strength. You! Su Wan exclaimed in shock, but before she could utter another word, a golden fist appeared before her. Boom! The activation of Vajra power brought forth a tremendous surge of strength. Previously, Tang Chuan had used this power to lift a decades-old massive locust tree. This time, however, his fist obliterated Su Wan's head. Indeed, it was a literal explosion. At that moment, there was nothing left on Su Wan's neck, with her carotid artery exposed, sending forth a blood spout that reached 4 to 5 meters high. The mingling of blood and rainwater cascaded down onto Tang Chuan, staining him like a demon from hell. Now, who was the true victor? Tang Chuan mumut, tearing apart the flesh tendrils, ensnaring He Jianga, and then pulling her up. Gazing at the towering man before her, who remained unfazed, He Jianga felt a wave of confusion. Was such a dire crisis insufficient to stir him? Who was he, and what had he endured? He was as if a deity come to save the world. Unaware, He Jianga stood frozen. Don't dawdle. Help Yu Tian bandage her wounds, Tang Chuan reminded, moving toward Yu Tian. She had a large gash on her forehead, blood gushing forth. Upon seeing Tang Chuan approach, she unexpectedly grinned, revealing a carefree smile. Brother Chuan, I knew you could do it. Haha. Everything is under your control. Su Wan, she's just it hurts. Tang Chuan's method of bandaging was anything but gentle. His rough handling made Yu Tian wince in pain. Let me handle it. He Jianga interjected, unable to watch any longer, stepping forward to take Tang Chuan's place. As a formidable soldier, her bandaging skills were undoubtedly top-notch. Soon, a bandage was wrapped around Yu Tian's head, and the bleeding ceased. Get up. He Jianga assisted Yu Tian to her feet, but turned to find Tang Chuan already outside the bank. The two women exchanged glances, instinctively moving toward him. The three stood at the entrance of the bank, the clouds above dissipating, and the rain had ceased. Behind them lay the ruins of Rongqi Bank, littered with the bodies of the undead. Before them, the golden sun broke through the clouds, casting warm rays of light. Let us go. It's time to set off. Tang Chuan pointed ahead toward the eastern military district. Brother Chuan. Yu Tian nodded. He Jianga remained silent, giving a slight nod before casting one last glance back. Observing the dilapidated bank and the mountain of corpses on the ground, her heart grew heavy. It is merely the beginning, and we have already encountered such perilous dangers. The road ahead is likely to present even more formidable challenges, is it not? A weight settled heavily upon her chest. However, as she turned her gaze, the sight of Tang Chuan striding confidently ahead filled her vision. Perhaps, as long as she followed him, everything would be just fine? No, there was no doubt. Following him would surely lead to safety. With this thought, He Jianga's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Chuanga, slow down. Your legs are too long. I can't keep up. Yu Tian's voice suddenly shattered the silence. Hearing this, Tang Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, It seems your mind isn't quite functioning well. At his words, He Jianga too burst into laughter. Chapter 40. The Villa. The man. A day later, Tang Chuan and his companions drove a salvage car to a small town situated 100 kilometers away. Due to the car breaking down, the trio had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot, compounding their predicament. The recent fire at Rongqi Bank had left them with scant supplies of food and water. Now, they were compelled to forage for sustenance. Brother Chuan, It seems there's a large supermarket ahead. Shall we investigate? Yu Tian suggested, pointing into the distance. Having never visited this town before, Tang Chuan readily acquiesced. Let's go take a look. The three made their way to the supermarket, effortlessly dispatching a few oblivious ordinary zombies before entering the premises. However, the sight that greeted them was utterly disheartening. The shelves lay toppled, and various items were strewn across the floor as if the establishment had been ravaged by bandits. Furthermore, not a morsel of food remained. Even a solitary chocolate bar was nowhere to be found. This is astonishing, Jianga lamented after pacing several times, confirming the absence of any food. With so many people, could they possibly consume all of this? Yu Tian puffed out her cheeks, her expression reminiscent of an oversized hamster. Look here, Tang Chuan gestured, indicating a handwritten notice before him. It read, I'm the owner of this supermarket. I have relocated all the food to my home. Should any living person see this, you are welcome to visit. I would be pleased to provide food. My home is spacious and secure, and you are welcome to stay. Address, XXXXX. Beneath the address, a map indicated the location, with the destination circled in red ink. The notice appeared freshly posted, likely within the last few days. What shall we do? Should we go there? I sense something amiss, Jianga inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Her instincts warned her against the invitation. Brother Chuan, we only have 3 packs of instant noodles left. Yu Tian opened her large backpack to reveal the meager remnants. Tang Chuan took a pack, opened it, and took a bite, stating, as you can see, we are out of food. We urgently require sustenance, and this place promises plenty. I refuse to let this opportunity slip away. If there is any danger, we shall fight. In Tang Chuan's perception, no formidable superhuman abilities had yet emerged among humanity. It could be asserted that he was currently the strongest among them, and Jianga, while not second, certainly ranked within the top 10. If the individual who left the notice harbored ill intentions, they could simply eliminate them. Well, Jianga bit her lip, wavering in her decision. Oh, with Brother Chuan here, what is there to fear? Come, have some instant noodles. Yu Tian offered the last pack to Jianga. The three quickly devoured the dry flatbreads and washed them down with a few sips of mineral water before departing the supermarket. The owner of the supermarket lived not far from there, and the route was uncomplicated. Tang Chuan merely glanced at it and committed it to memory. Upon arriving at their destination, they were confronted by a quaint 2-story villa that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding tall buildings. What kind of person possesses such refined taste to have a villa in the city? Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow, contemplating a sarcastic remark, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Electricity, electric fence? Yu Tian exclaimed. It turned out that the villa was encircled by a sturdy layer of barbed wire, which was charged with high voltage. At that moment, several corpses of zombies, roasted by the electricity, hung from the wire, occasionally erupting in brilliant sparks. Indeed, it was a commendable place. No wonder it could accommodate residents. Tang Chuan nodded in approval, unable to suppress his admiration. Such a residence at the onset of the apocalypse would have been a dream come true. And even he felt a tinge of envy. The trio circled the electric fence until they finally reached the front door. Just as Tang Chuan was about to press the doorbell, a man's voice emanated from a speaker at the entrance. You haven't been bitten by a zombie, have you? Clearly, this was the voice of the homeowner. No, Tang Chuan replied, removing his coat and turning in place. Although he could not identify any cameras, he was certain the homeowner could observe the scene. What about the two of them? The man's voice came again from the speaker. In response, Yu Tian rolled her eyes and retorted, have you ever seen anyone daring enough to walk alongside someone who's been bitten by a zombie? Are you hoping to inspect my body? Looking to take advantage of me? Believe me, I'll burn your house down. Since the incident at Rongqi Bank, she had developed a peculiar fixation on setting houses ablaze. Upon hearing this, the man's voice from the speaker turned somewhat flustered. No, please don't burn my house. I'll let you in right away, just a moment. Not long after the communication ended, the main door opened automatically. Once they stepped inside, the door closed itself behind them. How extravagant! This must have cost a fortune, Yu Tian remarked, unable to contain her astonishment. Tang Chuan ignored her and continued forward. Upon entering the door, they were greeted by a lavishly decorated living room where a well-dressed man sat. His attire was impeccable, his shoes gleaming, and his hair slicked back with gel. He appeared entirely uncharacteristic of a survivor in the apocalypse, resembling more a winner of life before its collapse. "Welcome, welcome, esteemed guests," he exclaimed, rising to greet them with outstretched hands as they entered. Tang Chuan extended his hand, but was suddenly struck by a faint scent of blood. The odor was subtle, largely masked by the man's cologne, yet Tang Chuan was acutely sensitive to the scent of blood. No matter how faint, it never escaped his notice. There was indeed something amiss. Upon this realization, Tang Chuan retracted his hand and subtly nodded. The man understood that Tang Chuan had no intention of shaking hands. Awkwardly withdrawing his own, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "Haha, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Song Fei, and this house belongs to me. I also own several supermarkets," he stated. "You must have come after seeing the notice I left in the supermarket, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tian immediately nodded and said, "Indeed, we have nothing to eat. Did you not promise to provide me with some food? Could you possibly give me some now? I am quite hungry." Jianga stepped forward and gave a light slap on Yu Tian's neck, remarking, "That is exceedingly impolite." Song Fei, hearing this, smiled generously and replied, "No worries at all. I shall fetch some food for you right away." He hurriedly ascended the staircase, a peculiar smile playing on his face as he turned his back to the three. Chapter 41. Hell, is other people's Song Fei's silhouette vanished on the second floor. Yu Tian immediately remarked, "I sense something amiss about him." "Oh, what have you discerned?" Tang Chuan responded, a hint of surprise in his gaze directed at Yu Tian, as this was not a sentiment one would typically expect from her. "Don't you think this fellow is overly enthusiastic? The villagers have always said that one should never accept gifts from others. If someone insists on offering something, it must be laced with poison." Yu Tian paused, glancing at Tang Chuan before continuing. "There was a cousin of mine back in the village who accepted a gift from someone and ended up being drugged and lost a kidney. It was terrifying." Upon hearing this, Jianga couldn't help but burst into laughter. Realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, he attempted to stifle it, turning his face a shade of crimson. "What is so funny? Isn't losing a kidney frightening?" Yu Tian replied, stomping her foot on the floor, puffing her cheeks. "If Brother Chuan were to lose a kidney, wouldn't that impair him in certain aspects?" At this, Tang Chuan felt utterly astounded, his gaze towards Yu Tian shifting dramatically. What was the matter with this girl? When had she ever seen him in that regard? Jianga, taken aback, pointed at Yu Tian, stammering, "You and Tang. Tang Chuan. So you two are in that kind of relationship? But doesn't seem like it? How could Tang Chuan be interested in someone so naive? When clearly he..." In response, Yu Tian blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I meant stamina. My cousin who lost his kidney lies in bed all day, even breaking a sweat when asked to carry a bucket of water. I fear he might just collapse from exhaustion. If Brother Chuan were to become like that, wouldn't it be dreadful?" At this, Tang Chuan and Jianga exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter while shaking their heads in disbelief. Suddenly, Yu Tian seemed to recall something, frowning as she said, "Hey, did you just call me foolish?" "Sister I am not foolish at all. I'm the smartest girl in our village." Jianga immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, Tang Chuan gently cleared his throat twice, interrupting their exchange. "I just caught a whiff of blood, albeit faint, yet fresh. I noticed he bore no wounds, which suggests there must be others here. Moreover, they're likely injured." Tang Chuan directed his gaze towards the staircase leading to the second floor, continuing, "I suspect he attacked someone previously for some purpose. Therefore, let us refrain from consuming any food he brings back, understood?" Yu Tian and Jianga nodded in acknowledgement. "Got it. Understood." The trio resumed their seats on the sofa, and not long after, Song Fei returned. He carried a large convenience bag in his left hand and a thermos in his right. "Everyone, I only have some instant noodles and biscuits here. I hope you won't find them unsatisfactory." Song Fei squinted, a disingenuous smile plastered across his face. Immediately, he retrieved 3 cups of instant noodles from a convenience bag and, without uttering a word, began to prepare them for the trio. During the process, he added marinated eggs and sausages, and at the moment boiling water cascaded over the noodles, Yu Tian could not help but swallow hard. Witnessing this, Song Fei burst into hearty laughter, remarking, Don't rush. You'll be able to eat soon. Yu Tian's gaze was fixed on the steaming noodles, and she recalled Tang Chuan's words. No need, I'm not hungry. She had barely finished speaking when her stomach let out a loud growl. Even the usually oblivious Yu Tian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. No, no, it's not my stomach growling. It's... Unable to continue, she could only cast a pitiful glance at Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly and then let out a soft sigh. Realizing that Tang Chuan was the one with the authority, Song Fei turned to him with a smile, saying, "Brother, the noodles are ready. Do you have any?" Tang Chuan shook his head lightly. Song Fei's expression darkened. "Do you think there is something wrong with my noodles?" Tang Chuan nodded in response. Song Fei's lips twitched. "We are all survivors. Having barely escaped a great disaster, how could I possibly harm you?" Tang Chuan lifted his head, his icy gaze directed at Song Fei as he stated, "In a so-called apocalypse, the greatest dangers often come from other survivors nearby. Hell is other people." Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Song Fei's forehead, prompting him to laugh heartily in an attempt to lighten the mood. "Ha, brother, have you read too many novels? People are inherently good. It's not as dangerous as you suggest." Tang Chuan stood up, remaining silent but fixing him with a chilling stare, shaking his head faintly. "Read too many novels? My apologies, but the blood-soaked memories from 3 years in my previous life replay incessantly in my heart. I am someone who has truly witnessed the infernal sights of the apocalypse." Seeing Tang Chuan rise, Yu Tian and He Jianga immediately stood and subtly moved to encircle Song Fei. The sweat on Song Fei's forehead increased. He couldn't help but wipe it away. Struggling as he said, "You're just joking, right?" When none of the three responded, Song Fei's expression twisted into something more sinister. "What do you want from me?" Tang Chuan pointed at the noodles, coldly instructing, "You eat first." Song Fei swallowed hard, squinting as he said, "Since you've invited us to eat, it wouldn't be proper for me to consume it alone." Tang Chuan remained silent, merely stepping forward a pace. The sound of his footsteps resonated like a heavy hammer, causing Song Fei's heart to race. Who were these people to be so guarded? Gritting his teeth, Song Fei lifted a steaming cup of noodles and declared, "In that case, I shall eat first. I'm a bit hungry as well. These noodles smell delightful. They must taste exquisite." He fished out some noodles, inhaling their aroma and loudly praising them. Yet he hesitated to bring them to his mouth. "Only when it enters your mouth does it count as eating," Tang Chuan reminded him. Song Fei cast a fleeting glance at Tang Chuan, his eyelids quivering slightly. "Very well, I shall partake. I shall partake indeed. I devour NMLGB." He feigned an intention to eat, only to hurl the instant noodles directly at He Jianga the next moment. As the scalding hot water threatened to splatter across her face, Yu Tian sprang into action. "Shield!" A translucent barrier materialized, thwarting the boiling liquid, and He Jianga exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Song Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Superpowers! These individuals possessed extraordinary abilities as well. His mind raced. Although he too was endowed with powers, he was uncertain whether the other two, aside from this woman, shared the same gift. If they all wielded such abilities, then in a 3-to-1 scenario, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. "Flee!" After a moment of contemplation, he turned and dashed away without hesitation. Chapter 42. Feeding the zombie stop. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Chuan immediately pursued. Gravity manipulation. The instant he invoked his power, various items in the living room, instant noodles, a coffee table, a clothes rack, soared into the air, hurtling violently towards Song Fei. Witnessing this scene, a chill gripped Song Fei's heart. "Blood armor!" He bellowed, and suddenly, a swirling mass of crimson mist erupted from his skin. In the blink of an eye, this mist coalesced into a solid form, manifesting as a suit of medieval knight's armor. Crash! The assorted debris struck him, overwhelming his body in an instant. Thud! The sheer force caused Song Fei to stagger, blood spilling from his mouth. Though grievously injured, he was not slain. Without delay, he turned and fled upstairs, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Tang Chuan's gaze flickered, and his attribute panel materialized in his mind once more. Name, Song Fei, gender, male. Ability, blood control LV2. Threat level, medium strong. The moment Tang Chuan beheld Song Fei, he checked his attributes and discovered that he was indeed a level 2 ability user, which instilled a profound sense of vigilance within him. He ran. Yution blinked in disbelief. What are we waiting for? Let's chase him. He Jianga exclaimed urgently, drawing her pistol and preparing to ascend the stairs. Tang Chuan stopped her. Not so fast. Let Yution don her shield first. He understood better than anyone that caution is the key to survival. He would not act recklessly without thorough preparation. Understood, Yution replied, her fingers dancing in the air. Almost immediately, 2 translucent shields manifested around herself and Tang Chuan. All right, let us proceed. With that, Tang Chuan led the way, followed closely by He Jianga, while Yution brought up the rear. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they found the corridor littered with an abundance of supplies, leaving only a narrow path in the center. My goodness, there is so much food here. We could easily stay for a year or 2 without needing to venture out, Yution remarked, gazing at the scattered provisions. He Jianga quickly countered, these foods have expiration dates. Most cannot last that long. Moreover, the water supply here is insufficient. If the tap water becomes compromised, we cannot remain here. As they spoke, Tang Chuan suddenly caught a faint scent of blood. The odor emanated from the room ahead. Let us check that room, he said, approaching the door only to find it locked. Taking a couple of steps back, he gathered momentum and delivered a powerful kick. The force shattered the lock, flinging the door open. As the door swung wide, the pungent stench of blood surged forth from the room. Yution instinctively pinched her nose and exclaimed, what a dreadful smell. Entering the room, Tang Chuan noted the decor was strikingly pastel, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. The bed in the room was stained with blood, and several dismembered body parts were neatly arranged atop it. On the bedside table, a photograph captured the attention of the 3 individuals. The photo depicted 2 people, one of whom was an adorable girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old. The other was Song Fei. Could it be that the girl in the photograph is Song Fei's daughter? He Jianga inquired. Tang Chuan nodded. It was evident from the photograph that the girl bore a resemblance to Song Fei, and given her belongings were present in the room, it was almost conclusive that she was indeed his daughter. But why had her room been transformed into this nightmarish scene? Yution asked. Tang Chuan remained silent, instead scrutinizing the dismembered remains. The body parts clearly belonged to different individuals, both male and female. There were at least 3 corpses present. He Jianga also noted this and felt a surge of anger. It was Song Fei who had murdered these people and dismembered them. Why would he do such a thing? Tang Chuan gazed at the remains, memories from a past life flooding back. He slowly articulated, feeding zombies. Song Fei must be feeding zombies. Feeding zombies? Yution's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would even consider doing such a thing? Only a madman would. Tang Chuan shook his head, gesturing toward the photograph on the bedside table. What if it's someone very important who has turned into a zombie? For instance, what if Song Fei's daughter has become a zombie? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 women turned pale. Are you suggesting that Song Fei is using living beings to feed his daughter, who is transformed into a zombie? He Jianga asked. Tang Chuan noted that he had encountered such a situation in his previous life, and not just once. He had even witnessed a little girl, a zombie, being fed by her mother for nearly a year. To a mother, that was her daughter, and naturally, she wished to protect her. However, to others, she was merely a wretched zombie. Tang Chuan found it difficult to condemn such behavior. After all, what is deemed right varies greatly depending on one's perspective. Get out. I command you to leave that room immediately. Suddenly, an enraged voice echoed from the loudspeaker on the ceiling. Tang Chuan picked up a piece of the corpse and asked, are you feeding zombies? The loudspeaker continued to relay Song Fei's furious voice. What I do is none of your business. I warn you, get out of that room right now. Hearing this, Tang Chuan was almost certain that he was indeed feeding zombies. Where do you keep the zombies? Why can't I hear their growls? Tang Chuan pressed on. Get out. Leave the room. Hurry up and go. If you want food, take it and get out of my house. The loudspeaker only relayed Song Fei's wrathful voice, showing no intention of answering Tang Chuan's inquiries. However, Tang Chuan had begun to uncover the truth. The voice emanating from the speaker was somewhat intermittent, suggesting a poor signal. Yet, how could such a luxurious two-story villa experience signal issues? Just moments ago, the sound from the speaker at the entrance had been remarkably clear. Under what circumstances could one encounter such signal disruptions? The basement. In an instant, Tang Chuan was struck by the thought of the basement. In a two-story villa, the likelihood of having a basement was quite high, and the underground space could potentially rival that above. "Are you in the basement?" Tang Chuan suddenly inquired. "Get out." "What did you say? How do you know?" Song Fei quickly covered his mouth, but it was too late. Tang Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Let's split up. The second floor must conceal a passage leading to the basement. We shall descend and converse with him face to face." Chapter 43. The opulent basement. The trio immediately dispersed to seek the passage leading to the basement. Before long, Tian exclaimed, "I've found it, over here." They arrived at a storeroom, where a concealed door lay upon the floor. At that moment, a frantic voice blared through the speaker. "Grab whatever food you desire and leave this place. Do not descend. I warn you against coming down. If you insist on coming down, I cannot guarantee what may happen." Naturally, the three did not take his threat seriously. Tang Chuan opened the hidden door, revealing a deeply vertical ladder that seemingly led straight to the basement. "Let us go," Tang Chuan urged as he descended into the passage, followed closely by the two women. Their pace was swift, and it wasn't too long before they reached the first underground level. Contrary to their expectations, the lighting here was not dim. It was, in fact, brilliantly illuminated. Those who refuse a toast must drink a penalty drink. "I shall slaughter you all and feed your remains to Wenwen. Just wait." The furious roar of Song Fei echoed through the speaker, followed by a cacophony of crashes. Eventually, the speaker emitted a series of static noises, leaving his voice inaudible. "Be cautious. He may be laying an ambush for us," Tang Chuan advised. "Where shall we go next?" Tian inquired. Tang Chuan scrutinized their surroundings. The corridor before them was lengthy, adorned with a crimson carpet, and every few steps, a grand crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. It was truly a lavish basement. "We should turn right ahead. I can hear the growls of zombies," Jianga suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan asked with a hint of skepticism, "Are you certain?" She replied with unwavering confidence, "Absolutely. My hearing was among the best in the army." "Very well, let us proceed." Without further hesitation, the trio sprang into action, with Tang Chuan leading and Tian bringing up the rear. Upon reaching the end of the opulent corridor, they turned right and were drawn to a blood-stained door that piqued their curiosity. "This must be the room," Jianga pointed out. "Let's take a look." Tang Chuan nodded, stepping back a few paces. Gathering momentum, he launched a powerful kick at the door, which shattered upon impact, allowing them to rush inside. The sight before them left the trio momentarily stunned. The room was brightly lit, its walls adorned with hundreds of blooming roses, the fragrant aroma invigorating their senses. In the center of the room stood a grand, luxurious sofa. Seated upon it was a woman clad in exquisite attire. Her dress was a pristine white gown, its voluminous skirt cascading down to the floor, resembling that of a noble princess. However, as their gaze shifted upward, they noticed that the opulent gown was stained with blood. The vivid crimson had nearly transformed the bodice into a deep red hue. Roar! Upon witnessing the arrival of three individuals, the woman was instantly overcome with excitement, her body trembling as she let out a loud scream. Zombies! This woman was indeed a zombie. It was only at this moment that the trio noticed she was bound to the sofa by iron chains. "Is this really Song Fei's daughter?" Tian swallowed hard, murmuring in disbelief. "Perhaps." Jianga nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with astonishment. However, Tang Chuan furrowed his brow. "No, the size and age do not match." The zombie before them appeared to be at least in her 20s, far older than the little girl depicted in the photograph. This could neither be Song Fei's daughter nor her grown-up likeness. So who on earth is she? Before Tang Chuan could ponder further, an enraged voice erupted from behind. "Stay away from my Wenwen." Song Fei burst through the door, donned in a suit of authentic medieval knight's armor. The pure iron armor weighed over 100 kilograms. Yet he managed to sprint in such cumbersome attire. Tang Chuan regarded him with keen interest, inquiring, "Who is this woman? Surely, she cannot be your daughter?" Upon hearing Tang Chuan's question, Song Fei paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he repeated, "Daughter? What daughter? Oh, you mean to say you've forgotten your own daughter?" Yu Tian continued, "Aren't you the one who killed other survivors and fed your daughter's flesh to turn her into a zombie?" At this, Song Fei suddenly burst into laughter. So you're talking about that? Daughter? That ungrateful little wretch was long since killed and fed to Wenwen. That little brat was quite fortunate to be consumed by Wenwen. The atmosphere in the room abruptly froze, the temperature seeming to drop several degrees. Yu Tian gulped, her pupils trembling uncontrollably, scarcely able to believe her ears. "You mean to say you killed your daughter and fed her to her?" "Of course." Song Fei knelt, gazing at the zombie on the sofa with affection. "My princess, I have come to save you." A shiver ran down the spines of the three. "This guy is utterly revolting. Brother Chuan." Yu Tian looked at Tang Chuan, her eyes ablaze with fury. Even a tiger would not consume its own cub, yet Song Fei, as a father, had personally slain his daughter to nourish a zombie. Such an act is abhorrent. "Yes, let us kill him." Tang Chuan nodded, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Though he would not claim to be a good person, he would never commit such a repugnant crime against humanity. To slay one's own child to feed a corpse is an offense that deserves punishment. Suddenly, He Jiangge, who had remained silent until now, raised her gun and fired without hesitation. As a soldier, her fury had reached a boiling point. The rage clouded her thoughts, severely affecting her once prided marksmanship. A bullet struck the chest of the knight's armor, against the weighty armor. The force of a handgun bullet was utterly insufficient to penetrate the steel, failing even to cause Song Fei to stagger back a step. "Haha, you cannot harm me. This armor was custom-made at a great expense," he boasted. "Don't even think that a handgun could do me in. Even a rocket launcher would not suffice to end my life. Just wait, I shall tear you to shreds." With that, Song Fei rose and laughed triumphantly. He then bellowed. "Sword of blood." A colossal sword, wrought from blood, materialized in his hands. "Come, let you be the one to strike. One would surely relish your flesh." His gaze, twisted and perverse, fixed upon He Jiangge, the strange light flickering in his eyes hidden beneath the helm. Suddenly, a ghastly shriek erupted from the zombie, its howl resonating like the sound of a starting gun. Upon hearing the cry, Song Fei sprang into action. He Jiangge felt a blur before her eyes, and in the next moment, the heavily armored Song Fei appeared before her. How swift! How could this be possible? Staring wide-eyed at the blood-soaked sword looming near, He Jiangge gasped in disbelief. Chapter 44. The Death of Song Fei. Upon witnessing Song Fei suddenly materialize beside He Jiangge, Yu Tian gasped in terror. Bang! The blood blade struck He Jiangge with tremendous force, sending her flying across the scene. "Ah! You shall all perish." Song Fei laughed heartily, evidently pleased with his recent attack. "How are you? Can you still fight?" "Tang Chuan in Quit Gan Li." "Fight?" Song Fei's eyes widened, and he regarded Tang Chuan with a gaze akin to that reserved for madmen. After receiving that blow, even if she hasn't been cleaved in two, she must surely be gravely injured. "You expect her to fight? It seems your mind has gone awry. I believe it is you whose mind has faltered." He Jiangge rose to her feet, her voice robust and resolute. "How could you even consider killing your own daughter? What sort of enchantment has this woman cast upon you?" Upon seeing He Jiangge unscathed, Song Fei was momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be? With mere cooperation with Wenwen, I could sever steel. Why then can I not even kill a woman? Wait, that is... Suddenly, he noticed the dimmed energy shield beside He Jiangge. So, this is what blocked my attack. Song Fei realized with dawning comprehension. You all are quite formidable to have withstood my assault. However, how many more blows can you endure? Song Fei chuckled ominously. Then, in a swift motion, he reappeared before He Jiangge once more. He Jiangge, taken by surprise at his continued use of this ability, could only roll away instinctively. Do not even think about it. Yu Tian shouted angrily, swiftly leaping in front of He Jiangge. The blood blade crashed down on Yu Tian, sending both of them staggering backward. Seeing his attack thwarted again, Song Fei felt a surge of irritation. "Let's see how long you can keep this up. Chuan Ge." As Song Fei prepared to strike again, Yu Tian called out in desperation. Tang Chuan had been closely observing Song Fei. He was certain that during both attacks, Song Fei had not moved his feet, but had instead appeared directly before He Jianga. Instantaneous movement. Tang Chuan's heart raced, followed by confusion. Ordinarily, a regular person could only possess one supernatural ability. Since Song Fei had already manifested the ability of blood manipulation, how could he also employ instantaneous movement? Based on his experiences from a previous life, Tang Chuan deduced that the power of instantaneous movement likely belonged to another ability user. However, apart from Tang Chuan and the two others, the only remaining entity was that zombie. Wait, the zombie. With this thought, Tang Chuan immediately inspected the zombie's attributes. Type: Zombie, Evolution Level, LV1, Ability, Teleportation LV1, Threat Level, Medium. Indeed, this was a zombie endowed with supernatural abilities. The likelihood that Song Fei could teleport was high, given that this zombie had used its teleportation on him. But why would this zombie assist Song Fei? The notion of nurturing a zombie. The four characters floated in Tang Chuan's mind. He surmised that it was likely due to Song Fei's continual feeding of the zombies, which had forged a peculiar alliance between them. The zombies employed their supernatural abilities to assist Song Fei, while he, in turn, fed them human flesh. Although devoid of intelligence, zombies still possessed instinctual biological urges. Thus, it was not surprising that they would form a partnership with the human who nurtured them. After all, in the future, there had briefly existed a group who referred to themselves as corpse herders, capable of driving zombies away to serve their interests. However, due to the rapid evolution of zombies, the era of corpse herders was but a fleeting moment in time. Hey, Song Fei. Tang Chuan approached the zombie, grasping her neck and lifting her off the ground. You bastard. What do you intend to do with Wenwen? Put her down this instant. Song Fei's eyes widened with fury as he abandoned He Jianga and charged towards Tang Chuan. If you wish to avoid me shattering her skull, then remain right where you are, Tang Chuan stated coldly. Song Fei hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth, still yearning to rush forward. Without a shred of hesitation, Tang Chuan unleashed his gravitational manipulation, tearing down the crystal chandelier from the ceiling and bringing it crashing down upon the zombie's head. A gaping wound appeared on the zombie's forehead, blood pouring forth like an unending torrent. The zombie's voice diminished, revealing its frailty. No, my one. Upon witnessing this, Song Fei's vision turned crimson with rage. Still not stopping? Tang Chuan inquired, brandishing the bloodied chandelier, poised to strike again. Stop! I will stop! I will stop! Song Fei shouted in desperation, immediately halting his advance, paralyzed with fear. Satisfied with this display, Tang Chuan nodded approvingly. Yu Tian, He Jianga, come over here. The two women hurried to Tang Chuan's side upon hearing his command. A swift glance revealed that aside from the slightly diminished color of their protective shields, they bore no injuries, prompting a silent sigh of relief from him. He then turned his attention back to Song Fei. Remove your armor. Slowly, Song Fei lifted his helmet, his face a pallid shade of anger, his eyes locked onto Tang Chuan with unyielding fury. I said, take off all your armor. Tang Chuan in seat. With a hostage, no. A corpse within his grasp, he felt emboldened to make demands without restraint. You despicable coward. If you have the guts, release Wenwen and face me like a man. Song Fei spat vehemently. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan could not suppress a laugh. A coward? Me? When did the act of capturing a zombie become an act of cowardice? If anything, it is Song Fei who is disturbingly twisted. I give you 3 minutes. Otherwise, I will kill her, Tang Chuan declared coldly. Seeing this, beads of cold sweat broke out on Song Fei's forehead. I will remove it. I will do it right now. Please do not harm Wenwen. He hastily began to strip off his armor. The heavy armor proved to be a formidable challenge to don and equally difficult to remove. Thus he concentrated all his efforts on swiftly shedding it. Tang Chuan glanced at He Jianga, gesturing towards her firearm. Do you intend to use my gun? He Jianga, though perplexed, complied and handed it over. Tang Chuan accepted the pistol, took a brief aim, and fired. Bang! As Song Fei struggled to remove his armor, his body trembled, Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the gaping wound in his chest. His vitality ebbed away rapidly. Reluctantly, he lifted his gaze, directing his final glance towards the approaching zombie. "1-1, I promise I will protect you." Gasp! Before he could finish his sentence, blood spilled from his mouth, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Thus, Song Fei met his demise. The two women stood in shock at the scene before them. "Brother Chuan, what have you done?" Yu Tian inquired cautiously, her eyebrows raised in astonishment. Chapter 45. Attribute Upgrade. Tang Chuan remained silent as he approached to examine the lifeless body of Song Fei, confirming his demise before remarking, "Reality is not akin to a film. There is no need to wait for him to finish his lines before ending him. In the midst of an apocalypse, decisiveness is the paramount strategy for survival." Upon hearing this, Yu Tian gazed at Tang Chuan with admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, you are my brother Chuan, who understands everything." He returned the handgun to He Jianga and then approached the zombie once more. He Jianga accepted the handgun, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she regarded Tang Chuan. "Tang Chuan, who exactly are you? Why do you possess such profound understanding and an unflappable demeanor regardless of the situation? Such a presence is indeed awe-inspiring." Oblivious to her intricate gaze, Tang Chuan tightened his grip around the zombie's neck. Detected plunderable ability. Do you wish to plunder? Plunder. Plunder successful. Name: Tang Chuan. System evolution level: LV1 0-10,000. Strength 111 10. Speed 45 20. Constitution 65 5. Energy 217 10. Abilities: Gravitational Manipulation LV2 0-1000. Colossal Strength LV2 0-1000. Teleportation LV1 0-100. Plundered abilities 3-5. Evolution points 2105, having accrued a substantial amount of evolution points following the battle at Rongqi Bank. Tang Chuan found himself well equipped to upgrade all three abilities. Upon enhancing them, his attributes transformed as follows. Name: Tang Chuan. System evolution level: LV1 0-10,000. Strength 141 30. Speed 60 15. Constitution 80 15. Energy 317 100. Abilities: Gravitational Manipulation LV3 0-10,000. Colossal Strength LV3 Max. Teleportation LV2 Max. Plundered abilities 3-5. Evolution points 5. At this moment, Tang Chuan's attributes had reached an extraordinary level. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, he felt confident that if he were to return to that fateful night at Rongqi Bank, he alone could vanquish the half-dead, the ghostly infant, and the horde of enhanced zombies. Furthermore, he discovered an intriguing fact. Not all abilities could be upgraded multiple times. The top-tier ability, Gravitational Manipulation, could continue to be enhanced, while Colossal Strength had reached its maximum at level 3, and Teleportation had maxed out at level 2. It appeared prudent to select stronger abilities for Plunder in the future, he mused as he regarded the two remaining vacant ability slots. Subsequently, he began to delve into the new ability, Teleportation. An inexplicable intuition whispered to him that this ability could only be employed on others, granting them a singular instance of instantaneous movement. However, after every 5 uses, one must wait 10 minutes before continuing, and this is merely a secondary effect. The zombie's ability level was only primary, allowing it to use its powers just twice before requiring a cooldown. Although Tang Chuan felt somewhat disappointed by the limited strength of these abilities, he recognized that, if utilized appropriately, they could still serve a crucial role. After managing his attributes, Tang Chuan closed the panel and reopened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found Jianga staring intently at him. "Did you just become stronger?" she inquired, uncertainty lacing her voice. "For some reason, I feel as though you are indeed more formidable." "Huh? I had that same sensation just now. I thought it was merely an illusion." Yu Tian echoed. Tang Chuan nodded in affirmation, stating, "You are not mistaken. I have indeed grown a bit stronger." Abilities are manifested through the evolution of one's powers, and as one becomes stronger, the evolutionary energy within them increases. This evolutionary energy can be sensed by other ability users. allowing them to gauge an individual's strength based on the amount of energy they can perceive within. Upon hearing Tang Chuan's explanation, the two women nodded, their expressions reflecting a dawning understanding. In truth, Tang Chuan withheld a detail. This method of assessment only applies to those with level 3 abilities or above. Lower-level ability users possess too little evolutionary energy to be noticeable, given that it has only been a little over a week since the apocalypse began. Most ability users are still at level 1. Not only did Tang Chuan possess a level 3 ability, but he also uniquely wielded 2 level 3 abilities simultaneously, a fact that would surely terrify anyone if revealed. Let us eliminate this zombie and gather some food before departing, Tang Chuan stated calmly, preparing to strike down the creature. Stop. Suddenly, a gentle feminine voice interjected. Tang Chuan turned to see a woman in white who had appeared at the doorway. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes bore an inescapable sorrow. Her cascading black hair contrasted sharply with her flowing white attire, creating a striking visual impact. Upon seeing her, Tang Chuan felt a momentary disorientation. She seemed familiar, as if he had encountered her in his childhood. Who are you? Have we met before? Tang Chuan queried. My name is Luo Ying. To my recollection, we have not crossed paths, she replied, her voice tinged with an indescribable sadness. We want. Surely you do not share an affection for this zombie? Yu Tian exclaimed dramatically. Affection? Not at all. Luo Ying shook her head, pointing at Song Fei's corpse. I am akin to him, so please allow me to take this zombie. Akin? What do you mean? Yu Tian asked, taken aback. Luo Ying simply shook her head, refraining from further explanation. She then took a step forward, slowly approaching the zombie. Stop. If you take another step, I will shoot, He Jianga warned, raising her handgun. The dark muzzle aimed squarely at Luo Ying. She possessed a certain intuition, a sense that warned her of the imminent danger posed by this woman. Luo Ying appeared oblivious to the handgun, continuing to advance step by step, unhurriedly. You should halt, for she truly might fire, Tang Chuan cautioned. Yet, Luo Ying remained in a trance-like state, approaching in silence. One more step forward, and I shall shoot, He Jianggu warned at last. Nevertheless, Luo Ying persisted, lost in her own thoughts. Bang! The gun discharged. Yu Tian turned away, unable to bear the sight. She did not wish to witness the demise of a chance acquaintance, especially one as stunningly beautiful as this woman. What transpired just now? Suddenly, Yu Tian heard He Jiangji's astonished voice. Looking up, she noticed that the zombie bound to the sofa and the woman named Luo Ying had vanished, as if they had never existed in this place at all. What on earth was happening? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tang Chuan's forehead. Chapter 46. Can you take me and my sister along? Tang Chuan was certain that he had not been distracted for even a moment, not even blinking. Yet, the woman named Luo Ying had vanished with the zombie in an instant. If it weren't for Song Fei's corpse still bleeding, Tang Chuan might have doubted whether everything that had just transpired was merely a dream. Who exactly was this girl, Luo Ying? In Tang Chuan's memory, even among the most powerful abilities in his past life, no one had ever accomplished such a feat. Moreover, considering the present, the future superpowered individuals were still mere seedlings. How could anyone possess such formidable abilities already? Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, another question lingering in his mind. Why did he feel such a sense of familiarity with this girl? Clearly, he had encountered her in his childhood. Wait, that can't be right. If he had seen her in this form as a child, then why did she appear unchanged now? Could she be one of those legendary priestesses, the kind that can achieve immortality? Impossible, absolutely impossible. All supernatural abilities emerged only after the day of evolution. There were no phenomena of that nature during his childhood. So, what exactly was this girl named Luo Ying? Tang Chuan felt as though his brain might explode. However, he soon ceased his internal turmoil. Although he was unclear about Luo Ying's circumstances, since she had not attacked them, he could momentarily trust that she posed no threat. With no threat at hand, he decided it was best to disregard the matter. In a post-apocalyptic world, as long as one's survival was not compromised, even the most peculiar occurrences could be treated as trifles. Let us go, gather supplies, and leave this place. Tang Chuan adjusted his emotions and spoke as he walked out of the room. Wait, But that girl, Yu Tian was momentarily stunned, stopping Tang Chuan with animated gestures, but her stuttering and incoherence rendered her unintelligible. Tang Chuan, was that also the effect of an ability? In contrast, Jiang's tone was more composed, though her eyes still betrayed an unmistakable shock and wariness. Yes, it was likely some exceedingly powerful ability. Tang Chuan nodded in agreement. Is it stronger than your ability? She pressed on. Unsure, perhaps, Tang Chuan replied, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He contemplated whether Luo Ying had refrained from attacking them out of choice or inability. If it was a choice, then her powers might indeed surpass gravity. If it was inability, that would imply her abilities were subject to some formidable limitation, rendering any comparison of strength ambiguous. Jianga intended to ask further, but was interrupted by Tang Chuan's gesture to halt. Rather than continuing to dwell on our predicament, it would be more prudent to gather our supplies and depart from this place immediately. Once we leave this small town, her fate will be of no concern to us. After Tang Chuan spoke, he set off in search of the staircase leading to the first floor. Yu Tian and Jianga exchanged a glance, suppressing the questions that simmered within them. The trio quickly returned to the second floor of the villa, where Yu Tian and Jianga began to gather food and water separately. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan conducted a thorough inspection of the villa, discovering several maps and a garage. Upon prying open the garage door, a Hummer SUV came into view. The vehicle's chassis was notably elevated, surpassing that of most off-road vehicles, indicating it had undergone extensive modifications. Its stability and horsepower had been greatly enhanced, making it an exceptionally suitable choice for transportation in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Consequently, Tang Chuan descended to the basement, where he indeed found the keys to the Hummer in Song Fei's pocket. Returning to the first floor of the villa, he found Yu Tian and Jianga had efficiently packed the maximum amount of food and water, sitting on the sofa, munching on biscuits while awaiting his return. Chuange, these biscuits are delicious, Yu Tian mumbled, offering him a chocolate-filled biscuit. Tang Chuan accepted the biscuit but did not consume it. Instead, his gaze shifted to Jianga. Sensing his scrutiny, she promptly assured him, "Rest assured, these biscuits are unopened and perfectly safe. The real poison was in the boiling water. The noodles themselves are harmless." Upon hearing her explanation, Tang Chuan nodded and took a couple of bites of the biscuit, which indeed tasted quite delightful. After finishing the biscuit, Tang Chuan retrieved the map he had found earlier, pointing to a location. "We are here, in XY Town. Our destination, the Eastern Military District of Huaxia, lies here, approximately 1,000 kilometers away in a straight line. Following this route, he indicated a winding path marked in red. As long as we do not encounter large hordes of zombies, we should arrive in about a month." This route had been designated as relatively safe by the military 3 months later, traversing cities devoid of any super zombie overlords or significant zombie clusters. Although it required a considerable detour, the journey would be exceedingly secure. Our primary objective is to safely escort Jianga to the Eastern Military District. There's no need to rush. Safety is paramount in these dire times. Why take such a convoluted route? Jianga inquired, scrutinizing the map. "If we took the highway, we could arrive in just a few days, couldn't we?" In response, Tang Chuan shook his head, explaining the roads are fraught with zombies, and the abandoned vehicles present a significant hazard. Should we become ensnared in the midst of it all, we would likely find ourselves surrounded by an endless swarm of zombies, sealing our doom. Upon hearing these words, Jianga raised an eyebrow, nodding thoughtfully as she remarked, "I see. It seems I have been remiss in my considerations. However, how can you ascertain that this route is indeed safe?" Yu Tian, who had been stealthily indulging in cookies at the side, chimed in, "Yes, Chuan. How do you know this route is the safe one?" The inquisitive gazes of the two left Tang Chuan momentarily flustered. Surely, he could not divulge that he had traversed through time and that this route would be declared safe by the military 3 months hence. To utter such a thing would likely lead them to suspect he had lost his senses. Tang Chuan felt a wave of frustration washing over him, pondering how to respond when another voice broke through his thoughts. "You can drive? And you're embarking on a journey? Splendid. If that is the case, might you consider taking my sister along? Rest assured, I shall assist throughout the journey." Tang Chuan abruptly lifted his head and there, before him, was the unmistakable visage of Luo Ying. Chapter 47. The Goddess of Time. Upon catching sight of Luo Ying, the three were taken aback. Tang Chuan sprang up from the sofa, instinctively retreating several steps. "Ah, ghost!" Yu Tian exclaimed, tumbling off the sofa and landing on her backside. He Jianggu remained relatively composed. In an instant of realization, she drew her pistol, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Luo Ying's forehead. Gravity! At that moment, Tang Chuan reacted, activating a tenfold gravitational field. The sudden increase in gravity elicited a gasp from Luo Ying, her face contorted in pain. However, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. Tang Chuan was taken aback, looking up to find Luo Ying had somehow sprinted 10 meters away, nearly exiting the villa. Not again, not this again. Tang Chuan's heart sank, yet he maintained the gravity field. How did you accomplish that? He questioned coldly. Luo Ying rubbed her wrist, casting a slightly resentful glance at Tang Chuan. Is this how you treat a girl? Enough with the nonsense. Tang Chuan invoked gravity manipulation, causing various objects to levitate ominously in the air, suggesting that they would soon crash down upon Luo Ying. Seeing this, Luo Ying hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "Don't hit me. I mean no harm. As for what just happened, I'm not entirely sure myself. It felt as though I could manipulate time. To put simply, I paused your time, then restored it after arriving here. So, you should understand now, right?" Luo Ying elaborated extensively, providing the trio with a clearer understanding of her extraordinary ability. Manipulating time. Tang Chuan's heart quivered. In his past life, he had never heard of any supernatural being possessing the power to control time. Logically, someone with such a formidable ability would surely have made a name for themselves in the future. It was impossible he had not heard of her. Unless, of course, she had perished before gaining fame. This thought weighed heavily on Tang Chuan's mind. Was there some creature lurking within this small town capable of ending Luo Ying's life? No, they had to leave this place immediately. With this in mind, Tang Chuan raised his gaze, locking eyes with Luo Ying and inquiring, "Where do you intend to go? And where is the sister you mentioned?" At the sound of Tang Chuan's question, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Luo Ying's eyes, as if she found the topic intriguing. "My sister is named Luo Xia. She is incredibly adorable. You should remember, my name is Luo Ying. In fact, this name was chosen by my mother before I was born. They beheld the stunning sight of cherry blossoms at dusk and decided that their future children would be named Luo Ying and Luo Xia. What do you think? Isn't the origin of our names quite fascinating?" You nodded in agreement, acknowledging it indeed sounds beautiful, unlike my name, which feels as if it were hastily selected from a dictionary, lacking any elegance. As she spoke, her lips formed a displeased pout. "Forgive my interruption, but what you are saying appears to be rather trivial," He Jiang interjected. At that moment, she had holstered her firearm, sensing no threat from Luo Ying, and thus trusted her instincts as a soldier. "Get to the point." Tang Chuan, less patient, frowned and urged. "Here it comes. The main point is about to unfold," Luo Ying replied, maintaining her self-absorbed demeanor. With a light chuckle, she continued, "Although my sister and I were named after the cherry blossoms in a sunset, neither of us has ever seen a cherry blossom. Therefore, while we still have this last opportunity, I wish to take her to see the cherry blossoms." She paused before adding, "However, I lack a driver's license and do not know the way, which is why I implore you to escort my sister and me. Rest assured, I can handle all the zombies along the way. No matter how many there are, fear not." Luo Ying assured them, patting her chest. "Just to see cherry blossoms?" He Jianga found this somewhat incredulous. In these apocalyptic times, who would traverse mountains and rivers merely for the sight of cherry blossoms? Suddenly, Yu raised her hand and inquired, "Doesn't that mean we need to go to cherry blossom country? Simply driving one T get us there, right?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ying shook her head and replied, "Not quite. While the mention of cherry blossoms brings to mind cherry blossom country, the city with the most cherry blossoms in the world is actually within our own Huaxia." She pointed to a map, then looked at Tang Chuan with an inquiring gaze. Tang Chuan released the gravitational field and nodded. Luo Ying quickly trotted over, searched the map for a moment, and then pointed to a specific location, exclaiming, "Here, Dongshan City, This is the largest cherry blossom paradise in the world. Tang Chuan examined the map. Dongshan City was not in the same vicinity as the Eastern Military District. Approximately 200 kilometers separated the two. However, if Luo Ying could indeed handle all the zombies along the way, Tang Chuan could take the most direct route, potentially reaching their destination in less than a week. The remaining 200 kilometers could then be traversed via a safer path, allowing them to arrive in just a few days. Thus, if all went smoothly, they might reach the Eastern Military District in about 10 days, far less than the originally planned month. Moreover, this route could prove to be even safer. Contemplating this, Tang Chuan silenti zitke Luo Ying. Name, Luo Ying. Gender, female. Ability, goddess of time. Max, goddess of time. The deity who manipulates time. Based on her current display of strength, she possesses an overwhelming power. Collaborating with her could yield mutual benefits, so why not seize the opportunity? With this thought, Tang Chuan had already made up his mind. What about your sister? Please summon her, he said to Luo Ying. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying nodded and softly replied, Please follow me. My sister is in a bit of an inconvenient situation. Inconvenient? Is she injured? Tang Chuan asked, a touch of confusion evident in his voice. After contemplating for a moment, he nodded and said, Lead the way. Under Luo Ying's guidance, the three departed from the villa and arrived at a nearby residential building. Luo Ying ascended the stairs, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. Xia, we're going to see the cherry blossoms. She paused before a door marked 401, then opened it and said, Please come in. As Tang Chuan stepped inside, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. On the sofa lay two corpses, their brains pierced by a kitchen knife. Between the two lifeless bodies was a motionless little girl, a zombie, seemingly unscathed yet utterly still. It was evident that she was Luo Xia. Chapter 48. Departure from the town. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, Yu Tian and He Jiangge rubbed their eyes in disbelief. She is the sister you spoke of? Yu Tian stammered, pointing at the motionless zombie. And who are these two corpses? He Jiangge inquired immediately. Luo Ying gently stroked her hair, her expression tinged with sorrow. They were my parents. On the very first day of the apocalypse, they transformed into zombies. To protect my sister and myself, I had to take their lives with my own hands. But now my sister has also become a zombie. I hesitated. I could not bring myself to do it. At that moment, I suddenly awakened my powers. I then froze my sister's time, halting it on the day the apocalypse descended. Luo Xia took a few steps forward, reaching out to tenderly caress the zombie's hair. The sight rendered Tang Chuan and the others speechless. To be forced to kill one's own parents and to confront a sister who has turned into a zombie is an unfathomably tragic fate. Luo Xia had often expressed her desire to see cherry blossoms, yet her parents were perpetually too busy to take her. Now, I wish to bring her to see the cherry blossoms one last time, and then I will join her. Luo Ying's voice quivered with emotion. Her back turned to the three, as if unwilling to let them witness her tears. With your help, I can take her to see the cherry blossoms. Turning to face them, tears glimmered in her eyes, yet she managed to present a smile, one that pierced the soul. Let us help you lay your parents to rest. It is far too inappropriate to leave them here. He Jiangji's voice trembled as he fought back tears. At that moment, Yu Tian was already in tears, collapsing into Luo Ying's embrace. Wiping her eyes as she exclaimed, Don't cry. With me around, you need not fear losing anything ever again. Wah. Her sobs grew louder, prompting Luo Ying to comfort her in return, patting her back until she finally ceased her weeping. From now on, Luo Ying, I will be your elder sister. If you wish to cry, do so in my arms. My heart will always be open for you, she declared, patting her not-so-small chest. Luo Ying chuckled softly. It is you who has been crying. Shouldn't I be the elder sister? At her words, Yu Tian's face flushed crimson. Simultaneously, Tang Chuan and He Jiangge each lifted a corpse. The four descended the stairs, making their way to the grass in the community. With the aid of their abilities, Tang Chuan swiftly excavated a large pit. They gently placed the two bodies into the grave, covered them with soil, and erected a prepared wooden tombstone. Thus, a simple funeral came to an end. Luo Ying did not shed tears. Perhaps her tears had long since dried, while Yu Tian wept inconsolably. Upon returning to the room, Tang Chuan lifted Luo Xia, and the four made their way back to the villa. The Hummer discovered within the villa had undergone violent modifications. Its elongated chassis capable of accommodating all individuals and ample supplies. Tang Chuan placed Luo Xia in the passenger seat before taking the driver's position himself. Once the last of the supplies were loaded onto the vehicle and everyone had taken their seats, Tang Chuan ignited the engine. However, instead of departing immediately, he steered the car towards the town's marketplace, a locale notorious for its congregation of zombies. Tang Chuan sought to test Luo Ying's extraordinary abilities and ascertain the veracity of her claims regarding her formidable powers. As the vehicle arrived at the marketplace entrance, the roar of the engine swiftly attracted a significant number of zombies. Within a mere 5 or 6 minutes, several hundred zombies emerged from various hiding places. Rushing towards the automobile, Tang Chuan turned to Luo Ying and said, "It's your turn." Luo Ying appeared relaxed, nodding in affirmation, "Leave it to me." With that, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her pupils had transformed into an eerie, icy white. Time Goddess, a nebulous ripple, indescribable yet palpable, traversed the space around them. Subsequently, the horde of zombies, drawn by the scent of human flesh, seemed to have been pressed onto a pause button, standing frozen in place. The sight of hundreds of zombies, motionless like statues, evoked an indescribable sense of awe. Tang Chuan exited the vehicle and cautiously approached one of the zombies. Even as his hand rested upon its shoulder, the creature remained utterly inert. Gravity manipulation. A shard of glass soared through the air, embedding itself in the zombie's forehead. Yet, the zombie remained unperturbed. As the force exerted by the glass intensified, it obliterated the creature's brain. Kill unevolved zombie. Gain evolution points 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind as the zombie's body crumpled to the ground under the glass's power. Throughout, the zombie had not moved a muscle. Such an overwhelmingly formidable ability. Tang Chuan squinted, assessing the situation within. He then turned to Luo Ying and called out, "How long can you maintain this ability?" Luo Ying blinked, pondering before responding, "I have never tested the maximum duration, but if it's just these weak zombies, I can immobilize as many as I want for 5 to 6 hours." 5 to 6 hours. Tang Chuan was taken aback by this revelation. Such a power was astonishingly overbearing. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the thought of turning her into a zombie to usurp her abilities. Yet, that notion vanished almost instantly. How could one possibly infect a being capable of manipulating time? Such a task was evidently insurmountable. Returning to the vehicle, he made a U-turn and pressed the accelerator. The roads of the town were littered with abandoned cars obstructing their path, yet this posed little hindrance. Tang Chuan merely needed to drive slowly and utilize gravity manipulation to clear the wrecked vehicles from their route. As the gravitational force ascended to level 3, Tang Chuan experienced a remarkable enhancement of his mental prowess, allowing him to effortlessly maneuver vehicles weighing 1 or 2 tons. Whenever zombies appeared on the road, they would instantaneously be frozen in time by Luo Ying. The journey could be described as utterly unobstructed, as the noise of the vehicle attracted the attention of numerous hidden survivors. They peered out of their windows, and upon realizing that the zombies on the street stood motionless, as if disconnected, they were filled with exuberance. "Wonderful! The zombies are all dead," several survivors exclaimed. Rushing onto the street, they brandished knives, fervently striking at the zombies, venting their pent-up rage. However, the moment Tang Chuan's vehicle exited the town, all the zombies regained their motion. "Hurry, run. The zombies are alive again." Chapter 49. Interception. 3 days had elapsed since the trio departed from the small town, during which no noteworthy events transpired. However, today, Tang Chuan halted the vehicle. At the highway entrance ahead, several men brandished rifles, one of whom shouted through a megaphone, "That SUV, drive over slowly, then exit the vehicle and turn off the engine. We need to conduct an inspection." Inspection? Even in this apocalyptic world, they still demand inspections? Tang Chuan scoffed at the absurdity of it all. He surmised their intentions, concluding they were likely highway robbers. Although he initially contemplated driving away, He was stopped by He Jianga. They are armed with rocket launchers. I suspect they have raided a nearby arms depot. We could follow them to acquire additional weapons. As he spoke, He Jianga produced his pistol, revealing only 5 remaining bullets. In this early phase of the apocalypse, conventional firearms still held undeniable power. Considering the journey ahead with Luo Ying, which would require 3 or 4 more days of travel, Tang Chuan ultimately decided to heed He Jianga's counsel. He cautiously maneuvered the vehicle forward and instructed Luo Ying, freeze them in place. Understood, Luo Ying nodded, her pupils transforming to a frosty white. In an instant, every individual outside became motionless. Tang Chuan alighted from the car, disarming all the armed men and incapacitating the majority, leaving only 2 conscious for interrogation. "All right, release them," he said to Luo Ying. "Yes," she replied with a slight nod, her tone devoid of warmth. For reasons unknown, as they approached Dongshan City over the past few days, Luo Ying had grown increasingly taciturn. As the immobilized individuals regained their faculties, the 2 remaining stood defiantly, one exclaiming, "Kid, nice ride you got there, but it belongs to us now." Suddenly, a realization dawned on them. Why the others ceased their chatter. At that moment, the shorter of the 2 shouted, "Where's my gun?" "Brother Chong, my gun is missing." The man referred to as Brother Chong waved his hand impatiently. "Isn't it strapped to your back?" "Your back, huh?" Zhang Chong, unable to locate his weapon, felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. Turning to survey the scattered, unconscious bodies on the ground, his complexion turned ashen. "This is it. We've hit a brick wall." Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Tang Chuan, repeatedly bowing his head. "Spare me, esteemed ones. I was blind to your might. My mind was clouded. Please, treat me as nothing more than a triviality and let me go." As he berated himself, Zhang Chong did not hesitate to slap his own face, leaving the shorter man, Li Tao, utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Chong, what are you doing? They're just a bunch of kids. Why are you kneeling to them? What is so-called superhumans? Aren't those few esteemed superhumans resting within their chambers?" Zhang Chong cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly cursing him as a fool, then continued, "Esteemed sirs, I have no desire to engage in thievery. I am merely a victim of circumstance. It is Chen Zhuoshuang. He is the one who coerced me into this endeavor. I have no inclination to partake in such misdeeds. As the saying goes, grievances have a source, and debts have an owner. You should seek him out for recompense." Li Tao, still taken aback, blinked in disbelief and exclaimed, "Brother Chong, how dare you directly utter Chen's name? If he hears this, it will spell doom for you. Are they not but a few children? Watch how I can dispatch them without a firearm." As he spoke, Li Tao's expression shifted, and he drew a dagger, lunging towards Tang Chuan. Foolishness can indeed be fatal. Tang Chuan shook his head, nonchalantly waving his hand. Gravitational manipulation. Li Tao felt as though the dagger was forcibly wrested from his grasp. Just as he was about to scream, he beheld the dagger reappear before his eyes. No, befifite. The dagger pierced his brain, instantaneously ending his life. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Chong's eyelids twitched violently, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Internally, he thought, "Thank goodness for my cunning. This fool is dead, but I must not be implicated." Tang Chuan regarded Zhang Chong with keen interest. He had a fondness for those who valued their lives, for from them, he could extract all they knew. "Tell me, do you wish to survive?" At this, Zhang Chong's body jolted, and he bellowed, "Yes, I wish to live. Ask whatever you desire, and I shall answer honestly." Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan smiled. Indeed, this fellow was astute. Perhaps he would have a long life ahead. "How did you acquire your weapons? Did you plunder an armory?" Zhang Chong's heart raced, and he quickly replied, "You speak the truth, esteemed sir. Our weapons were indeed taken from an armory." "And what of the soldiers guarding the armory?" He Jianga interjected sharply. Zhang Chong gulped, cautiously responding, "They're all dead." "All of them? You killed the soldiers?" He Jianga clenched his fists, his gaze seething with rage. Zhang Chong hastily waved his hands, fervently explaining, "No, it was not I who killed them. It was all Chen Zhuoshuang. He, like you esteemed gentlemen, possesses supernatural abilities. He slaughtered those soldiers and distributed the weapons among us. I did not wish to accept these weapons, but he threatened me. If I did not assist him, he would take my life. I had no choice." Zhang Chang's tone was filled with urgency, nearly breaking into tears. Tang Chuan nodded in understanding and pressed on. Who is this Chen Zhuang, and what powers does he possess? He is a tyrant. Zhang Chang's voice grew fervent. He has dealt in drugs and taken lives. Originally, he was to be executed, but many in the prison transformed into zombies, and he seized the opportunity to escape. Subsequently, he awakened an extraordinary ability to transform his body into metal, rendering him impervious to bullets that struck him. With this remarkable power, he eliminated the soldiers guarding a nearby armory and subsequently plundered it. Tang Chuan interrupted him and inquired further. How did you come to know that he escaped from prison? Zhang Cheng suddenly became evasive, casting several furtive glances at He Jianga before he apprehensively replied, I was in the same prison, sharing a cell with him, thus I. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's interest was piqued. What transgression led you to share a cell with a death row inmate? Zhang Cheng lifted his head, chuckling sheepishly as he nervously replied, Telecom fraud. Fraud? How much did you defraud? 20 million. Uffed. Tang Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could have imagined that this seemingly stout fellow was, in fact, a master fraudster who had swindled 20 million